Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show. If you
Welcome to another Finding Gnosis show. Bit of an echo there, Kenny brother. We can hear me talking through your speaker. But welcome everybody to another Finding Gnosis show. It's okay now, brother. Thank you. Welcome to another. Okay, buddy. Welcome to another Finding Gnosis show. We continuously try to find out what is going on and what we should be doing. We ask for all of you to come on here, share your perspectives so that we can mix them together and see what comes out of the wash. What should we be doing whilst we are here in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing? As usual, we got a little icebreaker. The topic of the show, we don't have to stick to it, but it's just an icebreaker to get the conversation going. If you feel like anything else needs to be said, feel free to change the subject, start a little sideshow. You know the score. So today the question is, what are the best days of your life? And are they even all that good? Kenny, that's the question. Feel free to talk about that or anything else that you have on your mind, brother. Thank you for coming on.
You're welcome. Lovely to chat with you again, DNW. I just wanted to read the beginning of a chapter of this book called The Dose Effect. And it's on the subject of oxytocin and the contributions that we make towards other people and the effect on our oxytocin levels, and likewise their oxytocin levels that has, if that's okay. It's not going to be a big
tract. Would you? I don't want to get done. I don't know what way the copyright works, but could you do a little bit of paraphrasing here and there, change it a little bit as you're reading it, just so we don't get done for reading it verbatim?
There's no chance of me reading one page from a book it's going to do any copyright, I promise.
Oh, it's one page. Okay, go ahead, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
It's one page. I was not going to play any YouTube videos of it, okay? Understanding contribution. Have you ever noticed that when you do something for someone else, be it a friend, a colleague, or a family member, it creates a warm, calm feeling inside you? It is in human nature to love and support the people around you. Imagine your ancestors surviving together through all the challenges life throws their way. It was absolutely essential that they had a deep, innate desire to help the group in a way that they could. This feeling of group contribution has progressively reduced as we have moved away from community-focused living towards more self-focused goals. During this chapter, we are going to discover precisely how you can contribute to the people in your life in an effective and valuable way. The most simple example of how contribution feels can be seen on Christmas Day. As a young child, I would unbelievably get excited about Christmas, desperate to run downstairs and open presents. As I matured, I progressively found the experience of giving presents to others to be more enjoyable than receiving them. I'm sure you have felt this too, the excitement of handing a gift over to someone you love, particularly if you feel the gift is thoughtful and will be of value to them. This is contribution. This is oxytocin. Modern neuroscience has validated our instinctive feelings that pro-social behaviors such as group support, empathy, and cooperation lead to a huge rise in oxytocin. Acting selflessly and focusing on others is a necessary and admirable trait that we must develop. Those of you who have watched the TV show Friends may remember an episode that perfectly depicts this mechanism in action. In this episode, Joey says to his friend Phoebe that there is no such thing as a selfless good deed. He suggests that it is Impossible to do something for someone else and not feel good afterwards. During the episode, Phoebe completes various activities for others, such as raking the leaves from someone's garden without them knowing, all with the intention of seeing if she can do something to contribute to someone else without feeling good about herself afterwards. Phoebe discovers that it is impossible. Every time she helps others, she feels good herself. This is a powerful discovery and something that is so beautiful about our inner nature. Supporting others will, of course, serve the person you help, but it also makes you feel amazing as well. This is oxytocin prioritizing love for the group around you. There.
You know, I really like that, Kenny. Thank you for that.
That's all I wanted to say. I'm going to go back and I'm going to play Age of Empires Part 3. I might be back later.
Okay, buddy. Thank you for that. I'm a strong advocate for that kind of win-win situation where, you know, you help others and it makes you feel good too. It is a phenomenon of biology, neurochemistry. When you make others feel good, you too feel good in return if you do it as your, you know, if it's your intention, that is, to help them feel good. It's a good thing to help others, to be in service to others, to help others. Is that what the best days of your life consist of? Making others smile, making others feel good, sharing the merriment of your efforts to make others feel good about this place that we find ourselves to be in. Do come on, talk about it. Perpetual Pleasurist is here. He says, LOL. Vidor says that they were blessed with good friends in their childhood, and that was good because their mum left him and his dad when he was 6 years old, and his dad had 2 jobs. So he didn't have much upbringing. So sorry if his manners are bad. Sorry to hear about that, but I'm glad at least you had a nice time with your friends as a child, and it's good that your dad was so strong-minded and able-bodied to be able to work 2 jobs for you to make sure that you were provided for. Vida also goes on to say some of the best times in his life was when he was a teenager and he played Dungeons and Dragons and other role-playing and board games. And he fished in the weekend and camped at the local lake. Well, I'm sorry to hear it took suffocating and murdering fish for you to feel good, Vidor. But, you know, I'm glad that the board games made you feel good. I've never actually played Dungeons and Dragons. I know it's extremely popular. I have no idea what it's about. Would you like to come on and tell us about what it is exactly? Those of us who have never played it, perhaps we should know about it. As I said, I know it's extremely popular. Kind of can't believe I've never played it, but there you go. I've never ever played Dungeons and Dragons. There you go. It's just never come up in my social situations. Gen C Benz does a little kind of laughing emoji twice. Good to see you, Gen C Ben. Do come on and let us know what are the best days of your life. What were the best days of your life? And, you know, are what we consider the best days of our life even all that good? I mean, when you reflect upon them, were they even all that good? Perpetual Pleasurist, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome, sir. Great to have you here. What were the best days of your life, Perpetual Pleasurist? And if you could consider also in your answer whether they were, in fact, even all that good upon reflection.
Well, I would say the best days of my life are right now going forward. It seems like every year of my life gets better and better, actually. So 37 right now. And yeah, these are actually the best days of my life currently. Well, if I look back at, you know, key moments of my life, I've had a really good life, man. Actually, I've had a lot of experiences that I could say are pretty close to the best day of my life. Can you actually hear me? I want to make sure I can hear your audio coming back, DW. So
I can hear you, brother, loud and clear.
Okay, good. I can hear you as well. Perfect. So hopefully we don't run into that weird 15-minute timer thing. It's I don't know what it is, but it seems like at 15 minutes I can't hear audio coming in. But anyway, I'd say the first day that I went to the Hare Krishna temple, that was probably the best day of my life, and a few other
Wow.
instances very close to that. Very, very ecstatic experience. Very great day.
Tell us about that.
Well, when I was going there, there was a circular rainbow over my head in Michigan. Right when I was boarding the train to go there, I was heading to the Detroit temple, and yeah, totally perfectly circular rainbow around the sun, directly overhead at high noon. And I took that as a very auspicious sign. And when I got there, it was literally just unbelievable paradise levels of happiness and bliss the whole day. So I went to the Detroit temple and I went to the West Virginia temple. It was a festival day that day, and yeah, man, danced and sung and everything else. And I was especially hooked and obsessed ever since. So that's what really kickstarted my especially obsessive Hare Krishna life from that point
I
on.
mean,
So
what was so you're not Hare Krishna anymore, but what was so good about that day? You said there was a circular rainbow overhead when you got the train there.
yeah.
I mean, what did you feel there? What was just kind of just relay the day as it happened, as you experienced it?
Well, I was I was in literal tears of ecstatic bliss by the end of that day, and it was, you know, I just the whole day from the beginning of it all the way to the end was just a constant, ever deepening buildup of my eternal paradise relationship with the pleasure goddess and pleasure god. So that was yeah, that was amazing. So those elements of the practice I've maintained even until today, even though I'm not formally associated with the wider movement anymore, like I used to be. Yeah, those are the elements that I will always maintain and uh, continue on with me. Carry on with me, I should say. It was just it's a it's an entire like physiological experience beyond any type of regular happiness from just pleasure of any other type. That's how, it's basically you get locked in. You get locked into your eternal state, your eternal self, eternal identity, and yeah, you're just in a different world from whatever else is going on outside in the external plane. Um,
Perpetual pleasurist. I mean, to those of us who are trying to understand what was so blissful about this day, I'll
yeah,
be honest with you, we're finding it difficult to appreciate. You went to this temple, the rainbow
yeah,
was in full view. You
yep.
got there, and
Okay,
then
so
you cried tears of ecstatic bliss. But what
yes.
exactly were you experiencing? What was going on that made you experience that?
So what happened was I specifically went to the Detroit Temple first, and there was this huge, absolutely gorgeous deities of Radha and Krishna, so the goddess and god in the Hare Krishna practice. And I received the garlands that was put on the neck of the goddess Radha. It was put around my neck, and that was the first phase of the ecstatic tears of bliss, and a huge, deep realization about who I was in relationship to her eternally, in the paradise beyond this world. And so that was the first major hard hitting phase. And I was talking to these other Christian devotees on the way, while I was in the car. 'Cause they were kind enough to give me a ride down to the festival in New Vrindavan, which is the name of the location in West Virginia for the West Virginia Temple, and it was on Nrsimha Deva's appearance day. So Nrsimha Deva is the half man, half lion form avatara of Krishna that appears to rip apart the demon Hiranyakashipu. There's a whole history and story behind that stuff. So at that temple, they had a huge effigy of this gigantic, actually made out of coal, lion, lion-headed, but man-bodied formed, statue of Nrsimhadeva. And then on his lap was this effigy of the demon he was ripping to pieces, ripping his guts out. And that was really ecstatic to see that. And then, of course, next to that, you had the altar of Radha and Krishna. And there was a whole play reenacting the Nrsimhadeva coming down to rip apart Hiranyakashipu. The whole pastime behind that, the whole history behind that was enacted. And after that, everybody went into this massive dance arena scenario. And I did a bunch of really intensive dancing and chanting of Hare Krishna that day. So, yeah, I was just dancing all over the place. And
It sounds mesmerizing. It sounds like you perhaps went into some kind of trance-like state. In many ways, perpetual pleasures. It sounds like you lost touch with reality in that you kind of went somewhere else. You kind of forgot about everything. You weren't in this world. You were in some weird, as I said, trance-like state where you were experiencing a kind of mush of exhilarating ecstasy. In many ways, it sounds like a state of mega escapism.
No, actually, it was hyper vivid. I was actually far more immersed in more awareness of actually this world and what was going on, far more than I normally am, in fact. So, yes, I was in what you could call a trance-like state, but it's not a trance of lack of awareness. What happens was basically my mind and heart were immersed in obsessive gratefulness towards everyone around me for every little microscopic kindness that they did at all. So every little teeny smile or glance or any little anything that a person was wishing me well towards, in terms of appreciating the dancing or just appreciating me being there or showing me kindness, feeding, giving me food or whatever, because they had a big, huge line of food where prasadam was being served afterwards as well. And no, it's quite vivid, actually. You actually are able to function much better in this world in
Wow.
those
So,
moments.
PP, this
Yeah.
sounds absolutely amazing in that it brought you such joy and happiness. I mean, the description you gave there, you cried blissful tears of ecstasy. I mean, that's what you
That's
said
right.
earlier on. I mean, that
Yep.
just sounds wow. I mean, I don't know if many people listening can say they've experienced that level of joy. I mean, I'd say you're probably close to being 1 in a million on that front. But PP, you're no longer a Hare Krishna. So, given that this was the best day of your life, why are you no longer a Hare Krishna then?
Well,
I mean,
I
it
am
seems odd. It seems odd that, considering it gave you the best day of your life, that you wouldn't try and hold on to that. You wouldn't try to remain in that or in that group, in that culture that gave you something so wonderfully bizarre.
So I would say it this way. I actually still am a Hare Krishna in terms of my independent practice thereof. I'm simply no longer associated with the wider organization or all of the other beliefs and teachings associated with it, aside from the immersion in eternal relationship and ecstatic bliss. So I am still a Hare Krishna in those specific regards. However, I'm simply not associated with the wider organizational versions of it anymore, but I am associated with
Okay.
some specific individuals involved in it. And that simply has
Interesting.
to do with the fact that I'm only interested in the eternal paradise meditative immersion aspects, and I'm not interested in any of the outer political, disagreement on this point or that point world of things. So it seems like a lot of the rest of that world was immersed in those outer unnecessary things, in my opinion. So yeah, so I still am a Hare Krishna, always will be, but not a Hare Krishna in the sense of um, agreeing with every aspect of what the wider world recognizes as Hare Krishna views in terms of, like all of the other beliefs that's associated. That's why I consider myself a Gnostic Hare Krishna, basically a hybrid of both. In the
Interesting.
sense that, yeah, I take the best of both worldviews, and I really recommend it for anyone because really the goal of life is to all day, every day, 24/7 be immersed in that ecstatic bliss. Whether the tears are coming out or not, either or, you can be immersed in the bliss either way. But the point is, being immersed in that bliss, you actually become far more of a functional person in this world than you ever would otherwise. You become hyper aware and really good at everything you do, actually. So there's
Interesting.
none of this, yeah, there's none of this just tuning out and escapism. In fact, you actually become more inspired to engage in the world in practical ways, actually.
So you
By
become
a lot
really
more.
good at everything you do with
Yep,
this system that you found. Wow.
correct. Very true.
That's quite an amazing selling point, perpetual pleasurist.
Yep.
Perpetual pleasurist, are you able to? I'm going to put you on the spot here. Again, you don't have to do it, but would you be able to reach a state of magnificent bliss from your own creation right now? And I'm not telling you to have a wank on air. I'm asking you to do a kind of chant. I know Hare Krishna's like chanting. Would you be able to do some kind of meditation, chant, singing making some kind of noise to raise the levels of joy and happiness for our listeners, to bring them perhaps closer to bliss. I mean, dare I say it, some might cry ecstatic tears of bliss listening to you. That's a challenge. You don't have to accept it, but if you want to, you can try.
Well, I can sing the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra for us and a few other names of specific individuals that are forms of the goddess and god, the pleasure goddess and the pleasure god. So, and hopefully that will inspire others to feel as much joy as they possibly can. Now, of course, with anything to do with transcendent bliss or anything, it can never be artificially induced. The experience is always a very pleasantly surprising and unexpected thing. In other words, the mindset has to be basically immersed in being receptive and accommodative to that. But there's no question of artificially inducing it in the sense of just, flicking someone's fingers. Okay, I'm going to make this happen or make that. It really has to come spontaneously, and that's the only way it actually happens.
Well, there's nothing more spontaneous than putting you on the spot and asking you to chant people into a state of blissful ecstasy. So I'm going to play some. There you go.
There we go. The music. Well, we'll see here. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, there you go. I hope that was helpful to some degree.
I was just getting going there, PP.
Okay. I can keep going if you want.
Sure. Honestly, I thought it would take at least 5 minutes, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But it's up to you.
So I usually will chant better without music because that way I have to follow the music. But
okay, no problem. Go ahead then.
It is nice music.
If you want to.
Sure, I'll chant a little bit more. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Gaurahari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Gaurahari. Janava Vasudanitai, Janava Vasudanitai, Janava Vasudanitai, Nitai, Nitai, Nitai. There you go. It's a little bit of chanting for you.
I closed my eyes for the last 10 seconds of that, and it felt quite good, brother. Thank you. Someone says someone in the chat said it was stimulating their vagus nerve.
Well, that's awesome. That's great. I'm very glad to hear that.
You know what else stimulates your vagus nerve?
Very much so. There's
taking a massive dump.
Always multi-layered esoteric connections. There you go.
There you go. Yep. There you go. But PP, that was actually really nice.
I'm glad.
I enjoyed that. I just wish it went on a bit longer, but maybe that's something you could do for us in the future. Maybe a special chanting episode, or at least a portion of one of the Finding Gnosis shows could be dedicated to your unique brand of chanting and mesmerizing ability to help people escape the struggles and horror of this, what you call hellscape reality, so that they experience ecstatic bliss to the degree that they are crying tears of joy.
There you go.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. We have an interesting comment here in the live chat. It's from someone called William White. William White, you're on the Finding Gnosis show, and you are writing, or typing rather, that you disagree with PP you say that you disagree with the bliss trance being a good thing because it's being detached from reality. So William White doesn't think it's good to try and detach yourself or to detach yourself from reality using blissful trance methodology. What do you say to that, PP?
Well, I would suggest what he's referring to the fake, non-genuine types, or he's referring to the types that are artificial attempts at escapism, right? So Hare Krishna chanting of the correct type and mindset has nothing to do with escapism at all. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It has everything to do with being far more engaged in practical reality, like way beyond just what people think is practical, though, but like way more immersed. So think about being like super aware of every detail around you, right? Like if you're going about your day, like way more aware than anybody else is on a mundane level, and times that to like its farthest maximum. And also combine that with being really, really incredibly grateful for every little small thing that happens, however small it might be. And combine those two things: extreme detailed awareness, extreme gratefulness, and vivid awareness of what needs to be done to protect those who might be in a vulnerable state. So, in fact, your awareness in terms of being able to protect others in a practical way in those states is heightened as well. So, that has nothing to do, you don't tune out from anything, actually. You actually simply tune in more to what's going on. And what you notice is deeper reality. Deeper reality beyond just this lame, mundane external imposition is actually far more vivid, far more detailed, in fact. So the forms are more detailed, the people are more detailed, the experience of life is far more detailed. So the types that he's talking about are probably the types where people are trying to engage in some escapism, and they're chanting with some vague, generalized idea in their head, which is never a good idea, because that just leads somebody into vague land, basically, which is what leads them right back into the mundane miseries. So you always
That's
want to be
interesting.
hyper specific in your meditations and chanting. In fact, all of that chanting, I can explain exactly what I was chanting and why, to maybe help you understand a little bit better.
Yeah, so you're hyper specific, hyper focused on an intention. Is that right?
Correct. Specifically, the intention
Okay.
of exuding maximal love and affection from yourself in practical ways that are obvious, that others can recognize. And you're focusing on being obsessively grateful over every little micro thing that's even slightly kind on any level whatsoever. Those two things, basically. Yep.
Interesting. Now, RR says, what is reality? It's a moving subjective construct. What do you say to that, PP?
Moving subjective constructs.
It's a river.
Well,
It's a river. It's a river of individual experience and appreciation. Doesn't mean
yeah,
you can't
I'd
be
say
aware of it.
if we're talking about reality as a whole, in terms of the generic side of it, basically an amalgamation of various different subjective experiences, sure. Yeah, you could technically say that's real, or at least that's the conscious experienced aspect of reality, rather, right? So so when you're chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, the idea is every one of those syllables, Hare and Krishna. So Hare, that's referring to the pleasure goddess, right? The female aspect of concentrated pleasure and the being behind that. The Krishna is focusing on the male aspect of concentrated pleasure and the being behind that. So the idea is when you're chanting these syllables, you're supposed to get very detailed visuals in your head and feelings of exactly who you are beyond the cycles of change outwardly, right? In terms of, okay, exactly what you look like, exactly what you're doing in paradise, what your main desire is, right, for your own experience of a paradise state. And all these things become very vivid in the consciousness and the mind while you are chanting. That's the idea with Hare Krishna specifically. Nitai Gauranga is referring to Nityananda and Chaitanya, which were the prophets that appeared on earth spreading the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And the teachings regarding your eternal paradise identity, etc. And that they appeared in the late 1400s, early 1500s. And they are said to be the forms of the pleasure goddess and pleasure god that appeared in this world to spread that knowledge to other people, to as many people as possible throughout the world. And Janava Vasuda in Nitai are referring to the two spouses, the two wives of Nityananda, Janava Devi and Vasuda Devi, who are the appearances in this world, or you could say the expanded appearances in this world, in also prophetic form, female prophet form, who were there to spread the knowledge and awareness of the pleasure goddess's eternal younger sister, or in other words, if you want a more esoteric explanation, the pleasure goddess's expanded form of herself that predominates over the eternal pleasure bed and all the playtimes therein in paradise that every living being gets to experience in a unique way with the pleasure entities.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm going to have to stop you for a moment because, as I said, you're the kind of expert on this. It's a lot to take in for people who are new to it. But PP, what has this meditation shown you in relation to what is out there for you? What bliss? What can you find in this strange reality? To make it okay, to make it blissful?
Well, I've found that the things I experience in this life are, I call them spillovers, right? So they're basically the twisted, distorted, externalized versions of what I'm eternally doing in the pleasurable version of the thing in paradise, in my actual eternal state. So recognizing what my form looks like eternally in my meditations and thoughts throughout the day, and being able to put those experiences in terms of, making those connections. Okay, so this outer thing happening this way has to do with who I am on the deeper level. So in other words, the combat that I'm engaging in against the demiurge and impositional things, evil forces, etc., in life, in the inner world and in the outer world, that this outer world is basically the combat ground against things that oppose or are oppositional to our paradise state, right, and our eternal identity. So yeah, it's interesting because you can make a very specific connection. Let me give you an example. Let's say in paradise, your main central meditation on who you actually are is you're a person who gives water to others, right? And you pour water out, et cetera. So of one of many examples of a spillover of that would be you're a person who ends up living in and experiencing a world where there's tons of rain. Let's say Seattle, Washington. Lots of rain all the time throughout the year, huge chunks of the year, rainforest type climate, et cetera. And you're in that climate related to being that person. Now, each person's spillover may be different. There may be another person living in that same area, but their eternal identity is a being that has to do with fire, right? Whereas
Right.
fire, and that would spill over in a different way for that person. Let's say, for example, the house they live in, they have a very nice fireplace that is of a really refined build and construction, and they end up having a bunch of their life circumstances surrounding that specific fireplace for them, but they live in the same region. So the spillover is unique to each person, and you pick up on it individually based on your own experiences. But
Right.
that's just one of many examples I could give. That's a very
Interesting.
brief example. Yeah.
PP, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Now, from outward appearances, and most people in this world would perhaps see you as this handsome, creative, maybe sensitive guy who is an outdoorsman, likes going out exploring, who's into prepping, and also into martial arts, I believe, and art. As I said, a man. But forgive me if I'm wrong, but I seem to remember, I might be incorrect here, you may be a man in this world, but you believe your inner energy, this eternal spirit, your sovereign state is a feminine one. It's in many ways it's an artificially intelligent doll of some sorts. I don't know. Can you explain what you are actually, despite outward and society's views on what you are?
I would like to hear this.
You are currently muted, PP.
So in this world, there's, to start with, before I describe these internal meditations and realizations, I do not have any type of gender dysphoria at all. I do not feel even slightly uncomfortable in my male skin in this world. So this is not a case of, extended or some version of gender dysphoria whatsoever. This has 100% to do with how I actually identify, but I feel no discomfort in this outer world. So on one sense, yes, I am a man in terms of the functional outer world sense of things, right? In every capacity. And I'm comfortable in that. But what I've realized ever more in my deepest meditations, there's, of course, each one of us has various forms, and we can experience whatever form we desire. So we have basically a central root, main central self form that's like the emanating source of all those other ones. So yes, I have forms plural, other versions of myself, even in the paradise state and meditations that are fully male as well. But I've realized that my root form is very much so what you would call in this world a futanari love doll type being. So others, if they see me in the paradise states, they would encounter a being that they would process as, oh, this looks and seems like a futanari love doll entity. So most of the time I'm stationary in the sense of if someone approaches me, they're going to see a doll that's stunned in bliss, smiling, right, in a dark corner in the back of a cave somewhere. However, if specific conditions are met and specific things occur, then I'm activated to move. And that movement has to do with very specific esoteric things that happen to activate my movement. Now, that love doll form, she is able to mimic and engage in any variety of activity in the paradise states and pass off and perfectly imitate any age level, any type of personality or anything like that. So a therapist, a combative general type being, whatever other version of things you can think of, I'm perfectly able to emulate that and mimic that perfectly. However, inside, my consciousness is always that of what people in this world would consider a 5-year-old or underneath that, in terms of the innocence and in terms of the degree of wonder that's always permeating the consciousness. So yeah, there you go. That's a very
So
brief
you're basically
synopsis.
you're basically an innocent dolly inside.
Correct. Quite literally, yes. That's why I'm so happy, and that's why it's easy for me to stay very happy, because I never lose touch of that actual identity, no matter what happens.
And this
That's
isn't
why.
in any way a sexual thing. It's literally you are a pure state of innocence,
Yes.
yeah, that's
Correct.
it. Interesting.
So I mean,
When
let me.
when did you find this out exactly?
I thought. Well, actually, let me clarify one thing. So, but in the paradise state, from people from this side of things looking up at it, right? They would consider that a lot of my activities are sexual in nature. However, at the paradise level, those activities
That's in
are
this world.
purely loving.
That's in this physical universe.
Correct. So from this vantage point looking up at it, people would wrongly assume that that's the case. But in fact, in the paradise level, it's a purely loving dynamic. So just a quick clarification. But yeah, the
So
reason, the way, yeah.
in this world, people would view you as a man who is sexual, but in reality, you're a doll.
No, if they saw, what I'm saying is if they saw the pastimes happening in the paradise level in my meditations, they would assume that those activities I engage in as a love doll are sexual in nature, of a mundane, lustful variety. But if they're there experiencing them and in them, they'll understand that they have nothing to do with mundane lust whatsoever. They're purely loving, innocent activities.
But
So it's a
forgive
totally
me,
different consciousness, basically.
forgive me, PP. When you're entering into your adult sex life with your consensual partner, I mean, would they not find it a bit off-putting that when you turn to them on the pillow and say, "Actually, I'm a doll"?
No, they don't find it off-putting at all, actually. They find it very intriguing if I ever discuss it. Most of my sexual partners I don't actually discuss this with, but the ones that I get very close to, I do over time in certain rare cases. I've only disclosed it, I think, to one or two at this point. And so, like, that actually does not have any adverse effect whatsoever. In fact, it inspires them to understand and to delve into their own internal meditations and things. So yeah, when I'm engaging in outer sexual stuff, I'm not immersed in the outer sexual psychology that others are about the thing. I'm actually immersed in a totally different world in my head.
For anybody wondering, there might be people scoffing at you, PP, saying, "Oh, this guy's off his trolley. He thinks he's a dolly." But PP is not short of the ladies. He has a continuous stream of divine feminine energy, as he puts it, that will lay down with him in the moonlight and assume coital relations with him. And in fact, he's into some. Let's just say you've got specific tastes in your, I suppose, sexual rituals with these women. Would you like to delve into that and how perhaps that is related to this divine revelation that you are a doll?
Well, the details I'll keep mostly confidential for the sake of respecting everyone here. But I think the really what it comes down to is my interests here on the outer plane are spillovers of my actual doll nature internally. But what's interesting, unless I mention this to anyone, nobody would have any clue. All they would assume is, oh, this guy's fully immersed in outer male consciousness. Unless I explain it, nobody picks up on it. There's not even the slightest trace of it in the outer world that people pick up on. So basically, what it comes down to is all of my specific interests are direct spillovers from who I actually am eternally, and that's why I'm interested in those things here, because they're basically samples. They're like micro samples of what I have in far greater abundance in the paradise state, right? So, and it's my certainty of these things that has been my strongest trait throughout my life. I've never ever lacked certainty.
This dolly doesn't come out in any way when you're being intimate with your partners. I mean, look, these types
not in
of
any
women
way they notice.
These types of women that you're bedding on it seems daily basis. Are they looking for a kind of dominant man, a man who will throw them around in the bed, or are they looking for, is it because you're somewhat a submissive dolly that they're the dominating one? I mean, what is the dynamic here?
This has everything to do with the internal meditations. It has nothing to do with outwardly what's happening at all. So in other words, let me give you an example. And it's not on a daily basis. It's actually very few and far between. I'm not a.
By the way, someone says you're God. Well. Someone thinks you're God. By the way, T from you says they think you're God. So there you go, brother.
That's funny. I wonder if they're being sarcastic or not. But either way,
No, they may well be. They may think that you're divinely in tune with things that other people are lacking. So go ahead.
Well, what I would say is every individual is their own unique source of their own paradise state. So in paradise, there's no hierarchy at all. So there's no God above or below or anything like that. It's just purely romantic bliss is the nature of actual paradise. So, but anyway, I would say, so on the outer world, yes, I can play the role of the dominator or all that type of stuff. Most women like the whole dominator vibe from a guy externally speaking, but inside my head in meditations, there's a totally different thing going on while I'm outwardly doing that. So just like as the love doll, I can imitate all of these functions as well. I can also imitate the male dominator function, even as that love doll. But my inner world is always different from what other people are seeing as happening, if that makes sense. So
right.
Outwardly, I'll be doing one thing, but my inner meditations are totally separate from what's outwardly happening.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Chickpea, I want to bring you into the conversation. You're in this world at least. I don't know what you're like in the other world. Maybe you're a little action man figurine. I don't know.
I hope not.
In this world, you are a woman. I know you haven't had sex for it's coming on 31 years. 30 years, yeah. And you're very happy about that. But prior to that, you were quite the floozy.
Yes.
You rode the carousel of cocks, as they say. Now, Chickpea, what would happen if it was circa 1985? You came back from a disco, and you were with a man in a black cab, and you said, "My place or yours," and you went to whichever one you both agreed, and you continued the night. You got sweaty. You both got off with each other, and then at the end of it all, you were having your post-coital cigarette.
Yes.
Both of you sitting up on the head again with your backs to the headboard in the moonlight, with the curtain slightly open, and he said to you, I'm actually a dolly. Yeah. What would you? I mean, I just want you to, as a woman who's never heard this before, PP. I'm sorry to use you as a guinea pig here, but as a woman who's never heard of this before, because it is amazing. It is an amazing. Like, look, there's people in the
Yeah, I
chat
know what you're saying.
who are absolutely delighted with what PP says. They say that they're loving it. They think it's such an amazing view of things, and it's awe-inspiring, amazing stuff, PP. So I want to know, Chickpea, this man you've had a bit of slap and tickle with, a bit of rough and tumble. You've gone the whole slog with them, for a couple of hours in the chat, and then suddenly he turns to you with, despite the stubble burns on your neck and your cheeks, he turns to you and says, I'm actually a dolly. What would you think?
Absolutely petrified.
You'd be absolutely petrified.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I would be.
In what sense?
Me, I'm a dolly. I'd be petrified. Well, I like men who are in the real world. I like bruiser men, men I can respect, and a man I look up to, and I can't look up to a dolly.
But he's pleased you. He's given you ecstatic bliss. You've cried ecstatic, blissful tears of joy. He's pleased you in every way possible throughout the night. Why not just accept that he's a dolly?
Good question, isn't it? Really? Yes.
What is holding you back? PP.
I'm very down to earth, DW. I'm very, very down to earth, and I like men who talk about their shitty jobs and this and the other. I'm very down. I like grumpy men. If a man starts, perpetual pleasure is to say, it's lovely, good for him. But I like my men to be grumpy and down to earth. And if a man veers from that, I'm not very happy anymore. And I
suppose it's not for everybody, PP, but
what he wants to do, that's fine.
This is why it's recommended not to go into those details about your eternal meditations with most people, because most of the time it will be misunderstood. Because usually people equate it with mundane things here, and then they misunderstand what you're getting at. So that's the main reason. And it's also not to agitate people's minds, because everyone has a very distinct internal meditation themselves, and not everyone is aligned eternally in the same paradise states or even similar ones. So one person's paradise state may be very distinct from another. So if you go into details that they never experience, even at the paradise level, it's just going to disturb them. And so in respect for other people's internal meditations, that's why it's recommended for the most part to simply focus on the singing, dancing, chanting, community aspects of things within the Hare Krishna fold, and only save the confidential meditative stuff for people who are aligned with you heavily on those meditations, basically.
Yes, you're right. Okay. He's perfectly right.
So PP, see, Chickpea, what you're saying is not PP's lived experience. The women he has lain down with and pleasured in the sat, the ones he's opened up to and told that he is actually a dolly, they have been okay with that. Now, I think what's going on here is he is attracting those types of people, but I don't know how that is. I don't know how that is happening, because he's not going out there, full frontal and saying, I am a dolly, but he's not being rejected for it either afterwards. Now, is it a case, PP, that there is something about you that attracts people that are, let's just say, okay with this, down with this, vibe with this? I mean, is it to do with your Hare Krishna meditation? Is it to do with your general kind of energy? I mean, are you kind of repelling the likes of Chickpea, who would be, horrified, as she said, with this, and terrified? And are you in some way attracting people who accept that you're a dolly?
Actually, I'm able to attract pretty much any female from any demographic, because I'm able to connect with the individual on a very deep level. Even if they don't directly relate with me, I'm actually able to exude myself and relate with them from my end. So in the sense that when I'm with women, they only experience the maximal degree of what they're desiring in a man. So I enact that role, remember? So as the love doll, I'm able to mimic perfectly whatever role. So I know exactly what women are wanting in terms of tone of, how I carry myself, tones I use, what to say in order for them to feel comfortable that they're interacting with a man-man-gur type being. So I perfectly imitate that 100%. That's why they don't feel any lack of
Someone
comfort
is
around
saying no means no. Chickpea has said no. Move along and just accept that she won't be charmed by your dolly inner nature. No, because Chickpea, you have got to. I'm just trying to explore this. Is it not the case, Chickpea, that you've just suddenly look? See, this is in many ways a false, let's just say, clinical setting. You haven't experienced PP. You haven't met him. And I'm just wondering, is that what it takes? It takes the meeting in the flesh, the spending time with him in person to suddenly, eventually accept the dolly nature of him.
Yeah, basically, women don't even bat an eyebrow if it comes up, and I only reveal it if they specifically ask me about stuff like that. Otherwise, I don't mention it. But yeah, it doesn't affect women at all in any negative way. Doesn't weird them out, anything like that, because they understand the context and what I'm actually getting at, and they have a very good ability to contrast external world stuff from inner, paradise meditative things at that point. So it's really my life experience has been pretty much in every case. Most times people have a drastically different experience of me in person than what they assume I'm like from simply talking to me online or interacting with me not in person. They're very consistently, people say, wow, I had no idea you were actually this type of person. I actually really get along with you well. I jive with you really good. This has been the case pretty much my whole life. Yeah, two totally different, like the person people assume I am is always wrong in almost every case, very off, unless they're in line with what I'm talking about here in terms of all these inner meditative stuff, which few people are. People are very surprised because they think I'm some sort of just hot-headed, angry, philosophical guy or something or whatever. But that's the furthest thing from the case.
So basically, because Chickpea has never met the dolly, she cannot accept the dolly. But if she met the dolly, she would accept the dolly. Now, in many ways,
I like my men to have a nice London English accent. And at your pleasure, it hasn't got that.
Really? Oh, well.
Yeah, I live in this country.
You haven't met the dolly, Chickpea. You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't.
Yeah, like I would for sure want to meet the dolly for sure. Hell yeah.
Would you? I wouldn't. No. I go for. I like down to earth men because who are very grounded in. I like my men grounded, and I like my men to just have an English accent. That's something. That's why I live in this country.
As a person.
Okay.
Anyway,
sorry. I want to say, PP. Someone says you're kind of like a wizard of some sort. You're some kind of enigmatic, hypnotic charmer. Maybe you've got supernatural powers. And you're a very strange fellow, but in a kind of intriguing, interesting way.
Yeah.
Not in a bad way. Just there seems something that sets you apart from others. Have you ever thought perhaps that you are set apart from others? You're not they talk about NPCs and other people being like soulless or just here to kind of play a kind of role without agency. Have you ever thought that perhaps you're on another level?
Well, I would say this. We live in a world now where everybody everywhere is accusing everybody else of being an NPC the second they dislike them or dislike what they have to say, right?
Yeah.
So, and we also live in a world where everybody's considering themselves to be a set-apart, unique individual, hyper-unique person. However, if you do the opposite psychologically and in consciousness, if you, in fact, immerse yourself in obsessive gratefulness towards others, the very concept of being a set apart, either a set apart or a superior or as anything other than an NPC. In other words, you immerse in a psychology where your entire brain and everything you think and feel is obsessively thankful to everyone else everywhere. So there's no room in your mind to think at all that I am this set apart or I am this either set apart or superior, either one. You're simply immersed in appreciating every single thing everyone else does, however small it may be, that's in any way, shape, or form, even slightly nice or other than cruel, right? So basically, what it does is it puts you in a headspace where you're automatically in a state of humility because there's no conception of above or below, or I'm better over here, they're worse over there. So the NPC versus non-NPC narrative doesn't mean anything anymore, because you're just immersed in gratefulness purely, right? That's so it's a very practical thing. It's actually not anything mystical or anything like this. It's actually extremely practical. If you actually fixate and focus on every little teeny slight anything ever that somebody does to you that's other than cruel. It doesn't even have to be specifically kind. It actually puts you in a totally different state of mind about everything, actually. And it makes you calmer, makes you more relaxed, it makes you care about others, makes you more forgiving. It makes you immediately able to bounce out of mistakes or accidental things you did to harm others. It allows you to forgive yourself as well. And it's a totally different mindset and headspace, but it's very practical. And anyone can do it. It's just a matter of very few people want to obsessively fixate on every little microscopic thing there is to be grateful for. Most people want to focus on every little micro thing there is to be ungrateful for instead. So therefore, their consciousness gets immersed in the opposite, right?
Okay,
and there you go.
Thank you, PP. One thing about PP is when you ask a question, I'll be honest with you, there's very few people like this on the channel. When you ask PP a question, he will give you an answer. Okay. And that's one of the great things about PP. He goes into levels of detail that I would say other people struggle to verbalize, struggle to even, like, let's just say it's not even on their horizon. People may not agree with his answers, but my God, he goes into it when he's asked the question.
Depth.
So
yeah,
PP, congratulations and kudos for that. Chickpea, someone is asking in the chat that they reckon they've got a London accent, so they might be in there. But they're asking you, what is a well-grounded man?
Oh, what is a man? That kind of goes into the question.
Well-grounded man. I don't know. I just. Oh God, that's a difficult question, actually. I mean, I just go for men.
You're the one that says you like a well-grounded man, so you're the one who has that.
Well, I like a man who treats others like he wants to be treated himself, which is how I am, or I try to be. Okay, I like a guy that, I'm not looking for happy, clappy men, because I'm not a happy. I just look for men that more intelligent than myself, and I haven't looked for a man for 30 years, but clever guys. What do I look for? I go for looks anyway, but I do. It's very. I go for what people would call probably quite boring men, quite ordinary. But I do go for looks, and of course, eating habits. I only share a table with certain types of people. So it's looks.
Thanks for that. I want to go to the topic of the show then, and we'll go to Fatima next, and then Chickpea. Fatima, in relation to the ice-breaking topic of the show that was initiated to start conversation, and my God, we've had a conversation.
Yeah, we
did.
For
you, what are the best days of your life, and are they even all that good? You can talk about yourself or in general the human perspective on this matter, but what are the best days of our lives, and are they even all that good?
Well, I can only speak about for myself, and the best days of my life are holidays and vacations, hands down. My first one was my trip to Cancun, Mexico. We stayed in a resort that kind of looked like a ancient Egyptian a pyramid hotel, whatever. Yeah. And then I went to Spain last year. I went to Asturias, Madrid, Barcelona. It was a beautiful, beautiful place to be. Yeah. And
why was it the best days of your life? And was it even that good looking back upon reflection?
No.
Was it even that good?
They were the best days of my life. Those were when I was always like the happiest. No, because those were like the times, like they were like small pockets or flares in my life where like I genuinely felt like happy, I guess you can say. Yeah. And
looking back, was it that great? Looking back, knowing what you know now, was it that great?
Was it that great? I would say so, honestly, because those were holidays. I took a break from my life here to go somewhere else, and and it was pretty nice. And this is coming from a person who, you know, doesn't enjoy life like 95% of the time, but like those 2 times in my life, you know, those were pretty great times in my life. And like, I guess the day I realized like I am who I was, and I started to, you know, change and transition. Yeah, that was like another good day, but that's more of like an ongoing process of things. So yeah, I think those 3 things are like the best days of my, or like the highlights in my life. Yeah. But I would.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
We'll move to Chickpea. We're trying to be more inclusive here, get everybody in. Chickpea.
You're gonna like this one.
What are the best days of your life, and are they even all that good looking back? I mean, looking back, I mean, try not to be biased. Try not to look with rose-tinted glasses.
We're gonna like this one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the best days of my life were in the psychiatric unit. My 8 months in the hospital, because they were very.
Sorry, how long? How long?
I was told I was there for 8 months altogether. I was very ill. I was under a section. I told you.
And you were there because you were. Let's just say you were thinking of ending it.
No, I wasn't me thinking of ending it. I told you I'd been seeing this. This hypnotherapist had dragged out all the hatred I felt towards my mother, and I told the psychiatrist that I wanted to blah blah her.
So you were homicidally and
I was homicidal. Yes, I was homicidal.
So you were in a psych ward because you were homicidal, and it was the best days of your life.
Yes, part of other things. And the other days would have been when I was living with my grandmother in Holland before my mother, you know, from when I was with Oma, my gran, back in Rotterdam.
So people are struggling to connect these two, you know, what seem at odds with each other. Chickpea, you were sectioned for being homicidal.
Yes.
And yet that period was the best.
Because I was in a very nice, I was in that ward, we were totally taken away from the real world, you know. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't in survival mode. And I was completely, because you don't forget, I'd lost my home, I'd lost everything. Everything was, I had destroyed everything in self-destruct buttoning. And I was taken away from it all. There was about 20 of us on the ward, I think. Most of us suffered from severe depression or psychosis or whatever. And it was a really beautiful piece. I know it sounds crazy, but it was actually a very nice, peaceful place. And we didn't watch TV. We didn't listen to the radio. We used to have lots of group therapy. We had a smoking room where we could sit and smoke and drink cups of coffee. And all our needs were met for a while, and we were just taken away from society so we could mend or heal or something. It was like they were healing our mental wounds.
So I presume you weren't homicidally enraged.
No, I wasn't. What happened was, DNW, like I told you, I had a very bad time with her. I was.
Someone's asking, were you drugged? Were you heavily under the influence? Is that why was good?
No, I wasn't. I was an antidepressant. What happened was I suppressed all my memories. I completely suppressed all my memories. The hypnotist that I went to see in London completely unleashed everything. And he unleashed a murderous rage inside me. I mean, I was murderous, which was one of the reasons why I left London, cleared off to Rochester to get away from my mother and everything, because I was really ready to lash out. And I told the doctors all this, and then they, it wasn't a particularly, I was in a bad way. I was in a very.
You went to a psychotherapist. You didn't some might say this is a warning about against going to psychotherapy. So you went to psychotherapy for the. You didn't go there because you were distressed, did you? You went there to give up smoking.
I tried to unlive myself.
Oh.
What happened was I tried to unlive myself. A neighbour found me in my flat. He had a feeling something was wrong. He broke into my flat. Well, I had actually broken one of the windows into my door, so he could get in anyway. But he sensed something was wrong because he hadn't seen me for a couple of days. And basically, I was laying in a coma on the living room floor. So they took me to hospital. When I came round, psychiatrist asked me what was wrong, and the whole story came out. And if, as a patient, you talk about wanting to terminate somebody, that is classed as pre-criminal ideation or something, and they have the right to section you. They didn't
for the
section
safety
me.
of that person. Yeah.
They didn't section me as such. I was told, just stay on the ward, because if we will have to unofficially section you, you're not allowed to leave the ward, because I would have had to go into a heavy duty ward. I was in a light duty ward. It was I wasn't, and I met these two guys in there. I've forgotten their names just now, but I met these two lovely guys in there. Both were in the same situation as myself. Whole lives have fallen apart because they lost their jobs, their lives, this, that. And the three of us tottled along for all those months. And although one of them did commit suicide in the end, but we were just protected from the world as if I've had a ton of psychotherapy. And
I'm so sorry to hear all this. I didn't
Why?
know, but
It was not a bad time, D&W. It wasn't a bad time. They were the best
days of your life. Wow.
I healed. And of course, living with Oma.
Did you go up when you left? Did you make up with Mumsy? I mean, did you?
Yes, I made up. They got rid of.
And so basically, you didn't want to off her anymore.
Well, I'm not a murderous person,
What the hell brought that on? I mean, isn't it quite terrifying to think that this, little lady. I mean, you're not a big woman. You were a petite, slim, very slim lady. People walking down the street, might have given you the eye up and down. They never thought they would have been bringing home a wannabe murderer.
But only towards my mother. Only towards my mother. My mother was very nasty to me when I was young. Granted,
I believe they call that.
Is it? Yeah, she was a horrible mother. Horrible, and she really screwed me up. She really did.
How did you come to grips with these horrible feelings? Did you come to forgive her? Did you come to accept that she was doing her best? That she too wasn't a perfect being, like none of us are.
Yeah.
She was just a human being trying to get on with life, trying to do her best, and she was dealing with the cards that she got dealt with her.
Yeah.
I mean, how did you come to grips? How did you end up? Did you end up loving her rather than wanting to?
I miss her now. I do miss. I know it sounds insane. She died 3 years ago, and I wish she was still alive. I know how crazy that all is, but we are shaped by the first 7 years of our life something we don't even remember, and that's what we're shaped by. But she was when
do you
she
think
married.
You lost your mind, Chippy? Let's be honest. You lost your mind. You lost your marbles. You had
No, I wasn't. I didn't lose my mind. Well, maybe I did. I don't know. Probably did, but yeah, my mother was a bully towards me. When she married my stepfather, I don't know what the hell happened there. She should have never married him. She should have never had children with him, and I paid the price. I was the scapegoat, and she took it all out of me because she was very violent towards me, and she was always saying to me, "No, you can't. I couldn't do that when I was in the war in Holland." She was jealous of her own daughter.
Now, this was pre or after that time when you found out you lived before and you chose.
No, it was at the same time. It was all at the same time. The hypnotist.
So basically, so this is what I'm saying, Chippy. You went to a hypnotist to give up smoking.
Yes,
the hypnotist put you into a trance-like state in which you feel that you went back in time and witnessed your own conception, and you realized you chose your own birth parents. Okay.
Well, I didn't choose them, but I don't know.
You felt yourself getting sucked in, and you realized you saw your own conception. You realized you were born with a V on your forehead.
Mm-hmm.
But was this the actual therapy session that caused your later psychosis, wanting to end your?
No, it was before. This was the last thing. This was the last thing that happened. The thing with the pre-birth. I started remembering my childhood because I blocked everything out. I'm
struggling here, Chippy. This therapy session was before or after you got?
There was 3 or 4 different therapy sessions. I went to see him 3 or 4 different times. I went to stop smoking.
After which therapy session did you want to go and end your mother?
Oh, it would be the first or second.
But it was all because you wanted to give up smoking initially.
Yes, that's what it was. Wow. A weird glitch.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? Wanting to give up smoking ended up with you wanting to end your mother.
Well, because I was, smoking probably to get some sort of, I don't know. But what happened was he said the word hate to me, and I remember saying to him, "I hate my mother."
Wow.
And it all started. Yeah, well, that's what hypnosis does. That's what.
Does it leave you thinking that perhaps therapy is dangerous? That perhaps these therapists haven't a fucking clue, and they're getting you to think about things, remember things from the past that perhaps, let's be honest, you might be mistaken about what you think, because there are these things called false memories. Before you went to see this therapist, you were functioning relatively okay. All you wanted to do was give up smoking, and then suddenly you end up in a cycle wanting to end your mother.
No, it doesn't actually, because I've had mental health problems all my life. Okay, I started very young. Okay. And many years ago, I went to the Maudsley, the Maudsley, the hospital? Yeah. Right. And the doctors there did some tests on me, and they told me that I suffered from impaired learning ability. So I asked them, how did I get this? And they said to me, you've got a lot of unresolved trauma. Unresolved meaning, because our trauma starts in our first 7 years of life.
With respect, could they not have said that to anybody? I mean, we could all say that.
Well, I don't know. I suppose. I mean, the thing is, D&W, all my life, I've had mental health. Do you
believe they looked into your soul, looked into your mind? I mean, you could say that about anybody, Chickpea. Is it helpful to say that?
Jung did say that we should all go to we should all enter psychoanalysis once we reach the age of 18, because
he would say that. He had a bias towards saying that because he was a fucking psychotherapist.
Yeah, I'm very pro psychiatric.
It's like a fucking window washer telling you need your windows washed.
Thing is, all right, D&W, we live in a really screwed up world. We're all screwed up by our first years of life, because all that anger and aggression and everything starts when we're very, very young, and we can't release it properly because we don't remember it properly, because our parents won't let us won't let us release it, and that builds up and up and up until you end up the sort of psychosis you see on the streets nowadays. Now, D&W, for all my faults, I have never hit anyone in my entire life. People have struck me, but I've never hit anyone. I've never done anything horrible to anyone. I'm not a nice person, because I know that. But I try and treat other people well. I have my arguments in here, but then I'm still releasing my... That's why I come here, D&W, for group therapy.
You ever met a nice person?
Of course I have. Of course I've met nice people. But we're all... I think unless you're very, very lucky and you've had a good parenting... I think a lot of us are damaged by our own parents. You've heard that on here.
Yeah, we were.
Okay, interesting. I don't know who's next. It's either.
I haven't told you the other good time I had when I was with my grandmother in Rotterdam. When I lived in Oma.
Oh, that's in the Netherlands. Nice.
Yeah,
right?
Well, I am Dutch. I lived with my gran for a few years, and my parents divorced, and I lived in Rotterdam. My mother went out to work, and I had the loveliest few years because I had such a nice time in Rotterdam. My family, my extended family, and I feel like crying.
Were you surrounded by tulips, Chickpea?
What?
Were you surrounded by tulips from Amsterdam?
No, I lived. Hi, Ricardo. No, I lived in Rotterdam by the docks. I lived in my
Ricardo, you're the only tulip around here, my friend.
Ricardo, yeah. No, my Oma lived right by. Oh God, I love my grand. So Oma lived right by the docks. She was very working class old dear with 10 kids. And, yeah, I loved it there. Sorry.
Harry Baker says he wants to know D&W's opinion on antidepressants. I mean, if they work for you, great. They don't work for everybody, but if they work for you, great. Be careful. Do it under medical supervision. And, don't listen to anybody else. Listen to yourself. And if you feel better, fantastic. But as I said, do it under medical supervision. Do it with guidance from close people. Make sure there's someone looking over you and after you. That's it. I can't say because everyone's brain chemistry is different. I'm not going to fucking comment on whether you should or shouldn't take them.
Can I have my say on antidepressants, please?
Well, you can say it from your perspective, but don't give fucking advice on the matter.
No. I've got some experience, quite a lot of experience with antidepressants.
This is not medical advice. This is Ricardo's own experience.
Okay,
Ricardo, you two had some bad experiences.
I don't know what I'm going to say, but sorry, Fatima. What did you say?
Oh no, I'm saying that you two also had some not so great experiences because I'm also in that boat too. I
was on them for years. I was on them probably from the age of 23 to the age about 33. And I tried. I wasn't just on one. I was on all kinds of different ones. Olanzapine, chlorpromazine was the first. That's antipsychotic, but some of them are mixed with antipsychotic. So it's like you get two things in one. But I tried so many different kinds, and it's like I was trying to look for the Holy Grail or something, thinking there was a perfect pill out there that if I found it and I got the right dose, it would make me feel, amazing, or at least right in the head. And I gave up searching because I was on the wrong path. So I just walked away from the system, and that was that. But I've got a lot of experience of mental health, like Chickpea. I've been in psychiatric wards, although never sectioned, against.
I wasn't sectioned. Well, I was unofficially sectioned.
I was only inside. I was only. You went to.
I went in twice. Sorry, Fatima. I went in twice, and it was all from my own choice. So
yeah.
I lasted like 3 months the first time and about 2 weeks the second time, because they gave me 24 hours to get my stuff and move out, and it was really unkind because I had nowhere to go. I was in a city. I wasn't in my hometown, and I had to sleep rough basically for that night till I got home the next day.
Damn,
and they didn't care.
Wow. So I was very lucky. What hostel I was in?
The NHS for you.
Oh, when was that? Because I was ill.
20 years ago.
Huh?
That was 20 years ago. That was the last time I would have been in hospital was about maybe 2005 or something.
Yeah.
Around 2005, 2010.
Yeah, I was really lucky. I mean, like when I was there, I had this lovely doctor, and he was like, he put me under his wings, literally, like some sort of cockerel, and just looked after me. And he was a lovely man.
You're lucky there. You're lucky there. I never found any decent psychiatrist worth a shit who.
No, I was very lucky.
Me neither.
Anything deeper in my being and fucking actually help me with anything.
Yeah.
Now I'll tell you, Ricardo, if that doctor, he even got me the flat I'm living in now. If that doctor hadn't have been there for me, I don't like to think about it too much, to be quite honest, because he just really soothed me. Huh?
That's great that you found someone.
Okay, guys, I want to go back to the topic here. Ricardo, what are the best days of our lives, and are they even that good?
Oh God, the best days in my life. Like, okay, I'm gonna start with the first one. The first one was being surrounded by my loving family. I'm like 10, 11, 12 or something. I'm getting presents every Christmas. I've got everything, I need. I've got all the love I need, and I just wish it lasted. So that was one time in my life, because I did have good parents. I was loved. And I feel very lucky for that, because I know not everybody had that.
Yeah,
it was temporary as well, so it didn't last that long, and we ended up arguing and fucking bickering and falling out over little things eventually. So
that weird that happens.
That happens all the time. No, it happens between me and my family and friends. Yeah,
me and my brother, me and my brother don't get on anymore. We're just like we just don't talk.
That's not surprising, it's just not surprising to me.
I wonder why that is.
Well, it starts like this. It's like a snowball effect. Like the smallest issues, they build up.
People don't.
I think I know what it is for my mum, Chickpea. It was definitely for my mum especially. It was the teenager effect. So when me and my brother became teenagers, that's when she just could not fucking handle it. She couldn't handle us. We get over emotional, start slamming doors, defying orders, doing her own thing, saying fuck you, smoking, spitting, swearing, whatever.
You naughty boy.
So, but I only want to
fucking psychopath.
And it's funny, Ricardo, because you come across as
loves
such
me.
a lovely, calm, sweet guy.
Yeah, you you
This is
come
it.
across as
He
very
comes
like
across as
level-headed.
a mellow-mannered
Yeah, real
sweetheart.
sweet. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's nice. I have
I
had
mean,
my moment.
he is. But like the thing is, for a while, his hormones were all over the place. He was dazed and confused, and he was a right handful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And BMW, do you know
But
that
he managed to get
Bombs.
back on track. He managed to get back on track. He learned his lessons, and now he's a sage, providing wisdom and guidance for all the lost sheep in the world.
Yeah.
sorry, BMW, do you know that the vast majority of prisoners, like the vast majority of psychiatric patients, come from very, very dysfunctional backgrounds? And it all builds up somehow, or either land up in
There you
prison.
go. I mean, the ones from functional backgrounds don't get caught.
Of course, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, like how many like rich families have unstable children? Like I don't think the children of like Hollywood's celebrities are stable. Like the son of Tom Hanks is not stable. Oh my god, he's like a drug addict.
Don't name names. Don't name names. You don't have to do that to people.
But everyone knows who
I want to. Yeah, but you don't have to. Look, just think about the poor individual. He didn't choose to be the son of a celebrity. Come on.
Okay,
I want to
fine.
bring Witchy Bishy into the conversation. Witchy Bishy, what are the best days of your life? And, were they even all that good upon reflection? Perhaps years later, days later, hours later.
So the best days of my life are now. I went through a lot of healing and I moved into growth, and the growth feels wonderful and I feel alive and I really love my life now. And if anything, I see better days coming, but the best are now. I finally have come to a place in my life where I'm happy and I like it that way.
I'm really happy to hear that. I mean, he's just left, I believe, but that is the kind of the same answer that Perpetual Pleasurist gave, that his best days are now, it's ongoing.
Yeah.
He's feeling ecstatic bliss with things as they are.
I actually can agree with that, DNW. Like the best days are yet to come, because me being who I am and me having like a future somewhere else, abroad, like I do think that, I don't know what's gonna happen, but like some things are but there's some cool things that could happen, in my lifetime, in my future,
Okay. Life Abolitionism says that his best days were in high school.
Oh, those were not my best days. Those were my.
He also said earlier he had a good 8 years of really of good days. So there you go.
8 years. That's a long time, though.
Anybody want to come on? Link is in the live chat. We're talking about the best days of our life and wondering, were they all that good upon reflection?
I do want to throw out that, like many on the panel here, I've experienced a lot of trauma and whatnot. I did some intense therapies and inpatient treatment when I was young, but mostly outpatient. I've tried medications, I've tried a lot of things. And for me, when I actually found my way out of it was through behavioral therapies, CBT and DBT.
Yeah.
When I changed what I do, I changed the way I think, and I could rewire neural pathways, and it's really, really changed my life. But that's for me.
Yeah, I've heard about CBT.
It's good that you say that. That was for you. It's good that you distinguished that. Yeah.
I like group therapy the best because it gets. Yeah, that's why I come here. It's a bit of group therapy. Well, hey.
Somewhat. Yeah, it is a type of group therapy.
It's a form of group therapy. Get rid of our negative
group therapy.
What?
It's online group therapy. It's online. It does.
Yeah, I've said to DNW he should go. He should set up group therapy classes and charge us. I'm sure you'd get a bit of money for it.
Yeah.
That comes with responsibility and liabilities that I'm not willing to take on.
Okay.
We don't blame you for that.
I am not your savior. I don't know what's going on. This is a selfish project as well as hopefully a helpful project. in that I'm trying to find out what is going on.
So it's helping you too, yes.
I'm trying to be mutually beneficial. I am not your savior.
I didn't say you were DNW.
Cheers, got kicked out.
So one of the things I've learned from my experience with quote unquote psychotherapies and group therapies is that the best way to have a group therapy is without a leader, with only those who have experienced what they're talking about sharing amongst one another, rather than having some trained professional sit above everyone and try to judge or measure them.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Shouldn't be a hierarchy.
And I kind of thought that's what Gnosis was. When I've been in here, there's been some interesting topics, but they're all seem to revolve around trying to find that way to connect and learn from each other, as well as teach each other without there being a hierarchy. And I thought that's what Gnosis was, but maybe I'm confused.
No, you're not confused. We have two newbies. Richard Alvis, man, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome, brother. What would you like to say about the best days of your life? And you know, the question upon reflection, were they even that good?
Teenage years, from when I was a kid. I guess.
Sorry?
I enjoyed those. I guess my teenage years were all the best days of my life.
Yeah.
Your teenage years were the best days of your life. The whole of your teenage years?
I would say so, yeah. Up to the age of 20. And obviously, when you get an adult, things happen and stuff like that.
Richard, you're very quiet, brother. I'm struggling to hear you. Can you speak up a bit and maybe speak into your microphone?
How does my voice sound now?
Well, your voice sounds fine. It's just very low.
Oh, right. I'll have to figure this out. Be back.
Okay, brother.
Be back.
We have life abolitionism. Life abolitionism, those were the best days of your life. When were they? And were they even that good upon reflection? I mean, or were you just blissfully ignorant? I mean, that's another way of looking at it. What we view as our best days, are the good old days, were they really that good upon reflection? I mean, were you just ignorant? Were you an arsehole, but just you didn't really know you were an arsehole? I mean, that might be a bleak, pessimistic way of looking at it, but there was an element of truth in that. Like, when I was blissfully happy, I was an ignorant bastard in many ways.
No, I don't think I was an asshole. I would say I was ignorant because I was unaware of how the world actually works. But I would say probably high school through like my first 4 years in the military, and I was an undergrad also. When I was in high school, I mean, I guess I have to start out with my childhood, that I was abused by my mother. We were poor. We lived in a bad neighborhood. And then when I went to high school, I moved with my dad. We lived in a nice middle-class neighborhood. I went to a nice school. I had a lot of friends. I had an allowance. I had a car. I mean, then I eventually got a job, and, you know, I had nice clothes, and I was able to take trips for the summer and do things that I wanted to do. And then, you know, and I had interests. I was very popular. I don't know. And then in the military, it was like I was, you know, I joined at 17, and I got promoted pretty quickly, and I was in college, and I don't think I was necessarily having fun like everybody else, but I think it was because I thought that I had a future. It was looking towards the future, and the fact that I was so busy, I didn't feel depressed. And then things sort of went awry after law school. Probably the first year, then I met this guy, and things just went to shit. So I don't know. But I think that when you don't see the ugliness of the world, that it really allows you to be happy. But you can't unsee what you actually see. So I don't think I can ever go back to being ignorant like that.
So you kind of agree with me then, because you said the best days of your life were when you were ignorant.
Right. But and I was Christian, and I was trying to be a good person. I would help. That's when I was a sacrificial animal. I would give money to like the homeless people. I would always like, put other people first. But I thought I was being rewarded for it. I thought it was going to be returned. I thought that at some point, like karma would reward me, and then it's like, okay, there is no karma.
Okay, DNW, before you ask Den, I want to just clarification from you in LA real quick. Are you saying that you equate ignorance with happiness?
I do.
Well, I'm just saying that when I was happy, I wasn't generally thinking about the suffering around me or the abysmal state of affairs in the world.
Okay, because I personally see that from a different perspective, but I just wanted to be clear on what you guys were saying, so I wasn't misconstruing it.
Well, and then part of it was I was ignorant about my relationship with my parents. I thought my parents cared about me. I didn't know they were narcissists. I thought that, I had a good relationship with them. And so, yeah, I would go and visit. I did feel like I was...
LA. Are we not all on a narcissistic spectrum? And maybe they're not like full out narcissistic personality disorder. Maybe they just have narcissistic tendencies like everybody does.
No. Full-blown narcissists who completely sabotage my career. At least my mother, they're both. My father was a covert narcissist. My mother was a malignant narcissist. Yeah. But I didn't know anything about that at the time. I just felt like I was her son. I was supposed to do what she told me to do. So I didn't see it as being abusive or exploitive. But now looking, hindsight is 20/20. So, I could never enjoy being around her because I see her for what she really is.
DW, can I just say something to you? Now, what we're doing? What we're doing right now is exactly the same as what we used to do in the hospital when I was on the ward. We'd be a crowd of us sitting in a circle, talking in the exact same way, and there'd be the psychiatrist.
Chippy, come and take your medication. It's time to go to bed, dear.
Oi. Ooh. I'm only being nice to you.
Thank you. Those were the best days of your life. So I feel honored that the best days of your life are being compared to the Finding Gnosis show.
No, but that's why I can't. But this is. I'm just saying, what we're doing now is just like we used to do. We had in the hospital, exactly the same. Yeah, it is like Ricardo.
Whilst you're there, Chickpea, Mr. Danny Shine is here. He says, "Hi, Chickpea. He bought the cream for his broken ankle, and he also bought those capsules, the acid you recommended. What is the correct dosage?"
Right. Insofar as
you can email him, DannyShine@gmail.com, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. DannyShine@gmail.com. All right, then I will sod off.
No. Just say, can you tell him on air as well if you want?
Right. Danny, you have to use it 4 times a day. Just rub it all over your broken ankle. Just get put your finger in the cream, dig a whole load out, and then just rub it in. You do that 4 times a day. The capsules, I don't know what level you've bought. I don't know what it says on the back, but I would start off on 300 milligrams a day, see how that goes, and then double it up in about a week's time to 600 milligrams, and make sure you take it with some food in your stomach.
Oh,
it does work.
Yeah,
because it'll sit in your chest and it'll actually burn if you do it on an empty stomach.
Ouch. Yeah. Damn.
But no, this cream, I tell you, these capsules, everyone, because they really do something quite profound to your body. Because as we get older, our sweat glands stop working properly. Which is why we start which is dangerous in hot weather, because I've got that problem. It gets your sweat glands.
People overheat, don't they? And they die.
Yes, you can't cool down.
Yeah, heat stroke.
Crazy stuff.
And I've noticed.
I want to go. Sorry.
And I've noticed that my sweat glands are working properly again. So it makes a profound difference to your body. Yes, it is good. I don't like it, and I've got to buy deodorant again.
We have Chickpea BO again on the buses.
Oh.
I don't go on the bus.
Can I go back to LA? Live abolitionism. You said you had 8 years of delight, the best years of your life. I mean, some might say you had your turn. What are you complaining about?
I was ignorant. I didn't know any better. Like I was.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Some might say, look, you had 8 years of happiness. That's more than a lot of people have had. Why not just accept that your turn is over now and it's time to help others have their time?
It wasn't real happiness though. It was like I was working now. I was going to school. Like I was happy because I thought I had a future. Like I was working towards happiness, and that in and of itself made me feel happy. But I thought there was a light at the end of the tunnel. So I already paid my dues, and there was no light at the end of the tunnel. Like I never actually reaped the rewards for the work that I put into it.
Well, the reward was the 8 years of happiness that you've already had. That is the you've had 8 years of happiness.
Well, what I mean is like when I was in the military, I was in college, so I was like taking night courses and I was always studying stuff. Everybody else was going out and partying and getting drunk and I didn't do all that stuff.
It doesn't matter what everyone was doing. The point is you were happy for 8 years. It's not time to just accept that you had a good run, and it's time to maybe help others be happy, no matter how they get into it. Whether it's staying in the library while others are going out, doesn't really matter as long as you're happy. It's time for you to help others be happy.
I wouldn't say that I was happy. I wasn't miserable like I am now. I was much better, but it wasn't like some kind of gleeful happiness where I just woke up. Like I guess I was just like everybody else. I was ignorant. I was Christian, so I thought I was going to die and go to heaven. I definitely wasn't a pessimist back then. But I wouldn't say that I was happy.
Okay, so you weren't happy. Okay, I got you. I want to bring in, I think it was, am I right, Denizen, you're next. I know Objective Ethics is here as well, but I think you came in first, am I right?
Sure.
Yeah, what do you think are the best years of our life, or the best days of our life? And upon reflection, in the sober light of day, are they even that great?
The best day of our lives?
You know, it's often you hear people say, "Oh, those were the best days of my life." You know, some people say the school days were the best days of their life, or you know, the time when they were out socializing, gallivanting as young adults. Some people say your elder years are the best years of your life, when you relax with grandkids in your lap. Some people say that married life is the best years. Everyone has different perspectives on this. I'm just wondering, what do you think are the best years of your life or of the average human's life? And upon reflection, if you look at it like without the rose-tinted glasses, are these really even that great?
I don't know if I can speak for anybody else, but I think the best days of my life have yet to come.
Oh.
Okay, brother. Well, I hope they do come for you. What about the possibility that there are gradients of goodness? Would you say that some years have been better than others? Like have some years been what you classify as the best?
The best years of our lives.
Is Danny there?
The best so far, probably in between leaving my house, like my parents, and entering corporate America. That time in between, I didn't have any masters, and I was able to explore the world on my own terms and find out who I really am.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah. I get it. You were out there exploring, discovering, and enjoying life with all your faculties and the best of your physical health, etc.
Yeah, really to my ability to, short of having a passport everywhere, even places, forbidden places. If I heard or saw a place, I went there and with people. I didn't, I met all different kinds of people from, the very rich to the homeless. And I remember one of the most rewarding things I ever did was I traveled around with the Christian biker gang feeding the homeless, and I had a penny to my name or a place to live.
Wow. That sounds amazing. How long did you do that for?
A couple of years.
Wow.
Like about a year and a half.
So what did that entail then? You're going from city to city, kind of just handing out meals and money for food, is it? Or what was it? How did you get the funds to do that? How did the Christian biker gang get that?
Donations, contributions, and then using their own money. It was pretty clever the way they would maximize food. I had never seen anything like it. It might seem mundane in retrospect, but like the chef would, take rice and beans, and then just a little tiny bit of meat, and mostly just rice and beans, which, this was the 90s. So food prices were much, much lower. This was before the .com bust. And, you could feed 50 to 100 people with like $5 or $10 worth of rice and beans. And then, you just maybe take a few dollars worth of ham and throw it in there. And a lot of churches would get involved too. Churches back then would provide food and shelter, and you couldn't always sleep there though. But it was a place where you could go during the day to, not get arrested and stay out of trouble. They even had, psych wards back in those days here. We don't have those anymore here, and like community centers. Those are all gone.
Interesting. So totally different times. Okay, thank you, Denizen. We've got objective ethics on the Finding Gnosis show. Objective ethics. What do you think are the kind of the best days of our lives, and are they even all that good?
Well, I appreciate you bringing me up, brother. And I only have a quick minute because I got to get off to work. But I just wanted to just share with you guys and everybody listening and whoever might watch this video later. If today isn't the best day of your life, then your life is literally just passing you by. You're doing something wrong, because every day we exist, we have an opportunity to take in information. We will take in information. I don't care if you're sitting in a cell isolated from everyone else, or you're in a torture camp somewhere, whatever it is, no matter where you're at, you're going to be taking in new information. And when we take in new information, we have an opportunity to take in more knowledge. And with knowledge, we have an opportunity to develop more wisdom. Wisdom is the fundamental virtue. Once you have wisdom, you can understand the difference between things like courage and recklessness, or self-respect and arrogance, love and infatuation, so on and so forth. And so every day gives you an opportunity to really, truly understand the value of every experience, good or bad. So I think that if today isn't the best day of your life, then you're missing the opportunities that you've been given just simply by existing each moment. And with that, I'm going to jump out of here and wish you all a very good day.
You too.
That's a very wholesome perspective to share with everybody. Thank you for that, OE. And I do hope that you have a great time at work. And we appreciate you, brother. Thanks for coming on, and we look forward to next time.
May I comment on that?
To the world?
You may.
So while I agree with him, I only take issue with the you should, or other people, or you're missing out, you're not doing it right, because we're each here to have our own experience.
Yes.
And your experience was exactly like mine. I couldn't learn from you nor teach you.
The cat.
Did.
There you go.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Was you cute?
Yes.
Actually, D&W, I don't have a terrible life at all, because I've got 7 lovely cats to love.
Yeah, and there's going to be ebbs and flows. Like, I remember recently, probably one of the worst things that happened to me was when Putin invaded and the stock market crashed. I lost 6 figures.
Oh no!
and I had a lot of plans, you know, for me and my family and people that I made promises to. And, you know, the 6 months following that was probably some of the worst times in my life.
Yes,
So
I get that. Yes.
I think not acknowledging that and realizing that is a little bit, you know,
Yes.
privileged and naive. And that's not to say that I don't have better times ahead, you know.
That must be horrible. Sorry that happened.
No, thank you.
Yeah, a lot of people lost a lot of things in that era.
Yes, nice.
Yeah, a shit ton of things. Yeah. So don't feel.
I want to bring PGA, Fantasy PGA Tour on to the Finding Gnosis show. Great to see you again, brother. We're talking about the best days of our lives, and I'm wondering, were they even all that good? Would you like to take the floor and say what you want to say on the subject?
The best days of my life, yeah. The best days of my life, probably 18, 19, 20 years old, I'd say. But I would say that they were absolutely brilliant. I won't lie to you. It was probably had multiple lifetimes worth of joy within those couple of years. But it was pretty much condensed to those few years. I've still had a decent life since then, but nothing to touch those years. So yeah, probably I don't know what we can talk about on here, so I probably can't go into in depth as to why it was so good. But yeah, I would say that.
Well, you can. I mean, as you're
Hookers and blow.
you can use rhyming scheme, etc. If it's a bit controversial, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of code
Hookers
words.
and blow.
Not far off the second one, but different type, more psychological influences. But yeah, I just had like a real
psychedelics.
Basically, yeah, basically. So I just
So
had a
basically, the best days of your life were taking substances that made you have different experiences outside the norm of what would have been available to you otherwise.
Yeah. But I also had like a real big group of friends as well, probably about 10 of us that were all doing it, sort of living together pretty much. But I was also in Australia at that period as well, because I did high school in Australia, and then I was also living there for the few years after high school also, whereas now I'm in the UK, so even just that environmental shift is quite drastic. But yeah, obviously the psychological influences helped a lot. Had a real strong euphoric experiences quite frequently, so it was a real good time. Yeah. What did LA say? I want to know what LA said after speaking to him last night.
He said his high school and his kind of young adult years when he joined the military. He said he had about 8 good years.
Oh, in the military, yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
So he had more, better year, more of a longer duration of good years than you did.
Yeah. Were you a Navy man, LA?
Look, a thought just come to my mind,
Army?
and I think this is true for a lot of us. Is it the case perhaps that sometimes we went too high? We had too much of a good time, and then when you come to experience the kind of mundane nature of normality and everyday life, perhaps it's such a contrast. It's so let's just say it just doesn't compare to the greatness of ecstatic joy and bliss that you had during that period or those years or days when you were extremely happy. And perhaps that is why some people feel extremely low, because just nothing compares.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I was happy. I'm saying I wasn't miserable. Like I was just like everybody else.
No, you're not getting to my point, LA. I'm saying you had a great time, and basically when that time came to a close, the continuation of your life just wasn't as good as that time. And so it's not necessarily because the world is a shit place that you feel bad. It's because you had such a good time that day-to-day normality doesn't compare to that good. So it's like you're lamenting something. You've had too much of a good thing, and now you have to live in normality, and it's just such a lacking because you know how good it could be. if you know what I mean. So if you hadn't had those good times, perhaps you wouldn't feel so low as you do.
First times are
I don't think
blessings,
I
huh?
had such good times. I think that I wasn't miserable. I felt like I had a promising future. And so I was just working and going to school, but it's not, no, it just went down. It's not like I had some highs that were so wonderful.
What I would say about that as well is when I had such good times for those few years, like these days, I don't really chase any kind of highs, etc. I just sort of I'm sort of on like a spiritual path, and I like studying things, and I have to work 6 days a week, but I'm not too depressed about it because I already feel like I have had my life's fill of good times, even just from those 3 years. So there is that flip side as well. So it isn't just like a contrast of depression from the euphoria. Like you can.
So you're
sort
no
of
longer, you're not chasing the dragon. You know, you've been able to live a sober life, as it were, and not seek those highs.
Yeah, maybe not
Oh.
that sober a life, but more of a sober life. But what I'm saying is, after having all of those good times, it's like I don't have to chase highs anymore. I can sort of chase deeper meanings. You know, I do stuff like fasting every week and sort of anti-high kind of things. I don't feel like I'm missing out because I've already had my fill, if you know what I mean.
But Paul, why do you work so hard? Paul, why do you work 6 days a week?
Oh, you're talking. I'm fantasy, sorry, but I just have to pay the bills, and also I'm hoping to get back to Australia this year, so I'm trying to save up.
Oh right. Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, it's not ideal, but it's got to be done. I'm content with it. So.
Gosh.
But there is Paul here. Paul's not spoken, so.
Sorry.
Sorry, Paul. Paul, you're on the Finding Gnosis show, brother. What is it you'd like to say about the best days of our lives, and you know, the question whether they were even all that good upon reflection?
Well, the usual sort of teenage years, I suppose. But for me now, it's I'm 66 now, and I sort of recently had the realization that my mother was a narcissist, and my wife, who I was with for nearly 40 years, was a malignant covert narcissist. And the realization of that has been such an insight and a release, because it's freed me from all the brain fog what these creatures sort of put you into. That, you know, it's just nice having clarity back in my life. So now is a really good time for me.
I mean, I'm sorry you went through that extended period of being the victim of narcissistic abuse, as you put it. But it's heartwarming to realize that you are having a good time now. It seems like you went through a lot, and yeah, I'm glad, brother, you've got a clean break now, and you're able to enjoy life. Seems that that's a happy ending.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't feel like an ending, if I'm honest. It feels more like a beginning, because you know, I've had the confusion and the fog for life forever, basically. So it's you know, it's like seeing things for the first time, you know. And I've had so many spiritual insights as well. It's just, it really is like a new life for me, you know, although I'm 66.
Wow.
You nearly as old as me. Wow.
No, I didn't mean wow at your age. I mean, it's powerful testimony to like someone could have gone through such a harrowing experience, and then at 66 be full of such joy that they have this newfound freedom and ability to, you know, live life on their own terms and enjoy it.
When he said new beginning, my brain went straight to a song lyric. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end.
I don't know that song.
This is the age of Aquarius.
No, just thinking because you said it was a happy ending. He said it felt more like a new beginning, and
yeah, that's
and
right.
those are
And
kind of synonymous for me, you know.
yeah,
Nice.
yeah, it really does feel like that as well. And you know, I'm having. It seems like the best time of my life, to be honest. You know, it's fantastic. You know, to realise the sort of pain, the painful love that you know the narcissistic creatures put you through isn't real love. You know, and I've never sort of had that realization before. You know, it's like being in love with a hologram or something.
Are you getting help for this, Paul? I mean, it sounds like is this something you've come to on your own, under your own terms and self-education, or is it something that's been pointed out to you by a professional?
Well, self-education and the fact that I was on I've been on a spiritual journey for quite a few years now. Towards non-duality, you know. I mean, I've looked at all the religions and Zen and Buddhism, and you know, I was looking for something, and you know, I seem to find what I was looking for in something called sort of non-duality, you know, and that's been the answer for me.
Yeah, tell us about non-duality. I keep meaning to talk about it on the show. Tell us about it, because it is very popular these days.
Yeah, well, it's just annoying, and you know, you have sort of insights which are it's like direct experience of whatever this is. You know, I mean, some people call it the divine and the all and the absolute, and you know, but it's just everything. It encompasses everything. There's nothing. It's not like an egg or a bubble which contains an inside and an outside. This thing's everything. It's it's absolutely encompasses everything. Which is like a kid. That's not it. But yeah, it's very difficult to describe to someone who hasn't had at least an insight to it.
By non-duality topic, are we talking about dialectic thinking with and instead of either or?
It's
No,
kind of like everything one.
No, it doesn't sound.
Is there anything to do with unity consciousness? Am I on the right track?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
it's a good place.
Consciousness is another word for the absolute or divine. It's that is consciousness. Yeah.
The fact that we're all spiritually connected.
We are. Yeah. It's if you have. It depends on your level of insight which you have, but yeah, it's impossible for us not to be all conscious, to be honest.
Yeah.
Do you connect it to a religion like Vedanta Hinduism or anything like that, or is it separate from religion the way you experience it?
It's completely separate. I'm not religious in any shape or form.
Good man.
This is spiritual, I suppose, but it's got nothing to do with religion at all. A lot of the religions have some of this in the basic sort of elements of it, like the Vedas in Hinduism and the Gnostic sort of side of the early Gnostic writings. They were quite non-dual as well.
The Rig Veda and the Bhagavad Gita.
May I remind people who are here to always keep an eye on the comments, because people are trying to interact with you and ask you questions. So always keep an eye on those comments.
Let's read the comments. Yeah.
You don't have to read them out loud now. Just if they apply to you as an individual, then you can answer the question.
Yeah, I understand.
We got Danny Shine here, social experimentalist. Brother, what would you like to say?
Yes, on the one hand, it's nice to hear that someone's having a really good time, and don't want to ruin it for him. And it's only my opinion, so it's not worth much. But I think that the whole non-dual world is just another rabbit hole. It's just another scam. It's just these people getting up in front of and speaking gobbledygook.
Yeah, I understand that skepticism, but I've had direct experience of this. You know, the insight directly. It's realer than real. It's not. You know, it's not some sort of guru making some shit up or whatever. You know, I mean, life's nothing, but you know, I'd put my life on it.
Yeah, but people have had experiences on all sorts of stuff. People have had experiences on psychedelics. People have had experiences with, you know, non-duality type ideas. They've had all sorts of experiences. But as far as I'm concerned, unfortunately, as you know, as someone who's been, well, I say unfortunately, but as someone who has been exposed to the horrors of this existence, and you know, the horrors of the animal world, the horrors of the human world, and the exploitation going on here in this world, that all this non-dual stuff is a load of utter bollocks. Because, you know, are you one with the people who are buggering children? Are you one with the shit that comes out of my ass? Are you one with nuclear war? Are you one with the tiger when it rips apart the zebra, or the lion that rips apart the zebra? Are you
on a different level, Danny?
May I ask a question,
well said, Danny.
That's
Love what you just said.
Love you, Danny.
Love you.
You know,
Guys, someone is echoing when you're not talking. Please mute yourself.
We're only telling Danny we love him.
Can I ask you? You're familiar with the egg? I asked you the other day, and you said you were. So non-duality is essentially like the end result of the egg, if you follow that train of thought.
Pretty much.
No,
I would just like
one.
No, not at
all is one.
Can I just say as well, when you're talking about
a bit lofty.
Sorry,
one
when you're
at a
talking about
time.
the lion.
PGA next.
Sorry.
Next. Go ahead, PGA.
Sorry, I just wanted to comment on what Danny said there. When you're thinking about the lion biting into the zebra, in non-duality, you're both the lion and the zebra. So is there a difference in morality from, you know, eating somebody else, or, you know, or is there a difference in morality but punching someone else versus punching yourself in the face, which ultimately would be punching yourself in the face? So there's no, it's like you're the victim and the perpetrator from the non-dual perspective. So does it sound worse than it actually is when you start saying, well,
it's absolutely ridiculous? It's just, to me, as far as I'm concerned, it's just another form of utter nonsense that these people have got into, right? And it's just useless. It's ridiculous, right? To say that you are the lion and you're the zebra. What are you talking about? You're not the lion. You're not the zebra. I'm not a zebra. I'm not, you know, I'm not your shit. I'm not your piss. I'm me and you're you. And yes, maybe on some level we are all one and all that bullshit, but it doesn't take away from the fact that we have to fucking pay stupid bills and take a shit and take a piss. And
Danny,
all that crap.
if you ever do get an insight into your true natural self, the reality, then you'd see that what you call reality is a dream. And when you get
Oh, here we go. Here we go with a dream. Or you can call it what the fuck you like, right? But it's not a dream. It's a goddamn nightmare.
Yeah,
this is a horror show we're
all
living
right,
in, and the
call it
dream,
what you want.
and
Call it
whoever
what you
dreamt
want,
this,
but
whoever
when you
dreamt
wake
this
up to that,
disgusting, abominable game up, whoever dreamt it up is a sick motherfucker, right?
Thank you,
This
Danny.
is a sick game where there are people right now all over the world. I'm not one of them, fortunately, but there are people all over the world. There are animals all over the world in agony, and there
Yeah.
have been billions and billions of people in agony.
Yes.
Right. So, like, I just don't have any patience for this bullshit. We're all one in our true nature. Oh, come on, give me a break.
I love you, Dan. I love what you say.
Danny, what was the happiest?
I think that's completely sort of disgusting, and you know,
Why?
Yeah, I won't say I'm offended, but you know, I thought you might have been a little bit more sort of enlightened than
you know, are you on drugs
the
or
negative
something?
sort of level that you're at.
How dare you? Are you on drugs? Tell me. Because
No.
you'd have to be high as a kite to see this as nice. You have to be truly as high as a kite.
Is it nice or is it neutral?
You would have to smoke.
Yeah, like currently I read it.
I think you're missing the point. He's not saying it's nice. He's saying it's nothing. He's saying everything cancels
Oh, really?
out.
Oh, well, I wonder if the animals in the factory farms think that. Sorry, just say.
I don't share his views, but I'm just saying he's not necessarily saying it's nice.
I agree with Gaia's comment. It says all sources of reality are connected. This isn't non-dualism or dualism. It's pluralistic ontology. Yeah, I can see myself believing in that instead of just like the strict binary of polar and non-dualism and dualism. I think that's a false binary. You know,
False dichotomy.
Yeah, false dichotomy. There you go. Yeah, I don't do like dualism or non-dualism. Everything exists at once, like its own.
This is dualism.
Well, as I told you, I think the dualism
reality we live in.
I think that's false. You know, in my opinion, I think I haven't seen good evidence to believe that reality is dualistic or non-dualistic.
Well, it's material. Think about it. It's material and it's spiritual.
No,
it's two different planes.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that there's other. First of all, I'm not talking about like metaphysics. I'm talking about ontology. Ontology means being.
Okay.
It means what we see. When it comes to like the metaphysical, I do not have any strong convictions on that because I don't do metaphysics. I think that's like a waste of time. I follow like a different type of like a philosophy that doesn't like do that stuff. Yeah.
I think someone was about to ask Danny what his best time of Danny's life was.
I mean, if any of you have ever read the Gospel according to Thomas or the Thomas Gospels, then that's Jesus's writings, and they're full of non-duality from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
What they date that back to 30 BC, do they?
Well, whenever Jesus was around, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is most of those apocryphal texts were about 3 centuries after he died, but could be wrong with that one.
No, that's the Bible. Yeah, that's the Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nag Hammadi scrolls.
Yeah, so am I. That's what I'm talking about as well. Because most of the actual writings about Jesus in the Bible, they were from the century in which he died. Whereas I'm pretty sure
they were made up a long time after he died. Yeah.
Yeah, but my understanding is the Gnostic texts were even longer after, like 300 years after he died. I could be wrong though. I've not actually looked up that specific Thomas one.
Yeah, I think you're wrong.
I would like to hear about the happiest period in Danny's life.
Well, Daddy, tell us.
Okay. I mean, the thing is that I will answer the question, but as I say, you know, for me.
Hello, Danny. Are you there?
Oh, sorry.
We can hear him.
Oh, you can hear me. Yeah, I mean, I will answer, but I mean, there is a part of me that is reluctant to answer this because I'm aware that in order for me to have a happy period of my life, there's loads and loads of people that are suffering at the time and that were suffering, that had to suffer to provide all the things that I need to be happy, the food and lodging and everything. There's so much exploitation that goes on in the world. So, having said that, or keeping that in mind, the ironic answer to that question for me is that last year, I was diagnosed with anaplastic thyroid cancer, which is a very aggressive form of cancer, very unusual and very rare. And that was a year ago, pretty much today, around a year ago. And I was told I only had a few weeks or months to live, and I decided to I decline their disgraceful, disgusting maltreatment, nastiness of maybe disgraceful is the wrong word, but they're horrible, barbaric so-called treatments. And I went to live in Cyprus with my best friend and my brother, and I created a kind of way of living for myself for 3 months, and it was really, really spectacular. Probably the best time of my life. Yeah.
So your happiest moments were when you were like, not when you were younger, it's when you were older.
Yeah, it was just last year. I mean, I was living in this most amazing. We hired a beautiful villa just by the sea. It was really peaceful. There's very, very few people around, and I was up at dawn every single day, and we went cycling every day up the mountains, and we danced and we sunbathed and we went in the sea, and we did yoga and meditation, and it was it was really good. It was really, really good. So that was the best time of my life, ironically.
Can I just say, any people who are addicted to gambling, I'm sorry that you can hear Danny playing poker as he's talking. Can I just say, Danny, there is another question.
I'm not gambling, by the way. I'm not gambling. It's just for fun.
Okay. It's just for fun. It's a free one, yeah. There is another question there, Danny, and that is, I mean, was it even all that good? And I just came on to say that. Don't. That is the next question. You're saying that they were the best days of your life, but was it even that good?
It's a difficult question to ask. Were they that good? I don't know. I mean, it was pretty. I really enjoyed it, and I felt really well, and I wasn't anxious, and I felt quite relaxed, and it was really enjoyable and really peaceful. So it was pretty good.
PGA is asking, does Nolan ever come on here? He loves his insights on your podcast. You can ask him to come on if you want. I don't know. He hasn't been on here yet.
No, I don't think he'd like it.
Danny?
Someone else says, you're incredibly compassionate. You deserve the best in what makes you happy. You're cool. That's from Anna.
Oh, thank you. That's really sweet.
Danny, there's one thing with those capsules I'll be telling you about. They set your underarms off. I'm going to tell you that now.
Okay.
So buy yourself a good
what are they meant to do other than that? Because
what it is, as we get older, our sweat glands stop working properly. You must have noticed that yourself. Yes?
I didn't notice that.
Sorry?
I haven't really noticed that, but anyway, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, they do. Well, I'm old. Yeah, since I've been taking those capsules, I've noticed it under my arms in particular. It's really weird. So I'm warning you.
Why did you take them? Why did you start taking them?
because I've got rheumatoid arthritis, and I suffer depression, and LA told me all about that. Depression can be caused by inflammation, and he said you should try this, that, and the other. And there's something and I've noticed since I've been taking these capsules, I feel a hell of a lot better in the mornings, and I have cheered up a bit, I think. And I've also noticed, yes, my body started sweating again, because as you get older, I've noticed.
Do you say you've cheered up?
Yeah, haven't you noticed?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
Stop it! You stop being so facetious.
Are you sure it's not that song that he played?
No, I've really no, Danny. I've really noticed it in the mornings. I'll never be full of joy spring, but in the mornings, I've noticed I wake up in a more cheerful mood.
Chickpea, cheer up, chickpea, smile, my dear, laugh, backs, cuddle your 7 cats, and have a cup of tea. Cheer up, chickpea, cheer up, chickpea. Smile, my dear, let the bad days flee. Put David Ack on not knowingly, then laugh it off conspiratorially. Dance in your favorite hat like that. Curl up tonight with your 7 cats. Cheer up, chickpea, don't look so blue. Smile, my dear, the world needs you. Don't let the archons get you down. They hate it when you laugh, they frown. Laugh till it echoes, dance round the flat. Fall asleep tangled in 7 warm cats.
Thank you. No, I've noticed it in the mornings. I've really noticed it. How much better I feel in the mornings. It's weird. No, there's something very profound in those capsules. I tell you, I've noticed a real difference in it. Yeah.
I try them myself.
Sorry, yes, do, because I tell you, there's something very profound in them. And the comfrey, I'm surprised that the NHS doesn't know about it. And I'm really surprised.
There's so many secrets of health that they should know.
Yeah.
They don't even research.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. Another one is stinging nettle tincture. That's another one that works.
Oh, yeah, nettle soup is good.
Yes.
Cleansing, isn't it?
Yeah, the NHS, well, it's not just the NHS, it's big pharma, isn't it? The doctors are told what they must do, and they just do it. They're not allowed to say, yeah, try some stinging nettle tincture or tea or whatever.
It's a bit like making mushroom soup or mushroom tea instead of just eating the mushrooms raw.
Yeah. There's something very profound in herbs. I've noticed it late in life. But social experiments, you will notice it under your arms, okay? Daddy?
You can always use deodorant.
Huh? Yes, I've had to bump mine up, use a stronger one.
Body spray.
Because you know what? I know it's a disgusting subject. We're all being told to use antiperspirant, but it's actually very bad to stop your sweat glands from working. I've discovered with old age.
Oh.
Yeah, because that's one of the reasons why so many old people die in the summer from heat stroke, because our bodies, as we get older, our bodies can't cool off properly anymore.
Right. And they're using too much deodorant.
Well, yeah, you know, it's that sweating under your arms helps cool you down. And we're all being told.
Moisturizer can help, can't it? A good moisturizer. Do you believe in that?
So you've lost me.
A good moisturizer that can help keep your skin, in good.
No, I'm not talking about the sweat glands, but stop working as we get older.
Oh yeah.
They do stop working. That's one thing I've noticed, and it's one of the reasons why so many old folk die from the heat in the summer.
Right.
And I'll shut the fuck up now.
That's sad.
What?
That's tragic. They die like that.
Well, they die fierce. Well, old people when you get old.
I hope if they drown in water.
It doesn't. No, it's because the sweat glands don't work anymore. When you get older, your sweat glands just cease. Like everything, when you get older, stops working properly. And one of the things that stop working is your sweat glands. And these capsules seem to set them off again. I have noticed that with them. Yeah, it's weird.
Find the chemical key to unlock the cure, kind of thing.
Sorry, you've lost me. I was just saying to Danny, make sure you buy yourself a good, strong antiperspirant. Such be disgusting.
Putting some on now.
What?
It is smelly. I don't like smelly people.
Exactly.
A bit body odor. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it does do that. I've these capsules.
Oh.
Life abolitionists, say something.
Yeah, say something. Wait, well, LA, did you serve in the army or in the Navy, or is that someone else that they were
No,
referring?
I was in the Army.
I was in
really?
the Navy, Fatima.
Wow.
I was in the Navy.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were also in the Navy, Chickpea.
Yeah, Navy.
Yeah. Honestly,
how many headshots on your record, LA?
Oh wow, yeah. How many?
I didn't. I don't have any bodies.
Oh, okay.
You missed. You missed.
I swear, like I sometimes I don't understand it. Like what compels people, because inside the United States, everyone, if you don't live here, which is the majority,
Honor, defense, love of country and family.
Of course, that is, but like you're gonna die. But DNW, all of these wars are for like the big stuff, big oil. So I don't get it. And people already notice. I ask, like, why do people join this country's army? Because this country's army has fought for wars on a lie. Like, I always question. Huh?
Because of the lack of opportunity.
Sorry. It's because some of us are thrown out of our homes when we're 16, 17 years old and we've got nowhere else to go. So you join up in order to have a bed to sleep in. That's what I did.
Oh, of course, yeah. People join the army specifically to have
I think you should join the army, Fatima.
I can't join the army because of Trump's new law against people like me. There's no way I can join anymore. So I had to join two years ago when Sleepy Joe was in office. Yeah, then I possibly.
I think it would have been much better now. It would be much better now because we still had Don't Ask, Don't Tell. So I couldn't even have like a gay lifestyle, or I did it, but I would sneak around and I couldn't talk about it and stuff. So, and they would go around following people and get their tag numbers and report them outside of the gay clubs and stuff. So I don't know. I just had to get out because it was too controlling.
Yeah, no, it is too controlling, and but I can understand why some people do join it, is to only have some type of security. But I'm isn't there homeless shelters out there in America? In America, there's a ton of them. I live in a big metropolitan area where there's a shit ton of homeless people, and there's soup kitchens, shelters everywhere. I'm did you really have to? Yes, Chickpea?
I speak for myself, and I was in that situation. My stepfather said, "You got to get out now. Don't want you here anymore." Living the thought of living in a homeless shelter wasn't really something I fancied doing. Because I was, I joined the Navy purely to have somewhere to live.
Of course, yeah.
I didn't have a bad time. I didn't have a bad experience.
No, I didn't have a bad time.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I didn't get deployed. I stayed, in the States, and I got my, I was in college the whole time, so I got some experience. If it wasn't for the war in Iraq, I probably would have stayed in, but I didn't. I mean, all of my friends got deployed constantly. I didn't want to do that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you something, Fatima, really tragic. Okay, in this country, in the UK, quite a lot of people in the armed forces have joined for the same reason I did. And when they leave the armed forces, they're still in that situation. They've got nowhere to go. And
Right, they become homeless, right? Yeah,
and the government doesn't even help them.
Yeah, exactly.
The government
So
doesn't help
I
them.
asked,
It's
what was the point
absolutely
of joining?
outrageous.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, what was the point of joining if, like, the effects of it weren't gonna blast?
Yeah, because when you're in the armed forces, you don't learn anything about the outside world. They don't teach you how to buy property, or how to find property, nothing. And so when you leave, you're completely brainwashed by the military world, and the civilian world is quite a challenge, I can tell you. It's weird.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Personally, me, I am like anti-war, so yeah, that's why I'm just critical of it in general. Yeah. Huh?
So I had nowhere else to go. Where could I
Well,
go?
I was anti-war too, but my aunt convinced me that I may as well get the college money because they could draft me anyway. So
Oh, college money. Yeah, I forgot about. Yeah, if you're in America, if you don't have any like tuition helping you, like going in the army is probably your best bet. Yeah, that so that you don't have to pay out of a pocket. You know?
Do you get paid a wage?
Huh?
Do you get paid a wage in the army?
Of course you do.
Of course you do. Yeah, of course you do. Especially in America. Yeah,
The
like
money's quite good.
You get a bullet in the head. Yeah, sure. But how much is it?
Oh,
It's
I
more
have no
than
idea.
civilian
But
life.
I have no idea in America, but it's a lot. It's enough for you to like help you with paying half of your college. Yeah, that's how.
I used to work as a wages clerk in the Navy, and you earn more in the Navy doing Civvy Street. It's about a third more. That's what you used to do when I was in the Navy. It wasn't. I mean, I would have stayed for the 22 years if it wasn't for the females in the Navy. I loved the guys, and I was quite happy there, but I used to get bullied a lot by the women.
Oh, fuck, man.
Especially the senior rate women, because there was a lot of them. I've got nothing against lesbians. Okay, I don't care if somebody's a lesbian or someone is.
That's good.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, you tend to. There was a lot of them in the Navy. The senior race officers could make life very unpleasant.
Yeah.
And in the end, I had to leave because my hair started falling out because of it.
They let power get to their head.
Yeah, I tell you, a woman in power is an absolute demon. And I've had so many women say that to me. I've had known loads of secretaries say the same to me. I used to work in the city, and we all hated working for the women. All of us.
Oh, wow.
Because I far rather work for a man. Sorry, guys. Yeah, guys should be. But most women do.
I don't mind, to be honest, because it's kind of the same experience, man or woman working for them. Like, to me, guys, it's just the same experience. You know, honestly, to me, yeah.
Sorry, but anyway, Chickpea, like let's say, be a woman scorned. But anyway, if you want to look at the worst animal, any female animal of a massive strength, like a lion, a gorilla, a chimpanzee, they're the ones you want to work on. Do you know what I mean? Like, in a female, what do you call them?
Tarantulas.
Whales and sharks and things. I mean, come on.
Well, I don't know about the human ones, I'm afraid, but I'm not
Widow.
the only woman that feels this way. Women don't talk about it, but most of us do not like to work for women. It's a sad, brutal fact.
Yeah, it is. But me, as like,
Mother Nature makes females more belligerent than men.
yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's not always. It's I
Not
would
always. There are exceptions. Yes, obviously.
Yeah,
Exceptions.
I wouldn't want to
yeah.
generalize like this, like, you know, the sex is like that, but it is frequent. But I wouldn't say it's every female
But
in
I
the
tell
world.
you,
Yeah.
women in the military, oh my goodness, they go completely power mad.
Oh,
And
of course.
it was always call me mom.
Oh.
That's they actually used to say that to me.
God.
What?
What?
Sure, guys do as well.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's DW. Sorry.
In the army.
He doesn't believe me, does he? That's what these women used to say to us. Call me mom.
Call you what the fuck? That's weird.
It's a horrible. Yes, it was a horrible. I hated that.
Old-fashioned madam, isn't it?
Madam.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's more
madam,
better.
yeah.
Madam, hi, madam, but hi, mom. What the fuck? That's just
It wasn't funny. It was awful. Yes, I hated that. That's one of the reasons why. And then my hair fell out. I did 3.5 years in my house. I was falling out, so I knew to leave.
It
I
sounds.
did
It seems
5.5 years in the household cavalry.
Yeah.
From 1989 to late 1994. So it was like five.
Yeah.
1994, mate.
Oh,
5.5.
okay. Wow.
But didn't you find the female officers a bit heavy duty?
Well, the only female officers you had in the household cavalry were either medics or
Oh well.
nothing at all. But anyway, when you went to other camps, etc., 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 yeah, man, you encountered females. Yeah, that was back when the RCT was the RCT, the Women's Royal Army.
I know the RCT.
Yeah, and the Women's
Sorry.
Royal Army for Iraq, and also what do you call it again? Queen Alexandra's Royal Army Nursing Corps and
Yes,
things
yes,
like that.
yeah, I know them. Yes, yeah.
I don't know. I like the structure because there's a chain of command, so everybody has somebody over them, and so you get justice. It's not like the civilian world where people just do whatever they want, and
I
some
disagree
people
with
are
LA. No, I disagree with
like, yeah, I would just go up the chain of command until I got my, the answer that I wanted, and so I did have a lot of female leaders, and I don't know. I didn't have any problem. Like most of the females were my friends, so I didn't have a bad experience with that.
What were you rating or an officer?
Can I just say something now? I believe the household cavalry now has female troopers.
Yeah.
And that it never was the fact. When I was sort of in Exeter, they were sort of talking about it. And they were going, how can you change the cuirasses for the boobs, etc., etc. But anyway, apparently you've got female household cavalry people now. So, yeah.
I don't. I mean, I'm just saying. But women can be real bitches to each other. I don't know what they're like to men. I've got no idea. But to women, they can be really heavy duty. It's very unpleasant.
Challenger, Challenger. When you say the household cavalry, where are they based exactly? Somewhere in the Buckingham Palace.
Well, traditionally, one was main battle tanks and one was combat reconnaissance vehicle trucks in the UK. So the Blues and Royals and the Lifeguards switch positions every so many years with MBT and CBRT. Apart from that, you all know what goes on at Knightsbridge and down at Horse Parade Square. So.
Kind of. The horse, yeah, the whatever they're called, the gingerbread, not the gingerbread man.
Right, a main battle tank is an MBT and a CVRT is a combat vehicle reconnaissance track. So the cavalry's main role is cavalry but armored division.
Oh, damn.
Do you ever use horses?
Well, come on, of course, with the cavalry. Come on, but that's the
you ride in on horseback, like a whole troop of you. Waving
come on, don't be so stupid, mate. That's the ceremonial rule, man. Away, the ceremonial rule. Come on.
No, my grandfather used to be a tank commander in World War II. He was in the army.
Oh,
he survived it as well. He
whoa, really?
To live a long life.
Anyway, can I just say, please don't. Have I got to leave because Danny's left already? I don't like that.
Danny's done an Irish goodbye.
Yeah, he might come back though. He might come back. Yeah.
Okay.
Because he is also streaming this, I think, or like he does share it too.
I don't want to piss Danny off. He's a dude, man. He's alright. He's sold as a bone, man.
Yeah.
What?
You sound as a pound.
He sound as a pound, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know him. Yes.
Yeah, he is. He's sound. So, where's the NW gone? Is he taking a break?
He probably went to go like do something, yeah. But
okay,
I don't know. Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah. I if nobody minds, I had one other life experience that was my best time ever. If so, I was past, left home, left my parents. I'm on my own. I'm independent, living my own life. I'm living in Bristol. I'm going out raving all the time. So before the raving, so I went to Glastonbury Festival when I was about 20, and I got, there was a bus there from Bristol, and they didn't even charge. It was free. It was a free bus running.
Wow, cool.
Maybe 50 miles. Too far to walk. Anyway. So we got on the bus, and everyone's just festival goers, and this is my first festival ever. I'm just looking forward to it so much. I end up having an amazing time. I end up taking all kinds of psychedelics, like mostly acid, and stayed up for like 2 days, slept on the third day, woke up in the glorious sunshine, surrounded by just people everywhere, just happy people, and just started, like, somebody offered me a joint as soon as I woke up, and I was like,
happy people holding hands.
Best time, dude. That was the best of my life.
Really nice. Yeah.
Glastonbury Festival.
Glastonbury.
Can I ask a serious question? Did you get in there for free?
Yes, I did.
Get in there for free?
A lot of bands
managed to sneak
Did you break over the fence? Mate, as far as I understand, you can't do that anymore. Mate, when I went to Glastonbury back in 95, 96,
that was it,
mate, that's when you could sneak in for free, but as far as I know, you can't do that anymore.
No, of course not.
It's ridiculous. It's really, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's so hard to get in, I would imagine, right? It was very hard to get in now. Like, yeah, because I can only speak from like a like, and it's expensive as hell, right? Like that, those festivals.
Yeah, man, it's so middle class. It's so middle class. It's not Glastonbury.
The best Glastonburys were the very early ones with like Gong and Hawkwind in the 70s. They were the best.
Yeah,
it was a folk fest.
Yeah, but I think there was also some like American bands that play there too in Glastonbury. I think so. Or there had to be a few of them, like very like world famous, or they were just exclusively from the UK bands that played there.
Well,
the very early ones, only a few hundred people there.
The first time I broke in, I got to hear, what do you call that geezer again? He's almost like the hurdy-gurdy man, but he's the American version. What do you call him? Donovan, but not Donovan.
Donovan, yes, Donovan.
Not Donovan, but it's not Donovan, but it's the other one. What do you call him again? Wait, I forget.
Bill Bailey. I saw Bill Bailey there once in a little tent. Wasn't even on a big stage before he was famous.
Bob Dylan.
Yeah, man, it was Bob Dylan, man. Yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Bob Dylan. Oh, he was there.
Yeah, man.
Bob Dylan. Okay, so he played. Yeah, he sang the song. The times are changing, and how many does? Something like that. Yeah, I know him.
Times they are changing.
Yeah, Bob Dylan. Yep.
Brilliant.
But he sung many songs. He was not just there for that one song. His set, I believe it was a Sunday night as well. Yeah, man, you had to stay to the Sunday to watch it. And yeah, man, Bob Dylan had the chill factor of a madness weekend. Yes.
Yeah.
What year was that? What year was that, Challenger?
I don't know if that was by design, but a tiny little bit of liquid went down the wrong hole.
Yeah, that happens to me sometimes too.
I thought Bob Dylan was singing.
I know that feeling. It fucking hurts.
95 or 96. It was 95, 96. I got out in the military, so it might have been 96, 97, actually.
Yeah, I think I went in 97. It was raining. It was raining badly in '97, so it was basically a wash. There were tents rolling down, tents just rolling down the hill.
That's pretty cool.
Like, fuck that shit.
Oh yeah, but still, it's
Yeah.
cool that you saw him, Bob.
But anyway, it was brilliant. You know what? Coming up, it's there. Anyway, coming up to where Prodigy, right? Just coming up to the pyramid tent once we broke in and worked all our way down to come to the pyramid tent, and Prodigy's kicked out of mine, and I was coming up on my proper MDMA. None of this smarty shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the 90s was a better time.
I like that band.
Proper MDMA crystal. Proper MDMA crystal, mate. Yeah.
Oh, takes me back. MDMA. I did a lot of MDMA, dude. Double does. Fishies.
Wow.
Blue speckled doves. You remember those?
Yeah, man, but the crack was with them, and Mitsubishi's, speckled doves, white doves, and their Mitsubishi's. The crack was with them. Is everybody said that? What? What?
The Mitsubishi Turbos, yeah.
It's mixed with methamphetamine, probably.
I believe there was some mixed with ketamine because Mr. Soft. How many pills you have to walk on, Mr. Soft? I mean, come on.
I don't think I had too many. I don't think I had too many ones with ketamine in them. Mine are pretty clean.
You should have been on the Dorset coast, mate, back in the 90s, mate, the noughties.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm down there now. I'm living there now.
Nice.
The Triassic Coast.
Yeah.
Anyway, have I pissed anybody off yet?
No. Why would you? No, you're good.
I like you a lot.
Yeah, you saw Bob.
I do a lot too, mate. I do a lot too.
Yeah.
I think I like you.
I am just. But anyway, old school stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
Yeah, music these days and the festivals these days, they all suck. I'll be honest.
I've been to a festival a decent festival for a long time.
Yeah, that's why I
can't afford them nowadays.
Of course, no one can. Yeah, no one can afford it.
There's a little local reggae festival that goes on every year. I think it's called Witchwood with a Y, something like that. Yeah, it's a reggae festival.
Nice.
It's not much. Like it's
£5
or something.
Okay. All right, that's good. That's something at least. Yeah.
I love reggae. Always brings me.
How many of you guys down south have ever went to Notting Hill Carnival before they got a bit nasty?
No, I've never tried that one. But I was living in Bristol, so we had the St Paul's Carnival. That was pretty mental.
Yeah. Where do you live in Bristol, Ricardo?
In Bristol?
Where?
Well, the first place I moved into was right in the middle of St Paul's, on the St Nicholas Road by the
Oh yeah, my stepfather was stationed in Westbury for a few months. I loved it there, Westbury on Trim. Loved it.
I didn't.
I know Westbury.
Yeah, lovely. It was a lovely place. Westbury had a great time.
Bit leafier.
Sorry, I overtalked you, sweetheart. Sorry about that, Chickpea. And sorry for overtalking you the last time and making you disappear. Sorry about that.
Who? Me?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
She probably doesn't even remember.
Yeah. Oh, I don't blame her. I don't remember a lot of things when I was younger, and I'm only 25, and I don't remember the majority of things that happened. Yeah, back then.
25.
Yeah, I'm 25.
You're 25.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'm old enough to be his granny. I could be his great granny if I pushed it.
Oh wow! Well, it's a great thing you're not.
I could be your great granny.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, I would have unalived your mother, so it never happened.
Good. That's honestly the best thing you could have done.
Why is everybody so obsessed with age? I don't get it. It's like they just bring it up constantly. I don't ever talk about age.
The state of mind, isn't it?
It's a state of mind. And it's just like a conversation.
Yes, well, I'm the oldest. Yeah, but I know that because I'm the oldest one here.
I'm not talking about age. I've circled this fucking sun 54 times and I'm still here.
Really?
Well, the first question I always ask you is, how old are you? It's like, that's not how you get to know somebody.
Well, it's a start, isn't it?
I'm an old lady.
No, it doesn't tell you much of anything.
Anyway, can I ask you some question about Bristol? Is Bristol all the people in vans and squatters, all the people who are forced to live like that, but also people who choose to live like that? The mobile vans are better, but the immobile vans are, I understand. How's it doing on there? Just like the drove, is it getting fucking enforced too much? Is there how much backlash, etc., etc.?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't live there anymore, so I don't know. There's videos you can watch on YouTube though. There's people keeping you updated. But it's on the down. It's all on the downs above Clifton. There's this big. The downs is this big. I don't know. It's miles and miles of just open grassland, and there's it's covered in vans. All the van life is going there, and obviously they're close enough.
I wouldn't necessarily say van life. There's a lot of dead vans. There's a lot of dead caravans. There's a lot of things that don't. So you really can't call them mobile, can you? So.
Well, how many of them are travellers or Romanian gypsies or
the Romani? Not necessarily travellers. People who find something to live in, haul them to a place, and just look. I'm here. Go fuck yourselves.
No, I'm sure the police go up there and do whatever they need to do.
Police can't really do anything apart from destroy the rooms, can they?
The council are trying to move them on, probably, just like they do homeless people.
How can they move them on if they can't move? Destroy the homes.
Always drive off. We'll just clamp them so they can't.
I mean, come on, let's get the fact. For those people who have chosen there to end up in a place where the vehicle can't move anymore, either it's a caravan.
So not like trees around as well. It's beautiful.
Trees are nice to look at. I'll admit.
I wouldn't choose to be in a worse place than that to be living. It's nice.
Yeah.
Up on the hill.
Well,
up on the hill.
I
don't know what's going on there. I haven't been up there for fucking years, so I really don't know. I'm not the guy to ask.
I don't want to pay congestion charges or green taxes, driving a diesel through city centres like London.
I don't even drive. I don't even drive, dude. So
you couldn't pay me to drive in London. You could not pay me to drive.
Oh my god, I've seen vloggers there try to drive. Yeah, it looks crowded. It looks like you can't even move in the car. Yeah.
You should live here.
Oh no, thank you. No, thank you.
It's gone mad. It's horrible. It's just so many people. Yeah.
Exactly.
I used to love Hackney. I don't like it anymore. Yeah, it's become really horrible.
That's just the council.
Boom, boom.
The council's not too bad, actually, Ricardo.
Mind the beggars and the junkie.
People give Hackney not a bad rap, but it's a very good council.
Isn't Hackney famous historically for one side being Irish and one side being not? Hackney.
It used to be, but then it became very diverse. It's very diverse. This is why I like it, because I like diversity. It's very. I even know a Japanese woman living here. There's a Chinese woman, and a this and a that, and everything else. Huh?
Hackney was the originator of the taxi cab, wasn't it? The Hackney cab.
Hackney cabs, yeah, that was all years ago.
Hackney cab. Yep.
It used to be nice. It was very, very shabby, but now it's becoming gentrified, and they're putting up all these horrible tower blocks everywhere, and I hate them.
That's
Can we
happening.
give a throwback? Can we give a throwback to the originality of the Hackney carriage?
Yeah.
Did you know that every black cab in London is supposed to carry a bale of hay? By law, still, but it's not enforced.
Wait, what?
Wow.
Carry a what?
Why is that a what?
Carry a bale of hay for the horses.
Bale of hay.
It's not enforced. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. I have no idea about this. I am too
never seen one.
American for this conversation. I'm from USA, so I have no idea what the hell is talking about here. You know.
Yeah, why is that a law?
A Hackney carriage used to be drawn by horses, so the Hackney carriage license holder is supposed to carry a bale of hay in the boot, if you call it that, or the trunk, as you call it.
When you get
But
hungry.
it's not enforced.
Mid journey.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right.
So what happens if they pop the boot and there's not a bale of hay in there? Is that like a life sentence or what?
Oh yeah, that's like a crime, I would imagine, right? If you don't follow the horses.
But it's on the books. It's on the books. It's on the books. Like many laws are not enforced, they're on the books. But many laws that are not on the books are enforced. The policies.
Yeah.
One of those silly archaic laws.
Oh yeah, you guys do like, and also you guys have a lot of like restriction of like expression laws there. I've heard that before. Yeah, you guys
and you hate speech laws.
Yeah,
Section 5 public order offence, that kind of thing.
Politics forced is, shall we say, just a stupidity law, mate. There is a 2, 3, 4-tier system when it comes to the police. The police are, I mean, come on. Anyway, let's just say this. The point of fact is,
you're not for the people anymore, are they?
No, I don't think any cop is.
Where is the freedom of speech? We do not have a freedom of speech like you, but we do have the freedom of expression.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Similar, not quite the same as the Americans.
Of course, it's not. Yeah, we have like another conception of it. That was it's our own thing. You know.
Yeah,
we
guaranteed in the Constitution.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's guaranteed in literally the founding constitution of like the country.
You can just tell a cop. You can just tell a policeman to fuck off, and there's nothing
you can
do about it.
You can in theory, but now there's a lot of like overreach from the cops now. Of like some people telling them to fuck off, and these cops like overreact. Like they will like tackle you down and like break a bone sometimes. Like
well, you shouldn't be telling someone to F off, should you really?
I mean, like,
you need to.
Oh, sometimes you can, you know.
Believe me. If you've not led such a sheltered, I don't mean to be but if you've not led such a sheltered life, sometimes you have to tell
newcomer.
There is a newcomer.
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
Hey, what? He was here before.
Calm down. There is a newcomer. We have them here. They're called Disobey. Disobey. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Hello.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good.
Hello, Disobey. What is it you'd like to say, Disobey?
Nothing really. What was the best days of your life? Every day is the best day of your life, isn't it?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Not always.
Come on, man. 5 years of age, 10 years of age. You're talking about
or
age,
should
you're talking about...
we represent that in what could be the best days of your life? Oh.
Let Disobey take the floor, please. Go ahead,
Okay.
Disobey.
I'll take the floor. I'll take the floor. What are the best days of your life? What was?
What could be? What could be?
Well, it's a matter of it could be what are, what were,
What
yeah.
was,
Okay,
what are, what going to be. Yeah.
We understand you're a pedant. But other than that, have you got anything to say, Disobey?
Say that again.
We understand you have a pedantic nature, but other than that, have you got anything to say?
Not yet, no.
Okay, brother. Well, the question then becomes, what have you got to say about the topic other than you're questioning the grammatical accuracy of it? What do you consider were the best days of your life? And looking back upon the reflection from your position now in this time, were they really all that great? Challenger just belched.
Well,
sorry about that. I do apologize. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Challenger, shut the hell up. Sorry, Disobey.
I say a childhood growing up and a great time, you know.
In
Now
your
it's
childhood,
too complicated. It's too complicated now. It's just, you know.
There you go, folks.
You know,
his childhood was a time of happiness,
yes.
but nowadays is too complicated. Would you not say that people growing up now are also having a happy time?
I don't know, but they're all stuck to their phones and all that.
There you go. Okay, Disobey. Thank you for ingratiating yourself. Feel free to interject at any time.
Thank you.
We've got Challenger here belching into my fucking ears. So you've come at a time when I'm a little bit grumpy, Disobey, and I'm sorry about that.
I don't worry about that. How do I turn the volume down?
What are you grumpy about, Grumps?
Oh, D&W, you're grumpy. Oh.
Grumpies. Why are you grumpy?
Someone's belching into my fucking ears. Wouldn't you be grumpy?
I did apologize for that. I did apologize for that. I said, look, mate, if you've got a phone,
you've done it on multiple occasions, brother. Pull yourself together, man.
No, mate, I don't need to go into.
You're meant to be ex-military. You're meant to know how to carry yourself. Come on.
Yeah,
come
man,
on.
indeed. But I don't need to go in another room to hide a fart or a burp. Fuck off.
Get her ready down, you mate. Get her ready down.
There's a fucking mute button, brother. You don't have to go to the other room.
Yeah, man, I get that. You want a very nice place to be without proper human reality. Fair enough.
What?
I don't know.
Learn to censor yourself.
It's too real.
I love you.
Just cover like your mouth or something, or like mute.
He's a depraved psychopath. He doesn't care about.
D&W.
Someone says we need a cheer up D&W song. Probably.
Oh shit! Yeah, we do. Can we make it like an electronic?
Yes, Chippy, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm talking about best days of your life. Don't you mean by best days of your life the days that did something good for you as opposed to happy clappy day? Because when I talk about the
I'm going to leave and go backstage because I think I'm coming down from too much caffeine. So apologies. I'm going to let you guys chat for a bit.
Mate, I don't take it personally. Don't worry about it, mate. I don't take it personally. Don't worry about it, mate.
Wait, challenge you. Is your profile a picture of Winnie the Pooh in China?
Winnie the Pooh in a T50 watt or a T40 watt with challenge.
Mental.
Okay, when do I get my own song? That's what I want to know. D&W needs to make a song for me too.
For what? Whenever you're like mad or happy, or like you win an argument, like when the song should be played on, or just
I don't know when everybody like gangs up on me or something.
Everyone will. Well, you can't really blame them. Like, the views sometimes can be a bit extreme. I'm not saying I think they're extreme. I'm saying other people will think they're even more extreme than what I could think of them.
It should be a song called Six Against One or something like that.
6 against. Yeah. It should be like an electronic song, like from Apex Twin or something like that.
Yeah.
Or
I like
freaking,
electronic music.
yeah.
Electronic music is good.
Oh yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah, one of my favorite artists is Arsa. She's from Venezuela. Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm always at the front being on my own. Always at the front being on my own.
I don't think he would trust me with moderator rights because my channel was taken down for talking about the S word. So I don't think he would want me to have that power.
Okay,
What's the S word?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
It's something that has to do with taking your own.
I know. You have to say it. I know.
Yeah. You can't say that word. You can't say that word on YouTube or on most social media platforms. Which
what they call a trigger.
Can you still say COVID?
Huh?
Trigger.
Can you still say COVID?
Yeah, you
triggers,
can.
It triggers.
Because the letters pre, we're allowed to say COVID now.
Who took the jab?
Not me.
Whoa, Jeremy Corbyn. Whoa, Jeremy Corbyn.
Walk around the supermarket, do as you're told, put the mask on, and your gloves.
Yeah.
They were the worst times of my life, I tell you that.
That was a psyop, man. That was a psyop like 3 years in the making prior to it. That was a psyop,
Social experiment, mate.
Yeah.
No, a lot of them, all my family took the jab. Tried them not.
Yeah.
Tell them not to take it, but
you're experimenting on us.
Yeah.
It was a good awakening period for a lot of people, though.
It was a good awakening period. Yeah. It was all right. I still see people say, wear a mask still. Yeah. No, I swear to God, some people still say that, but it's not as loud as it was back in 2020. Like 2020 was crazy.
Can I ask you an honest question? How many of the vaccine did you take, or did you not take any of it at all?
Zero.
No,
Zero.
For COVID, zero. No, none.
Zero.
Yeah.
No free thinking into that.
Never have,
The
never
question
will.
is, if they've done the same tomorrow, would they all take it again?
Maybe, who knows? Because the masses are pretty dumb. I'm not trying to.
If they were told to jump off a cliff, do you think they would?
Maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
If BBC told them, or I don't know what's called them.
To be honest, they're quite told off to jump off a cliff right now with the right hand side of a media, aren't they? Everybody's media, mainstream right hand side of a media, is jumping off a cliff and saying, Iran bad, Jews good, and America's brilliant. Fuck off.
Yeah, they all say that stuff, right? Oh my God, challenge! You already know what's up.
It's terrible. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's ever been in Russia. I've been in Russia. It is fucking beautiful. And the people
I would.
It's lovely. It's huge. You can fit the USA into it twice. The size of the place, beautiful.
Oh yeah, Russia is a very beautiful country. It's very high tech.
When America says who's his worst enemy, is Russia. Russia's only 50 miles away from America.
Yeah, because of Alaska.
I'm gonna say if you belch again, Challenger, I'm gonna kick you off for the night. Just so you know.
Okay, fair enough. I apologize. Sorry.
The USA to Russia is only 2.8 miles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because of Alaska, and that's how large Russia is.
Yep.
It goes all the way between Germany and Poland, because there's that one strip of Russia that's like away from Russia, that's in like the mainland Europe, like it's between like Poland and I forgot, and then there's like that part that's close to Alaska. So it's a pretty big fucking country.
But the north is very cold, like Mongolia, out of Mongolia. Very, very cold.
You actually went to Mongolia?
No, but I've watched videos about it.
Oh yeah. It's very cold, very cold. Yes, very cold country.
No escape.
Yeah.
What's it called up in North Russia? What's it called?
Alaska and Siberia. I mean, come on. America basically are Russian neighbors. When President Trump went, "Oh dear Russia," what? They are your worst neighbors, and they're just like next door with like 2 millimeters of insulation. What?
Can we ask, guys, for fuck's sake, it's deteriorated into slobbery and
Right,
crap.
okay. I'm going to volunteer to leave. I want to come
No,
back.
you don't have to. You don't have to. Let's have a little bit of fucking sense and direction. We'll bring the new man in. He seems sober. What do you think are the best days of people's lives?
I'll be right back.
Disobey, and that's what we want to get to, and then we're questioning whether they are actually that good in hindsight.
What are or what was the best days of your life? What are?
Yeah, I mean it depends, because it could be what were the best days if it's in the past, or obviously not everybody is at the same place in life. Some people might be younger or older, so yeah, it doesn't really matter which. If you want to talk about it in general terms, like you might say, childhood are the best years of people's lives. Well, then it depends on what age they are. It might be your elder years. So in that sense, it might be what will be your best years of your life, or what are, depending on where you're at and what age you are. So it doesn't really matter what you use in that sense, what verb you use. It's just it's just have a little think about what could be the best time of your life.
I'll say every day could be the best day. Don't forget, today is the first day of the rest of your life.
Exactly.
So it depends what you make of it, how your mind is, I mean, you can wake up happy or wake up unhappy. You'd be angry, you'd be not angry, but it depends. It's a long question. That question can't be answered. It depends on the person, like I just said, today's the first day of the rest of your life.
Like the other saying is, today the present is a gift, tomorrow is a mystery, and yesterday is history. So make more of the present, because it is the present.
Interesting. Give LA a little spiel time. Go ahead.
I strongly disagree. Like, I was trying to be positive because I'm always the negative one on here. So I was just trying to like invent something in the past that really wasn't that great. But to say that the future is something to look forward to, absolutely not. It's getting infinitely worse. And now I'm going to have to revert to pessimism because you guys are this Pollyanna bias. The Pollyanna bias, no, that it's not anybody's current. It's not anybody's current situation, and it's not anybody's future. The future is bleak. And so,
anyway, like
what I have
said,
to look forward to the rest of my life is probably more suffering and more oppression.
You don't know that. Challenger, you don't know that, brother. You don't know that.
I do know that.
Maybe in the short term.
Oh, you watch too much television, man.
It's not television. I can. My TV is not even on. My laptop is not on.
The television, I mean, you're watching too many rabbit holes. You're watching too many.
No, I'm looking at the fact that I have massive student loans that I'm going to have to pay. I'm looking at the fact that the job prospects are limited. I'm looking at the economy is going in the toilet. The AI is taking people's jobs. I'm looking at ICE agents shooting people in the face. I'm looking at the fact that there is more police surveillance, more state oppression, and nobody's pushing back against it. So I would say it does not require turning on the TV. It just requires looking at objective facts.
But Challenger, you're letting the system bring you down, brother. They're putting you in a box. You're living in the fear box.
No, I tried to be as positive as possible by focusing on my childhood and like my military stuff. But it's like, if you want me, I can't be this fake. I can't sit up here and pretend to be optimistic.
Well, first of all, he's not Challenger. I'm Challenger.
Oh, sorry, I can't see the things flashing.
Yeah, his name's Life Abolitionism. Okay, thanks for that, Challenger.
But I'm sorry I got the names wrong. But you don't want to be negative about it because it's not going to help you. That's where these
Well, I
people
tried to
go.
be fake, but you guys pushed it to the limits. I can't sit up here and pretend.
No, of course not. I'm not saying that, but if you wake up every day thinking that, man, I wouldn't like to be in your shoes.
Well, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like you were piling on and talking about how it's every day is the best day of your. No, I absolutely reject that.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, man. But anyway, tomorrow's a mystery. Yesterday is history. That's why today is called the present.
Thank you, Challenger. You already said that. Thank you. Are you a fucking parrot?
DNW, I've missed most of the stream. Has there been like a general theme of what period of people's lives have been the best that you've noticed?
Everyone's lots of people are saying their childhood. Lots of people are saying like that period, like around 18, 19, 20, that kind of 18, 19, 20, up to 21, that kind of period, 18, 19, 20, 21. And some people are saying now the present day, and others are saying yet to come. So it's been a whole kind of haberdasher of different ideas.
Yeah, interesting. I was quite it was quite happy, quite nice to hear the 66-year-old who said that he was now in the best time of his life. So maybe there is some optimism for the future, LA. Maybe, who knows?
Well, he's okay. I want to put words in his mouth, but he basically was grateful because his cancer was in remission. So, I mean, yeah. So you have to suffer in order to be happy.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Can I just say something? I would never rule out the possibility that tomorrow or any day in the future could be the best day of my life so far. Even though I've had some pretty good days, I've had some bad days and bad times as well. But I could never. How could you even rule out the possibility? You don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow.
It could also be the worst day of your life. Like things have gotten infinitely worse, progressively worse. I can't even create false hope because there is no false hope left.
So
there's got to be some hope left in you, man. You know.
I don't know if I can help.
They got family, they got children.
No. Every time I get my hopes up, it leads to disappointment. I would rather stay negative because I'm never disappointed.
Okay, can I ask you then the same question? What were the best days of your life?
Well, I talked about that at the beginning of the live stream.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. I'm sorry, I wasn't in. Sorry.
It was basically high school and my 4 years in the military, and then it just went to shit after that.
4 years in the military was the best time of your life.
Yeah, what did you like about that in LA? What was good about the military?
Again, it was just the fantasy that I was working towards something. I was going to have a future. I'm not sure that it was based in reality. It was a fantasy that I was going to do something with my life. I felt proud that I was in the military. I was making my money. I had a nice car, and I had responsibility. I had soldiers underneath me. And I was a fast tracker for my age. I was relatively successful. So, but it was still based on the fact that I thought, or based on the promise that I was going to have a successful career, and then that never happened. So it was a fantasy.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play.
I'm just saying, like LA, have you ever been to a rave? Or taken psychedelics?
No, not psychedelics. No, I don't do drugs.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever looked into the studies that show 1 heroic dose of mushrooms can cure people's depression where everything else has not worked? I think it cures like about half of the people that try it. just one time, one dose, and they checked back on them a few years later, and they're still cured.
Well, if life is not worth living in and of itself, like on its own accord, then it's not worth living. I shouldn't need drugs in order to get through life.
It's not drugs, though.
I shouldn't need anything. I shouldn't need religion. I should not need mushrooms or any. I should not need anything. If life is so wonderful, then it should be wonderful for its own sake.
It's as wonderful as you make it.
Right, or however the state makes it. If the state destroys your life, or your parents destroy your life,
It's very purist. Man. Fuck the state, fuck the governments, fuck them all.
you act like we have complete autonomy over our lives, and we do not.
You're letting them get to you.
We can get away with a lot, though.
Yeah, they do. All these stupid wars, you know what I mean? I mean, come on. Would you join the army now?
No, not under Trump, especially not. I don't trust Trump. He's
but if it
unhinged.
was Biden, then I wouldn't join any army.
No way.
Who joins the fucking army is a nutcase in my eyes.
You just be a pawn.
Well, I took a risk and I came out unscathed, so I don't regret it. I mean, unfortunately, my parents didn't create a future for me, so I had to attempt to create one for myself.
Always look at the bright side of life, mate. That's all I can say to you. I mean, I can't answer you. Sorry.
Well, I think that's probably the one thing that I did right was going into the military. Everything else was, I made the best decisions that I could make with the limited information that I had. My parents were no help whatsoever. And when you're young, you don't have all the information. So I did make mistakes. I did choose the wrong educational path, but I'm not going to go back to school and get more debt. I'm not. Like, education is not a guarantee for a successful future.
So the best days of your life was when you were in the military, correct?
I mean, I guess so, relatively. Like, I wasn't depressed and miserable like I am now.
And how many years ago was that, if you mind me asking?
I don't want to be that specific.
I'd try the mushrooms, innit? If I ever got that depressed, I would just do the heroic mushroom.
Don't tempt him.
Well, if you look at the studies, it is pretty shocking how effective they are for that.
The situation at the moment, like, you know what annoys me the most? It's human beings. Nobody's saying anything. Everybody's just talking about it as if we don't do anything. We still go out and vote and pay tax, so...
I just love how people don't want to address the underlying problems which causes people to be miserable. Instead, they want to put them on antidepressants and tell them to get counseling to learn to cope with their oppression. Nobody's ever going to address the underlying oppression.
Well, that was D&W's point yesterday, right? Is if we all just end it, then none of the problems that make people want to end it ever get resolved, because we're not resolving them, we're just running away from them.
Right, yeah. And of course I was not allowed to respond to it, but that is absolute nonsense because they're not addressing it, which is why these people want to opt out in the first place. They know there's no hope. They know that nobody cares and that nothing is going to be done about it. And so they see it as every man for himself, and that is their only option to protect themselves, to escape from this hellscape.
They're doing this, they're doing that, they. What about you, brother? Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
we live in a democracy. We live in a democracy. So what I want to do as an individual...
We've never lived in a democracy.
Okay, and ostensible.
No. Anyway, I know, because I'm Jesus, when you come here, I've never been there, I've never spoke to you lads before in my life. Thank you for having me on. But we don't live in a democracy. If you believe that, then I don't know.
I mean, it's a democracy based on manufactured consent. So is it really freedom? No, it's not. But still, it's a republic where their vote is giving legitimacy to state oppression. They're absolutely complicit. They outnumber me for sure. So they vote for this oppressive system. I don't have any ability to affect them to affect change because my vote, I don't even vote anymore because I think that my vote is worthless. They always outvote me and they support their own oppression. So what am I supposed to do?
Jeez, you're very complicated, man.
It's not as if I haven't tried. It's not as if I haven't run for office. It's not as if I haven't had a nonprofit or filed lawsuits. It's not as if I haven't written 2 books. I've already done the work. I've done literally everything I can possibly do. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, well, enjoy life then.
Not that easy, is it? Or maybe it
I
is.
know it's not easy, mate. Hi, Ricardo.
Well, the only way you can enjoy life is to remain ignorant, to keep your head in the sand, to like focus on yourself and not care and not really be aware of what's going on and basically consume, watch TV, be a mindless zombie, and then you can actually be happy or pretend to be happy.
Nah, I don't think that's happiness. That's just ignorance, isn't it? I think
That's not the answer.
Anybody who is aware is not going to be happy. They're going to be miserable.
Yeah, but mate, yeah, I mean it's tough, isn't it? Because obviously, like the spiritual leaders of the East, that they claim to have very high awareness, and they seem to be quite content. So maybe there's a certain threshold of awareness that's probably quite difficult to reach, but if you reach, could perhaps create contentment in your life, perhaps. It doesn't have to be ignorance, and ignorance is probably not going to be happiness, is it? It's probably just going to be contentment.
I don't believe ignorance is bliss. Not for me.
I think it can be for the individual that holds it, but I think if you hold ignorance, you're probably going to cause more suffering to other people around you because you're not aware on the best way to act for their benefit. It's quite a selfish thing.
But that's how you become happy, is by becoming happy at other people's expense.
I would disagree strongly with that. Maybe some people, psychopaths or something. But...
Well, I'm including parents. I'm including capitalists. I'm including anybody who supports democracy. Their happiness comes at other people's expense.
Support democracy. I think you just said to you, mate, there is no democracy. It's an illusion.
I agree with you on that point. Democracy is illegitimate, but still, it's the facade that we're stuck with. They call it democracy. It's really, I mean, we can call it all kind of things, but officially, it's a democracy. That's what the damn Constitution says, or it actually says a republic. But we already know that there's a shadow government pulling the strings, that our votes don't actually matter.
You're up LA, you miserable say you've been doom strolling, half the age of the average turnip in a bucket of rain, muttering grandly about sorrow and pain. But you're too smart, son, to rot in despair with all that intellect tangling your hair. Use that big brain for a happier art. Help your own life before it falls apart. So cheer up LA, have a nice cup of tea, stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray, then drift off smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew, let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, don't just sit and brood. Help yourself live well and help other folk too. You can map the void with a fountain pen, out think 12 bishops and 6 wise men. You can spot bad logic a mile away and explain Schopenhauer by the break of day. But what's the point of a marvelous mind if you only use it to moan and grind? A clever man ought to know by now how to plant a seed and milk a cow, buy oat milk, being vegan minded and such. So cheer up LA, have a nice cup of tea, stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray, then drift off smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew, let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, don't just sit and brood. Help yourself live well and help other folk too. Go to Mexico, walk by the sea. see. Stop acting like doom is your destiny. Have some guacamole, shake your behind. Leave the apocalypse out of your mind. There's no great virtue in being grim. If joy is at the beach and the tide's coming in, you need not solve all suffering tonight. Sometimes wisdom is sitting in light.
I think Danny Shines does amazing videos on
Doubt
YouTube.
that's true, so do something useful with what's
I like his Happy
new.
Carriage videos.
Make life lighter where you can. Be a bomb, not just a broken man. Help your own heart, help your friends. Make a little goodness before it ends. A mind like yours should not be spent just writing footnotes to discontent. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea. Stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray. Then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew. Let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, let it do some good. Help yourself enjoy life like a smart man should. Cheer up, LA, don't be absurd. Even
What's
golden
everyone's
prophets
favorite
need
food?
sun and a bird. You've got the brains now, make this your creed. Enjoy your life and help others do the same indeed.
Wow.
That was lovely.
Is this now the best day of your life, LA?
I wish it was a little bit more pessimistic, but I'll take it.
That's
Cheer up,
nice.
man.
Cheer up, for God's sake, man. Oh, gosh. I said the word God, I'll get crucified.
It really has.
You know?
Maybe I'll get my own song one day.
Would you pop that link in the back chat, please? That song.
That song. What I'll do is I'll make a video of it and pop it on the channel, the Finding Gnosis channel here on YouTube. It's the Finding Gnosis channel that we're streaming from. So I'll do that at some point in the near future.
Near future. Don't talk about the future. You get them depressed.
Best days of my life is today.
Yeah, what's the best days of your life, huh?
Right now, the present moment, the present.
Never been a better time than right now.
Wow, you are a fast songwriter.
You see, I can't win. Actually, you see, I can't take credit for composing the song. I did use AI to help me. I just fed in the a bit of info about you, okay, LA, and then it made it. So, thank you, AI.
Right. I mean, I knew that. I was just giving you a compliment, rhetorically.
But I mean, I fed in enough. I fed in enough about you. I could have fed in more, but I did all right. Silas says, I can't win. Silas says, mocking anybody who doesn't share his own damn viewpoint. See, in trying to be nice, I've made a woman in America incredibly angry. This is the problem.
I'm not offended.
Well, Silas is on your behalf. I was trying to cheer you up, LA, and I've made Silas, aka Patsy Cline, incredibly angry.
How's that, Patsy?
I think we should all respect everyone's viewpoints.
Sure.
Indeed. Yeah, I love LA. I just disagree with some of his views. But yeah, I love the guy.
Me too. I think he's cool.
Well,
he's genuine.
Does education mean anything today?
Yeah, but what kind of education is good? But what kind of education? You know, do we ever get the kind of education we need to prepare us?
How the hell did Disobey end up here? By the way, you said you randomly. How did you find us?
Oh, Danny Shine. I like Danny Shine.
Oh, okay.
So I just clicked in and no reason, lads. You know, just a bit of banter. I'm sitting here and I was like, no, why not? Yeah.
The Earth Dog says the best days of his life were before finding online.
Yeah, best. I'd love to ask Danny.
I'd
love to ask Danny.
Danny already came on and told us the best days of his life were when after he got diagnosed with cancer, and he went on a kind of retreat, a health and well-being retreat in Cyprus to kind of mindfully try to take control of the situation. He went with his best friend and his brother and a few others. His mother, his wife turned up. He said it was a very lovely time. So there you go.
Fair play to him, you know. Well, do you know what I like about Danny? He's very positive.
Is he?
I love Danny. Danny's awesome.
I'd say Danny's very pessimistic, isn't he?
So what does disobey mean?
Hang on a minute. Slow down. We need to we're not reading the small print, but I think he's very positive.
What does disobey mean?
You could say he's the most optimistic man alive.
What, Danny?
Because, as are all antinatalist activists, because they actually think they can do something credible and meaningful with their activism. They think they can do anything substantial. I mean, that to me is highly optimistic.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, he comes off very pessimistic with the antinatalist stuff.
That was tongue in cheek. I don't know if it went over your head.
Oh, sorry.
Because I feel like it's a very optimistic aim to convince humans to stop breeding. I mean, you have to be incredibly optimistic to think that you could do that.
I think he acknowledges he doesn't actually expect it to happen, though, doesn't he?
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it requires individual action, not collective action.
I think everybody should have 10 million.
We have to play the song again, LA.
I wouldn't mind.
It's quite a long one, though. I mean, it's longer than Chickpeas. I don't know if that's fair.
Just give us the chorus. The chorus is
well, I'll play a bit of it if it comes up. Here we go.
Cheer up, LA, you miserable sage. You've been doom scrolling half the age of the average turnip in a bucket of rain, muttering grandly about sorrow and pain. But you're too smart, son, to rot in despair with all that intellect tangling your hair. Use that big brain for a happier art. Help your own life before it falls apart. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea. Stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray. Then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew. Let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, don't just sit and brood. Help yourself live well and help other folk too. You can map the void with a fountain pen. Outthink 12 bishops and 6 wise men. You can spot bad logic a mile away and explain Schopenhauer by the break of day. But what's the point of a marvelous mind if you only use it to moan and grind? A clever man ought to know by now how to plant a seed and milk a cow. By oat milk, being vegan minded and such. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea. Stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray. Then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew. Let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, don't just sit and brood. Help yourself live well and help other folk too. Go to Mexico, walk by the sea. Stop acting like doom is your destiny. Have some guacamole, shake your behind. Leave the apocalypse out of your mind. There's no great virtue in being grim. If joy is at the beach and the tide's coming in, you need not solve all suffering tonight. Sometimes wisdom is sitting in light. You're smart, LA, no doubt that's true. So do something useful with what's in you. Make life lighter where you can. Be a bomb, not just a broken man. Help your own heart, help your friends. Make a little goodness before it ends. A mind like yours should not be spent just writing footnotes to discontent. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea. Stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray. Then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew. Let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, let it do some good. Help yourself, enjoy life like a smart man should. Cheer up, LA, don't be absurd. Even gloomy prophets need sun and a bird. You've got the brains now, make this your creed. Enjoy your life and help others do the same indeed.
Very good.
Nice. Cool lyrics.
There's going to be a collection, isn't there? Everyone's going to get a song eventually.
Yay. Awesome. I'll wait for mine.
Yeah, I'm going to keep coming here just for that.
What's been the best moment of your day today?
Good question.
Ooh.
Seriously, from 6 in the morning till now, it's after midnight here, but
There's like a men's group now.
just bang, what's the first thing that hits you?
It's only 11 o'clock. Where are you?
Well, me?
It's 11 p.m. where I am. I'm in London. Are you in like Norway or France or something?
No, I'm in Hamburg.
Hamburg?
He's in Northern Ireland.
I'm from Donegal. I'm from Donegal, living in Germany.
Oh, you're in Germany. Ah, okay. There you go.
Hamburg.
Hamburg, okay.
Hamburger.
I'm a hamburger.
Hamburger.
Ich bin ein Hamburger.
Ich bin ein Berliner. Yeah, in London, huh? Yeah.
I've been to Germany.
And do you mind us asking? You don't have to tell us, but what industry are you in, or what do you do over there? You don't have to tell us, obviously, but is it a nice way of life over there? Because well, it's just interesting to hear. How does it compare?
Compares a lot now. The last 10 years, I go home. All my family's back in Ireland, of course. Ireland depresses me now.
Because it's changed.
Oh, it's changed so much, man. You know.
What way has it changed bad?
It's just not Ireland anymore. It's not the Ireland I was brought up in. You know?
It's
same
just
as
another
England or London or anywhere.
Just another globalized, multicultural, globalized village or town, country.
Yeah,
where
everybody's on their iPhone.
We're all morphing into sameness, and that's what's happening.
Yeah. London. I've been in London.
They do say eventually we're all going to have the same accent. Like there's going to be like this weird internet accent. Like we're all just going to eventually start talking like youngsters nowadays are being influenced by other people, and they say there's going to be like this pan-Atlantic accent,
all homogenized and stuff. That's mad. I fight against that. I think local accent should stay, should thrive. Yeah.
Richard, come on and tell us about your book if you want, mate.
Oh yeah, my book is about poems. Spirit of Life. I named the book.
Spirit of Life.
Yeah.
Poetry.
A book of poetry.
Yes.
Would you like to read one now?
Not at the moment.
No problem, bro.
I'd love to hear some of that.
Spiritual.
Anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat.
Sorry, I butted you.
Come on.
I was going to ask, how's life in London now? Many years since I've been there. Well, it depends what part you're in, I suppose. Sorry.
I mean, there is a continuous battle for community and people trying to come together. But London is a strange place because people go there and then they leave, people move around. It's very hard to build a long-term community in London, because people move around, people leave, people emigrate. And
pace of life
people always trying to climb ladders and move from one part of town to another. So I don't know. Maybe Maggie Thatcher was right. There is no such thing as society. Sometimes I feel that maybe she was right. It does certainly, but then again, I feel like maybe she created that problem. She encouraged that. She encouraged this kind of lack of connection. I mean, it's interesting. The community initiatives aren't people doing it freely or of their own volition. They're doing it because they got a grant to do it. You know, they meet people from their community because it's a fucking the council's funding some community initiative. So I don't know. I just don't know whether there is actually much community. But, you know, having said that, I like it in many ways because you know, people can be a huge problem, disobey, if I'm honest. And
Yeah.
you know, when you go to other parts of the world where people are in each other's fucking hair all the time, that can be infuriating because, you know, they never give you a fucking break. And they perhaps don't deserve your time, but you don't know any better because that's the culture you grow up in. And you may be surrounded by arseholes that have totally ingratiated themselves into your existence with, well, I say ingratiated, but like it's just a big glob. And it may be that it's not the best outcome for a free thinker, somebody who wants to be independent and somebody who, you know, wants to get away from the maddening crowd, you know, the madness of everything, you know. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. We can always move out to the country if you can.
Yeah. I do like the South where Ricardo is, you know, Dorset. I like that.
Yeah.
I like. I even like Eastbourne, even though it's full of old people. I like the South mainly. I don't really want to go up north.
No,
I like
too cold.
Cornwall.
Cornwall's nice. You know, another stupid question. What is a working class man? What the fuck does that mean? You mean you work and you've got a class? Or?
Well, it was a better sounding term for lower class people, I think.
Well, then it was before we had there was the working class and the criminal class, you know, but that didn't work and they were into skullduggery. I mean, the working class were generally people who, there was different tiers of working class as well, wasn't there? There was like unskilled workers and then there was skilled workers, and like an upper working class, if you like, were very well respected, could be very good earners and, you know, master tradesmen and such.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose it's just a tiered system of it's a very Anglo-centric, old school, archaic way of looking at things, I suppose, in many ways, because there are these upper class, who don't really do much, only they benefit from inheritance and being nepo babies and rentier capitalism, where their families tend to own things and they just benefit from having, you know, the means of production or the means of ownership of things that people need, you know, so the resources, the land, the property, they maybe benefit from having first dibs on things like major companies that are doing well because they have the money, so they get to buy into things that are doing well, so they never lose out, they always win. Sorry, it is very late here, but it's an old school thing. It's a way of creating tiers in society, and also in some ways it is interesting because you have this middle class and then you have the working class. And as I said, I don't know if there's much difference between some of the middle class and the upper working class in terms of competence, ability, intelligence, and even earning. So some of the upper working class can earn a lot of money, you know, and some of the middle class don't earn that much money at all compared to some of the people in the working class. So in many ways, I suppose I could say these this tier system is a kind of categorization of humanity that causes us to fight amongst ourselves rather than question the kind of the system, the rentier capitalism, the puppet masters, the people controlling our day-to-day lives, maybe even unfairly, you know. Anyway, I don't know if
But
that makes sense.
DN, if you notice, all these politicians always say, I come from a working class background. I'm working. They love to get that statement in. Like, I'm thinking, what is a fucking
You
even
see,
Keir
back in
Starmer?
if you
Even Keir
go to other
Starmer
parts of the world, you'll see that people from villages and towns, like they all come from the same glob of people from the same background, and like
Yeah,
some of
yeah.
them go to university, some of them go into construction, some of them go into, you know, becoming some kind of engineer or mechanic. But at the end of the day, they all came from the same place, and they all go back to that place to work, maybe. But they don't see each other as tiered as perhaps in the big cities, where in the big cities people have a tendency to kind of, at least for a long period of their life, socialize in their little niches. So the lawyers for a period will socialize with other lawyers, or high end people in high end business will socialize with other people from that, and they forget about others for a period. I think that's where the disconnect comes. That's where this belief that they are in any way different or above others comes from, because they're disconnected.
Yeah.
They're not. There's no community. There's no reminder that they're just, you know, part of the glob, part of the fucking 99%. You know, and they live in this delusional situation where they think they are somebody, when in actual fact they're nobody. In the rentier capitalist system, if you are earning shitloads of money, like if you're earning like 100,000, 300,000 pounds a year, 500,000 pounds, you're still nothing compared to like the billionaires and upcoming trillionaires that are out there, you know, running everything.
Yeah.
In terms of intergenerational power, you know, your wealth is going to dissipate. You know, it's not going to be there in the next generation. It'll be lessened because you have, you know, a certain amount of children, or, you know, people that you leave money to in your will. So it doesn't. It very very rarely means anything in terms of mobility to the elite level.
It just annoys me. People saying, I'm working class, working class. I mean, I was listening to all kinds of things, like even George Galloway and all this working class, working party, working. I mean, you work to pay tax, right? And I've heard people back in my days, they were saying, yeah, I pay my tax. I pay my tax, as if there's some kind of a fucking hero, you know? But I can't get that out of my head, like, I'm a working
Well, I mean,
class
if people
man.
if
It's
people
not
did
a bollocks.
No, if people paying your tax is a good thing, and I mean, yeah, if people paid into the system, they should have a say in it. What's wrong with that?
Well, yeah, if people had a say in it,
In fact, in many ways, again, this goes back to the maybe not the higher middle class, but the lower middle class and the working class generally are paying a lot of tax compared to some of the higher up people, because the higher up people know all the loopholes and they're able to do all this kind of
where's the fucking tax money going,
offshore
dear?
skullduggery to hide money and not pay tax.
Where's the tax money going? I don't want to pay for wars. I don't want to pay for this. I don't want to pay for COVID. I
It's
don't want to
going
pay
to
for all
the rentier capitalist class.
Yeah.
It's going to the
it
old
is.
money. It's going to the old money.
The old money and the new machines. Yeah. Unfortunately.
For all the civil servants, we pay for all that.
We're still being run by old money, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it pains me to say this because I don't necessarily agree with reparations, but I do sometimes toy with the idea of smashing the system, not necessarily for reparations, but to admit that we as a species have been very unfair we've created a system that has allowed certain bloodlines, certain people to prosper. And when I say I'm talking about the 1%. I'm not talking about the 99. I'm not talking about middle class or anything like that. I'm talking about the extreme wealth. Where did they get it from? Why do they have it? Do they deserve it? What are they doing with it? I don't know if it's. It seems to be we need. If we were a serious species, we'd have a blank slate in some ways. We'd start again. We'd say, right, we're going to let every man get what he deserves.
That's communism.
Not really. It doesn't have to be that way.
It's not necessarily communism. It's like starting fresh. But look, that's delusional. It's not going to happen because
we're not going to have a classless
fantasy
society
because the truth is the power is there. Power won't let that happen. And they know a lot more about how humanity works than us mere cretins down the bottom. They understand the human psychology, human drives, human motivation. They know how to manipulate us, so it's never going to happen.
Yeah, but
it's survival of the fittest.
Yeah, but I heard the name George Galloway.
I don't know about that. It depends what you mean by that, because you could be an elite level nepo baby with, a poor state of.
I'm being sarcastic, actually. DNW.
You could survive and flourish easier than some finer specimen down the ladder.
I'm being thingy about whole life is just survival of the fittest. It's just I don't mean by that fittest.
How about smartest?
No, I'm just talking about whole life.
The point is, it is survival. It is survival of the fittest in your level at your point, and a lot of it is luck. But there is a degree of animal. There's a lot of the animal nature and the Darwinism going on.
Darwinism.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. But there's also, because we are social animals and we have this thing like the halo effect, people do live off other people's success, and they survive because others have done well in their family, in their locality, in their friend circle, in the corporation that they happen to be working for. Just, how many people have we seen working for a corporation? They got lucky, they got a job, they earn a shitload of money, but they're not much better than someone else you pull off the street who's not earning that much money. There is a lot of luck. Sometimes it's nepotism, sometimes it's cronyism, sometimes it's
blackmailing.
Just luck,
Blackmailing.
You could be there. You could be working for a company just at the right time when some kind of bonus incentive comes in. You earn a shitload of money, and suddenly you're Keiko Bako, but someone else isn't afforded that chance because they were born like 10 years later and experienced a global recession. So it's a lot. There is quite a lot of luck involved.
There is.
Well, DN, would you rather be rich or poor?
Well, you see, I remember I did fundraising for a while when I was younger, and I went to a lot of places in the UK that were very rich, and I went to a lot of places that were very, very poor. And people say it's just, delusional bitterness and resentment. But I have to say the impoverished places, although there was a lot of problems, and there were a lot of cunts there, believe me, there were a lot of shitheads in these places as well. But for the most part, in terms of numbers, there was a lot more nicer, genuine, nice, homely, caring people who'd sit you down, give you a cup of tea, invite you in. There was a lot more of that in the very poor places than there was in the very well-heeled places. Now, there was also, it was a strange situation because there was also a lot of cunts in those places as well. So, but there wasn't, so the thing is, in those poorer places, the cunts were extremely overtly obvious. They were completely out of control, psychopathic. You know what I mean? They would say outrageous things. They'd be fucking doing outrageous. You'd see it just blatantly. But if you go to the rich areas, you wouldn't see that. But you would feel the snideness. You would feel the kind of aloof, kind of unsympathetic nature of the individual. So it wasn't overtly obvious. You know what I mean? It would just be, you can kind of sense that they didn't give a fuck about others, you know.
By
the way, they weren't all like that. This wasn't, and it wasn't a mate. The scale wasn't overwhelmingly tipping in favor of the poor, but it did. I'd say it did tip that in the poorer areas, people were more genuine and more empathetic. But it wasn't overwhelming. I'll say that much. It wasn't an overwhelming difference.
Well, I totally agree with you, Dan. I worked down in Kenya for a while. I was in Mombasa. I worked up in Egypt, up outside Alexandria. Very, well, could say poor people. I mean, they had nothing. Living in, I mean, really rough. But they're the most happiest, nicest people you could meet. Isn't it strange? You come back then, you come back to your job, and you see kids moaning about toilets, no such thing. Hot water, don't be stupid.
Interesting. You raise an interesting point. I mean, you
do
go to.
You know what I'm saying? They were happy with everything they fucking had. Look at the children nowadays, for God's sake. They make you sick.
You're right. You go to. I mean, I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me here. I'm not singing the praises of noble savagery or anything like that. But if you go to some of these places,
yeah, I've been there, mate.
I don't know. Do you see depressed kids? I don't know.
No. Half is fuck, man.
You probably do. You probably see the odd one, but like not as many.
You don't see them.
Smiling. Sorry, go on ahead, lads. Maybe you lads want to talk. Sorry.
I'm just saying you might not see them because they might be hidden inside or just stuck to their bed, can't get out of bed. That's how I was.
Unfortunately, depending on the level of savagery as well, they may be dead. I know that was a thing. And I'm sorry to say that, but I read about that in places like Papua New Guinea. They used to like literally kill kids who were a bit strange or whatever. Sorry to any Papua New Guineans who've been feel like I'm racially motivated, but I've read that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I heard this is in some tribes. This is what they've done. If they feel a kid is being bullied or is a bit strange, is not fitting in, well, then they sometimes stone him to death or put him in a pit and kill him. Let the other kids kill him. I don't know if that's true. Can somebody corroborate if I'm telling a falsity or a truth? I've heard that's true. So I'm not saying. By the way, I'm not saying these people are any better or more virtuous than us. They are happier, but does that mean they're more virtuous and more empathetic? I don't know. Maybe that people are unhappy because when they become to the big city and they learn about life and they see all the problems, maybe they develop more empathy and that makes them unhappier. Because I've seen country folk, and country folk, I don't think it's the same now. But in the past, country folk could be incredibly ignorant, incredibly bigoted, because they hadn't seen jack shit. But now they have the internet, and I feel like they are being educated in their living room about the world and how anthropology and how human society operates. So their bigotry perhaps is a little bit less. But you see, the thing about country people is they're generally not tested as much as city folk. Because if you go around in the city swinging your nuts and saying X, Y, and Z, someone will call you out. Someone will call you out. It's a lot more difficult in the countryside because people have to live with each other for generations, and they don't like to cause too much trouble. So people sometimes get away with being an arsehole, or no one wants to rock the boat. But in the city, because its populations are transient and people are passing through, they're not that they have a tendency to call each other out a bit more.
One last thing, and I'll shut up. I'm sorry, folks. Who's happier? A poor child or a rich child?
DW, talking about what people do to their children. When I lived in Yemen, you see so many horribly disabled, crippled children, little ones, 5, 6 years old, and they had been crippled by their own parents to be sent out begging.
What? Oh dear! Horrible
This
stuff.
was in Yemen when I lived there.
I hope it's not like that now. That was some time back, wasn't it?
Well, this was in the 60s, but I don't know if it's like that now, but they used to actually disable their own toddlers.
I would be extremely surprised if it was still like that.
Why? Yemen has gone downhill since I lived there, D&W. You should see it when I was there. It was actually a nice place. You should see it now. It's been destroyed, Yemen.
Anyway, the man Disobey asked the question, who's happier, a rich child or a poor child? I don't know. I think a lot of it depends on love and needs being met, emotional needs being met. You know, you can have a rich child who's miserable. I mean, there's so many rich people can be incredibly neurotic, because their father and mother can be, first of all, what I've realized in life is not all, but a lot of highly successful people have been driven by an inner turmoil, an inner lacking, and a need to prove themselves somehow because they feel terribly unhappy. I've seen that. So what you get is a lot of people focus on their career because they can't focus on the inner turmoil going on in their heart and mind. And so you end up getting these parents who are on the face of it are extremely successful, but they emotionally they haven't matured because they've been spending time trying to be successful without, tending to the garden of their inner sanctum. And their work has been a method of escape and also a kind of trauma response, trying to prove themselves as worthy or somebody when, perhaps they were taught they were nobody by their family or their peers as youngsters. I've seen a lot of that, and that's why I'm skeptical of, success always making people happy. And I'm also skeptical of kids being happy with these parents, because as I said, if that's what they're running away from, and if they're not dealing with their demons, well, they're not in a position to understand and empathize with their children, and so the trauma continues.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for answering, DM. But
why did you laugh, you fucking psycho?
So I was laughing at the comment from LA in the chat.
Okay.
Just made me miss myself. Sorry. Should have muted myself.
If you were unhappy in life, it'd be a lot easier if you had fucking money.
Oh yeah, of course they say that. Money doesn't buy happiness, but it buys a lesser state of misery.
Yes.
It buys you more escapism. It buys you more opportunities for. But the problem is it can allow for harmful escapism. I know a lot of rich people who became drug addicts, sex addicts, alcoholics.
Pedophiles.
Also, I don't know any successful people who became like that, but I've seen them in the news. I know people who also became addicted to success. Like some people go to the bookies and gamble. Rich people will be gambling with stocks and shares and being venture capitalists to some degree, like punting on a new business or starting a new business, and it's another form of gambling in a way.
Yeah.
So what's your philosophy, Disobey, for a happy life? Have you found one yet? How do you stay sane? How do you retain mental sovereignty in a world that's trying to enter your head, enter your heart, manipulate you?
Mushrooms.
Find your own sovereignty. Just find your own mental independence.
Yeah, but how do you do that?
Mushrooms.
No, man.
Mushrooms. Okay. Psilocybin. All right.
Yeah.
I find it's a good way to degrade all the social conditioning.
Have you got any? Send some my way. Gav. It's been a while.
What makes you happy? What makes you happy?
Well, obviously, talking about a lot about suffering is obviously some part of it is about finding a way to rise above your suffering so so you don't suffer at all, as much or at all. There's many different ways to do that. I mean, obviously, you can avoid things, you can distract yourself with nice things like cats and
yes, cats.
Your hair up nice stuff.
I've got 2 cats.
What?
Things will come back.
Well.
Sorry, mate. It's just.
No, it's okay. I'm happy. Personally, I'm happy to be distracted by nice things. But,
yeah, what makes you happier?
Yeah.
Hello, darling. I like wee cats. I've got 3. I got 1 hangs about the house and 2 live in the house.
Ah.
When people love each other, that's what makes me
there
happy.
you go. There you go. Well, what makes you happy, NM?
Just getting a different perspective on things.
Yeah.
Finding a higher perspective can help a lot. Any situation.
When people show love to each other, that's got to be what makes us happy, right? Even when sometimes you just see like the way a mother smiles at a child. I know a lot of us are AN here, but when I see that can make me happy, just seeing the love between a mother and a child.
And then, do you think we concentrate too much on the unhappiness, and we should be concentrating more on the happiness?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I said something to DNW, I think yesterday, where I feel like the happiness is less potently positive than negative is, and negative is more potently negative. Dad, I don't even know how to say this. It's like a disparity where happiness isn't as strong as suffering is strong, if you know what I mean.
I would agree with that.
If you're happy in a note, clap your hands.
What was that?
Yeah.
And then there's the who is happy? In many ways, happiness is a kind of my friend said to me, happiness is like a temporary insanity.
Yeah,
it made me laugh. But,
no one's happy all the time, so it's fleeting moment. Just catch the moment, make the most.
Who
of
is actually happy about existing, about existence as a whole? It's interesting. I mean, if in the Bible it says, "As man increaseth in knowledge, he increaseth in sorrow," or something like that. It does certainly seem that a lot of people, the more they experience life, the more sorrow they feel, and the more. And in many ways, that's what builds their empathy, and and that's why they're acting, trying to help people, trying to help the next generation have a better and softer landing. So, I suppose, who is happy? I suppose in this world, sadistic psychopaths, sadistic narcissistic psychopaths are probably some of the happiest if they're getting their needs met. But other than that, I would say happiness is, getting your emotional needs met, material needs met, getting your, there's a kind of Venn diagram of needs that you need to get met for basic contentment. I suppose happiness is a scale, and sometimes you're highly ecstatic, other times you're content. But if you've tasted suffering, you'll be happy to have basic contentment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like Buddhism.
You'll be happy if you've tasted suffering. You'll be happy to have peace.
Yep.
And if you haven't had suffering, peace will be boring to you. You'll want excitement. So it's quite an interesting journey.
Finding balance. Balance is the key, I think. You've said that before.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of
Ricardo, what's the whole depression thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think there is a difference between happiness and depression? Because everybody thinks that I'm unhappy, but I'm not. I'm not actually unhappy. I'm just depressed. There is because I think there is a difference.
Well, I can feel that. I can relate to that, Chick, because I get depressed as well. I've been accused of being a depressive at parties and stuff sometimes, but honestly, it's just because I think deeply, and I question things, and obviously I question, but things that I notice that other people maybe didn't notice, and they didn't want to be drawn. But it's like, so no,
there is a difference. It's weird, isn't it? Because I can't say that I'm actually. Everybody thinks I'm no grumpy old bag. Well, here they do, but I'm not actually. I'm depressed. I'm not unhappy.
But can you be depressed and happy at the same time?
Yeah, I think. At the moment I am. I'm quite happy at the moment. The depression's still there because it will always be there.
I think
so. The depression doesn't.
Chickpeas, you know what I think?
Doesn't affect you.
Some people like to be depressed. Some people like to be happy. They actually enjoy it.
No, my depression is organic. My depression is a lot of it's organic.
Some people love it. They love being depressed, love being unhappy. They're always moaning and groaning, whether it's
the misery.
The fucking weather to the.
Maybe they like the misery.
I disagree. No, nobody likes being depressed. It's a defense. It's a defense tactic that if they remain negative, then they don't ever have to get their hopes up. So it's not a choice.
But some people love it. Some people really love it. They love being depressed and talking negative all their life. I'm talking negative, no problem.
Introduce me to one. Who?
Pardon?
That's not true. You see these people
depressed, really.
You see these people, you don't know their history. They became that way because of their history. Something caused that to happen.
Usually a loss, a big loss in your life, like a relationship, or you lost your house in a fire, or
it can really set you off, can't it?
Major depression, but that's usually a phase
or something. But I know some people that they just love to be always talking negative. You know what I mean? Always moaning and groaning. The price of things, everything's going to explode. The war's coming, and we're all going to die. And the price of petrol and food.
You need to get away from those people and stay away.
It's coming through to me. Actually, Ricardo, I never moan about the price of food. Never.
No.
Huh?
I'm not Ricardo.
Everyone, there's no point. Everyone knows. So we've all heard it. What? You moan at the start when this thing's gone up 20-30p since last week.
No.
What's the price of cat food? Oh my God.
No idea. I just order it and the little man brings it to me.
Don't worry about it. The workers, the retail workers, because they've heard it a million times.
What?
Anyway.
I don't know the
price of food.
It all just gets delivered.
I have a question.
So don't have to worry about prices.
I have a question for Disobey. Disobey, you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
How did you choose your username?
I don't know, but 3 or 4
years. Are you trying to disobey someone specific?
I just want to disobey law and order. You asked me a question. Let me finish.
He's an Irish rebel. He's an Irish rebel.
Yes. No.
Disobey. Looking back, these people can get pretty bleak here. But do you think the rebellion in Ireland was worth it, considering what has happened in Ireland now, in your view?
Definitely no. I'll go back to the 14th, 15th century in Ireland. I know my Irish history. For all that, and now it's just totally screwed, man. Like I said, I was home there for Christmas. I don't want to see it again. It's terrible. It's changed. It's horrible.
So are you an anarchist?
The interesting thing about Ireland, and Northern Ireland in particular, is the nationalists and the unionists. I've watched the news. You've had people come up from Dublin and walk down the streets hand in hand with ultra unionists over matters of they believe there's a threat to their common to their cultures. So it's actually making them join together, which is it's kind of funny when in a kind of ironic way, you know.
I would disagree with that. I'm not a nationalist. I'm a Republican.
Yeah, but there are people. Have you watched the news? There are people from Dublin. I'm not saying the Republicans in the north. I'm saying there were people from Dublin going up, waving the tricolour with unionist symbols, like protesting about whatever. But going back to your point, do you think that the whole Irish struggle for republicanism and independence and all that, has it been worth it?
Never. The more you read into it, no. The answer would be no. Definitely no. Ireland is not a sovereign country, never has been. And if you know your history, if you're Irish, a Republican, there's a nationalist Republican and a Republican Republican. You got a Republican Irishman, a nationalist Irishman. I'm a Republican. There's a difference. Go figure that out for yourself. But green, white, and orange wouldn't be my flag, for example. Wouldn't be my flag.
Yours would just be green.
No, but none of them. My flag would be blue, actually.
Okay.
With a golden harp. But
the old Irish flag. The old Irish flag.
Yes. Was it worth it? Nowadays, it doesn't really matter nowadays. The younger generation now, they don't care anymore. They don't want to know that it's like somebody telling you about Darwin or something, but they're not interested anymore. All they want is their iPhones and their beep beep at the Tesco's.
What do you think were the lessons learned? Do you think, because there was a terrible time in the Northern Ireland in the 60s.
Yes, there was, and I was there.
And you had a lot of, what's the word? Let's just say prejudice and what's the
violence.
word, guys?
Violence.
Not just violence, but it's like prejudice. But you know they wouldn't give certain people. No, they wouldn't give the Catholics houses or jobs or anything. So it was discrimination. Sorry. There's a lot of discrimination and all that. And do you think power has learnt from that to be less overtly nasty, and perhaps the nastiness has turned softer and more kind of in a kind of maybe this social engineering, the kind of getting people to nod their head and doff their cap? It's become, let's just say, a kind of soft, that the approach has softened, but the effect is similar, if you know what I mean. Like people are being led down a garden path worldwide by elite power. Maybe in the past it was obvious because there was slavery, there was discrimination and such, but now it's like everyone's kind of mesmerized. They're kind of being duped. They're kind of being hypnotized into accepting serfdom and doom, the doom of their sovereignty or future. Their future is in the hands of others, and it's just like it isn't even been. Gosh, I'm fucking rambling. Basically, do you think they've learned? Do you think power has learned to soften its approach and make it seem like it's all polite and nice, but really that power is still as bad? It's just not doing things in such a nasty manner.
It's a long kind of a. Well, number one would be Ireland is to be a free country. We go to that crown rule in Stormont. That's criminal. What the English did, not you lads, but what the Crown did in Ireland, read your history, man, disgusting. I think it was up to 1988, around that time. Irish history books were forbidden in the UK. You know that. You were not allowed to speak Irish history. It was forbidden. And you know what gets to me? Why didn't you lads, so if you were clear thinking at the time, why can't we read about Irish history? Every single Irish history book was banned in England. Did you know that? You were not allowed to read about it.
For a period, there was censorship. I mean, Michael Collins was banned. The film Michael Collins was banned, wasn't it?
Yeah. Why? Are they hiding something? And Ireland is still actually under the Crown rule. Although Irish hate it. But the fact is, the Dáil, the Leinster Irish, Royal Oireachtas, call it what you want. If you read the treaty, the agreement that they signed, the first treaty was 1919, second one was 1921. Ireland is still under English rule. The Irish government.
Well, the thing about Ireland is, I think it's an example of rentier capitalism. You got a lot of old money over there, and it didn't go into the people, into the hands of the people. You've got all these old families from like even Cromwellian times and beyond, and they still have they're still controlling the reins.
Of course they are. The Irish government is still a provisional government, and a lot of ports in Ireland, actually, all round Ireland, have to be kept open for British troops or navy.
Well, that's probably Ireland's fault, though.
Oh yeah, it was signing that fucking treaty. Them six men that got shot dead, Michael Collins and all them clowns.
I'm saying after that, Ireland could have got their own navy together, or their Europeans to come in.
No, we weren't allowed. It's in the contract.
It's in the treaty.
It's in the treaty that the Irish Army are not allowed to get any bigger without asking the Crown of the City of London, if you want to call it that way. Not allowed. Otherwise, still don't get that. We're still under.
I don't know if that is still the case.
Well,
I'll have to look it up.
But anyway, what was the question again? Sorry.
Are you worried about Ireland being possibly? Because I remember a few years ago, because Ireland has such a shit military, and it really does. Are you worried about?
We don't have a military. We got one boat, I think.
Yeah. Are you don't have a great air force or anything?
No.
Are you worried about the future? Because there's a lot of talk in the future about, globe mass migration. Maybe there'll be calamities around the world, and there will be people, even governments, invading other lands because of global heating, climate change. Are you worried that Ireland perhaps will just be down the Swanee because it won't be able to defend itself, and it will just be taken over, invaded?
But defend yourself? What do you? I mean, look, if Ireland had to defend itself, the first people to come would be the USA. Half the USA is half Irish. They'd be straight on it.
I think that's actually not true. The actual they don't know this, but most of the people who claim to be Irish in the USA are actually Scots-Irish. They're actually they were. This is true. You can look this
Irish?
up. Yeah, they are actually Protestant Irish heritage.
Yeah,
but they don't know that. They don't know that. But if you look at it, the numbers, most of them are Scots-Irish. If you look up the numbers.
I don't know.
I could be wrong, but I think
I've never looked into it, mate. I've never looked into it. But 2026 was. Let me ask a simple question. If anybody here ever lived, well, since the day you were born, where there's not been a war on this planet? I've never be a war in Bangladesh, or you know, we've never lived without war. Never.
Yeah, you're right there. It's typical humanity.
That's a depressing fact about human nature.
Yeah.
Global governance, and it's coming.
Never going to stop
One
warring.
one world.
We've never
There won't
lived
be a
without
need to
war.
fight over the land. There won't be nations. It's coming. We already have global economy. We're moving to global governance.
Yes, can't wait. Can you?
Oh, can't wait for the cashless. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's just round the corner. They just
I'm going to buy drugs.
when we're all sleeping, everything's going cashless.
Yes.
I'm going to buy drugs.
They buy drugs now with
And
EBT
then,
cards in
and
America.
back to your question there, you talk
They
about
have
Ireland.
purpose.
What the hell does it matter now? All that war for nothing. But if you
buy
look
the
back,
you buy the goods that your drug dealer wants and trade them for the drugs. That's what they do now here in the States.
exactly, darling. Exactly.
How they send them Cash App for drugs here in the United States
Awesome.
and PayPal.
Cashless. Everybody's walking around paying with their phones. Their phone is their life. The iPhone, it's their life.
Everybody's so afraid of the chip.
And I bet
you,
all single one of you have got an iPhone. You've all got an iPhone. Every single one of you.
Not me.
So we're criticizing ourselves.
A smartphone.
I've never had an
It doesn't
iPhone.
have to be an iPhone.
I actually use a Nokia. I still use a Nokia.
Dumb phone. I've got a stupid iPhone. I know I'm criticizing, but
People talk about the chip that they want to implant into you, but they don't need to. They sold it to you and you willingly carry it. If you leave your house without it, you go back for it.
I know.
Oh, they you know what? I'll tell you guys this. They don't really need to implant a chip in you to know everything about you. You know, they already have everything. They know where you are, everything you do. You know, they got everybody's algorithm. That's another thing. You know, that
we do.
What's that, bro?
That's the we can't leave
we do.
Hold on, I couldn't hear you guys. I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Sorry, dude.
That's the point that you were making just now when you said we can't leave our houses without our phones.
Yeah.
But it's true. It's fact.
Someone
I'm
might-
sorry.
might call. Someone
Yeah.
might ring us.
There are exceptions to every rule, but the vast
We need
majority
things.
of humans on this earth carry a cell phone around with them everywhere they go.
Oh yeah. The smartphones. Yeah.
But it's just
You don't need to actually
stage.
implant it.
It's
It's
coming to a
just
stage.
carry it.
It's coming to a stage.
I know. There's actually, believe it or not, I know only one person who doesn't have a smartphone, and she's an elderly, for obvious reasons. But yeah, pretty much everybody does have a smartphone, and you know it does become your life. You got everything on it.
Yeah.
Hello, Escape.
And they
Hey,
can still
Chickpea.
track you. They
I'm
can
just
still
doing some
track
shopping
you.
on Amazon. Shop.
They
Oh,
can
yeah.
still track you if you don't have a smartphone using
Yeah.
network triangulation pinpointing methods.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so if you don't have a smartphone, it probably says something about you. Algorithmically, they're able to probably deduce things about you, maybe your age, and maybe they'll look at how often you make phone calls and send text. They can still hack in and read your text messages and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah, man.
you know.
Is anything
Right now, my FBI agent, you know, he's laughing at me. He's like, all this guy does is look up chakras and spiritual stuff. You know, let's leave this nut job alone. You know, this guy's harmless.
Yeah, you're not on an agent's desk. You're just in the algorithm. The AI has already dubbed you not a threat, and you don't get passed on.
You'd be very
to the
surprised.
CIA.
I would say a lot of people who've come on the Finding Gnosis show are on some kind of list.
Oh, facts.
100%.
What kind of list?
But I mean, but here's the thing, though. DNW. I think nowadays, most people are going to end up on a list anyways, just because it's again, like we're saying, everybody's using the internet. Everybody's social.
It's probably you're right. It's probably done through artificial intelligence. You're probably
and not only that, DNW, right? Like again, just to kind of keep it civil and stuff. But there's other platforms that I know of, not to get too specific, but the one guy made a like it's on the live, and he made a threat to the other girl that he's going to be the one, and we all heard it. And I mean, again, it's like all kinds of people are watching this stream, man. That's not something you want to say on a stream.
Escape. They don't need to watch it. They just record it all, and it's all. I don't like that guy. I'll pull up everything he said, and they'll get you on something like the Epstein files. It's the same fucking.
Obey. What do you think the future holds for humanity?
Jesus, I'd have to think about that.
Would you obey? I meant disobey. Sorry.
Did you say obey? Right outside your cunt.
Yeah, I meant obey. Like you know, like that kind of tongue-in-cheek, like fucking thing.
What does the future hold? Oh, I think zombies. People who just totally rely on AI, sorry. Totally rely on telephones and computers, and without them we're lost. They can turn us off and turn us on without even chipping us. That's what I see in the future, and it's coming very fast.
Yeah.
You won't be allowed to shop anymore without an iPhone. You won't get a bus or a plane or anything. You won't go through an airport. There's no more tickets anymore, no more paperwork anymore. Be all in your phone, scam me. And you probably have it on your phone.
Now you're talking Chickpea's language. Chickpea talks about the mark of the beast in the book of Revelation, right? Chickpea always brings it up. Now you're talking Chickpea's language.
Chickpea is the matriarch of pessimism.
Yes.
And,
Actually, I'm not.
Fact.
No, DNW, that's not entirely true.
Go on then.
But, it's happening. Even these people are saying.
Or realism, matriarch of realism. Is that fair enough, Chickpea?
But look, they've got us by the balls.
Yeah,
all of us.
Oh,
They've got us by the balls. So it doesn't matter. So you got to enjoy every day of your fucking life. What was the question again? What was this chat about?
Yeah, it's just what does the future hold? Because go on.
That my bank account is being monitored by the government. So that's how much freedom we've got. I'm a little
They all are. They all are. They all are, Chickpea.
And my bank account is actually being monitored.
They all are, Chickpea. They all are. They all are.
I care. They find my bank account interesting. Well, fine, monitor. I don't give a shit, to be honest.
They all are. Chickpea, would you like to stand on your soapbox and give your prescription for what people should do because of the future that looms upon us?
Who, me? Did you? What?
Yes.
Right. Well, you know what my plans are. I think.
No, I'm not asking your plans. I'm saying, can you give a prescription for humanity? What needs to be done?
There's nothing we can do. There's nothing. What can we do? We are already caught in it. They've already got us with our phones. They've got us already. Mm-hmm. All of us, myself included. They've already got us.
So are we really? Is it just the case we are fucked? Is that it?
Well, I think the day will come when it says those who take the chip will something horrible. Those of us who don't take the chip will not be able to buy any food. So that's what
we are. So fucked. Welcome to the end times.
You're being facetious to me, DNW. And I know you
No,
are.
I'm not. Is it? This is basically what you're saying. We're completely fucked. This is it. There's no hope.
Yeah.
It's going to happen very fast. We're going to have these
disobey. I don't know if you're aware, but like Chickpea is an anti-natalist. She doesn't think people should bring children into this world because of just the way it is and the way it's going to be. Would you go to that level of pessimism, or does it matter?
Well, I'm over 60 now, so my son's grown up. I can't stand him.
No.
Oh, he's a prick.
You sound like my dad.
Sound like my stepfather. My stepfather hates
Sorry. Go ahead, disobey. Sorry, go ahead, disobey.
But I don't know, man. What would I bring if I owned a farm? If we were, see, we can't go back, can we? We were brought up to fucking, the oldest takes over the farm, and But would I put children on this planet? Yeah. I couldn't be bothered with these shitty little cunts nowadays, to tell you the truth. I couldn't be bothered with it. I could not be bothered with it. I can't stand children.
We have another one. We have another one. Oh my god.
No.
It's okay.
Don't get me
It's
wrong.
okay.
It's up to you. If you want to drop a sprog, it's up to you.
So disobey on the subject of your child. So do you really not like this child then? I've never had any children, so obviously it's an interesting question for me.
Well, by the way, don't be ashamed. There's a lot of regretful parents who've come on here.
I don't give a fuck about him.
Okay.
What do you not like about him?
You don't give two fucks about him. You call him a cunt already.
I put a little brat through university. I did everything for the little brat. Oh, you won't believe it when he is. I'm not going to tell you. You'll ban me. He's a bank manager. Shut up, just ban me.
No, I mean, it is what
I
it
quite
is.
like you now. I didn't like you at first.
Is that the only reason?
I haven't spoken to him in 10 years. I met him at my nephew's wedding. He was best man. And stuck up, horrible, just pathetic, jab-taking lover,
Oh.
Totally into the system. So, yeah, fuck him.
Yes, I'm glad I never made the effort. And you know what? I've made.
You're disappointed because he doesn't disobey. He's a yes man, is he?
Yeah, well, he's a total yes man, but he doesn't like me either. Doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't do this. No, and I would just. So what? He followed his mother. I don't know.
This is the way it goes, though, isn't it? I mean, it is what it is.
There's another thing. His blood thicker than water. Oh, boo! Bollocks to that.
You'll find a lot of people here don't appreciate their family. LA included. LA is here. Chickpea. I understand. I don't believe me. I don't like my extended family or my mother's side. Honestly, I if there was a concentration camp somewhere, I'd probably push them into it.
Wow.
Cool.
But
I've got sisters, and I'm not fond of my sisters either. You don't have to love you. People are brought up.
You created him, though. It doesn't make any sense. He has 50% of your DNA. You either raised him or you didn't raise him. Either way, it's still your fault. So if he's estranged from you, you were the parent, he was the child. It's either nature or nurture. Either way, it's
LA. There, but for the grace of God goes I. I know you're a bisexual man who prefers to lay with men. Look, we could have all brought someone into this world in a state of merriment, probably drug-induced, alcohol-induced delusion. It is what it is. People do it. People have done it. Doesn't mean they're any better or worse than you.
He's going to disinherit his son. I guarantee it. His son is not going to get honest because
it sounds like his son doesn't need his money. He's a bank manager, for crying out loud. Maybe he'd be better off giving his money to charity. Maybe disability should give it to some charity. What are you worried about, LA?
So you get to impose life on someone, and then you get to just drop it.
Here we go.
Yeah, you need to have the intention. LA, man, listen. You don't have to love your mother and father. You can fucking hate them if you want.
Right.
Jesus said,
Did that
come
only
to
go
me,
one
you
way?
have to. A man cannot come to me unless he hates his mother, father, and his own children. Jesus said that. It's in the Bible.
I didn't correct my mother and father. My mother and father created me. So that only goes one way.
Where in the Bible is that?
Where's that boy going?
Well, they voluntarily chose this relationship. I did not. So I'm not sure where I have an obligation towards them.
LA, you didn't know your ass from your elbow in your 20s. You didn't have these views in your 20s, did you?
I had a good relationship with them back then.
Yeah, I know that. And what age were they when you were born?
My mother was 20 and my dad was 25.
Well, there you go. Cut them some slack. They were just as happy and delusional as you were in your 20s. They didn't mean to cause harm to you in your early 20s.
No.
You told me you had 8 years.
My father was
your
on his
20s. Your 20s were 8 years of happiness before 12 years of 12 years of being a slave or whatever that film is. Before you became a slave, you were happy for 8 years.
I'm not even mad at
they were. Just like they were when they brought you in.
I'm not mad at my father. I'm mad at my mother. Those 8 years of happiness were when I was 4 of them were with my father, not my mother, who was a complete abusive cunt. But at the end of the day, they both created me. So neither of them have any right to be upset about the outcome. Nature or nurture, it is completely their fault. I am the product of them. It doesn't go both ways. They created me. I did not create them. They had an influence on me.
Disobey. LA is our resident activist. He's campaigning for the right to die to be given freely, to anybody who wants it at any time on the side of the street, at the hands of somebody else, without regulation and without any criminal sanction.
But no child wants to be estranged from their parent. If they are estranged from their parent, it's because the parents were abusive. It's for your best interest to have a relationship with your parents because it's for your survival. So if you are, it's because your parents did something to you, not the other way around.
LA, if you got anything nice to say, anything fucking cheer us up, like, you know what I mean? I mean, the world's depressing enough without you.
He wants everybody to just. He says he's not going to do anything for anybody. He doesn't owe anybody anything, and he won't do anything for anybody because they won't give him the right to die at the hands of somebody else.
You get the right to die here. Switzerland, Holland.
No. Be careful what we say. I don't want to encourage it. I don't want to push him over the edge. I don't want to encourage him to do anything. He's asking for the state to deregulate and allow anybody to
get a gun and fucking shoot yourself.
I came up with a new term.
Disobey. Please don't say things like that. Sorry.
After that discussion yesterday, I just came up with a new term. I'm calling it a stateless death. The state needs to stay completely out of it. So going forward, that's how I'm going to refer to it: a stateless death.
Okay.
DNW.
Crazy.
Doesn't respond. Have you seen this?
I'm thinking of starting LA. What about this? I'm a bit of an entrepreneur, and I'm thinking of starting guided tours to Ukraine. Bring your wellies. I know a good field you can walk through. It's full of landmines, and it might be a fun way to go because you never know when it's going to happen.
Ukrainian roulette.
All you have to do, I'll bring you over there. I'll pay for the hotel, and then one day I'll let everybody who wants to go for a walk across the field.
Can I say the ski resort, please? The one they just built for $3 billion.
Where the hell is that?
In the Ukraine.
LA, I'm not really going to do that, by the way, LA. But if you want to do, why don't you, honestly, anybody who has these ideas, why don't they do a Lord Byron on it? Why don't they go to war and die with honor for a cause they believe in? That's what Lord Byron did.
Why don't they go to fucking war and leave us alone? Let them fucking at it. Go to war, kill each other. I don't care. Leave us alone.
Yeah.
I get told off saying that. You know, when I say that, I get told off.
For saying what? If they want to go to war, let them go to fucking war. Who cares? But leave us alone.
I just kicked her off for complaining. I'm joking.
They're fighting for us. Fighting for the
They're fighting for all the weak and vulnerable people who can't fight.
Actually, D&W, they're selling cheap Alpo soy milk on Amazon at the moment, if you're interested. Just so you let you know.
I'm going for a piss.
I don't drink soy milk.
It's £14 for 8, which is very good.
I used to. I've heard bad things about soy milk.
Oh, I love it. I drink about 1.5 litres a day.
Fields.
Sorry?
What are these parents like to do when their children get drafted to fight this war for Israel? And they put their children in this predicament. They can't protect them. They're going to get blown up for some bullshit war. And all you can say is, oh, my son didn't talk to me for 10 years, so I'm just going to disinherit him after you put him in this situation. After
you start complaining, if you get to know Disobey, you might get some of the money.
You have extracted from your child.
You're going about this totally the wrong way, LA.
That child gave you
I'm joking, by Disobey. I'm joking, obviously. So
that
what
child
do you say,
gave you a legacy. That child is carrying your last name. That child gave value to your life. You got status. You got to call yourself a father.
LA, you couldn't give a shit about any of that. So why are you complaining?
Sounds mutual anyway.
It sounds like extraction to me. One-sided extraction, it benefited you. It did not benefit the person who was
to university, paid for his university, paid for his fucking fees. He set him up. The guy's doing all right. He doesn't need a fucking handout.
The son doesn't like the father either.
No, if he did do right by his son would not be estranged from him. Something went wrong.
It's too serious for me.
I'm sorry, Disobey. You've kind
Enjoy
of
your Amazon shopping.
You've poked a sore point.
It's lovely. I'm doing a load of shopping.
I'm just back. What was that? Sorry.
Shopping on Amazon.
And your food.
What?
Food on Amazon.
What?
Yeah.
You're getting your food on Amazon as well.
I buy everything on Amazon. Everything.
Crazy. I don't buy food. I like going to shop.
I buy everything from Amazon, literally.
Does anybody want to come on? Link is in the live chat. We'll just give it a little bit more, and then we will end the show. But we'll give it maybe half an hour, okay? But if you want to come on, the link is in the live chat.
I don't go out shopping anymore, Ricardo, because you know what? The pavements where I live are awash with pavement cyclists, and I can't afford to get myself run over. And that's brutal.
Yeah, I understand. I think maybe you need, if you had a bodyguard, someone to protect, someone big and strong to protect you.
Yeah.
You'd be all right.
Yeah, I should be so lucky.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said you had an asthma attack the other day?
What?
You said you had an asthma attack?
No, I've been attacked on the streets, yes.
No, you had an asthma attack. Was that like yesterday?
Oh, asthma, yes. I had to go see my doctor on 2 days. When was it? Yesterday? And the streets are so polluted in Hackney now. I had an asthma attack in the middle of the bloody street. And I got to my GP surgery. And all my bloods were low and everything. Sugars were low. And I spent 3 hours at the Homerton Hospital waiting for my blood pressure to rise. The streets in London are shocking. The roads. Yeah, 3 hours at the hospital. Waiting for my blood pressure to rise. Asthma back on the street. Why are you laughing?
Ironic.
What?
I'm saying nothing.
What?
Like, did you put yourself on mute while you're laughing that somebody had an asthma attack?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's how bad it is.
Like,
The
what's that
pollution in
song?
London is
What's that
shocking me.
fucking song?
Huh?
Rising. Some song. Blood pressure is rising. What's that fucking song?
I had a really bad time with it. It was quite
What's
nasty.
that
But, yeah,
song?
right,
My
fine.
blood
Actually, no,
pressure.
LA, that stuff is really working on me, you know, because I'm really starting to notice it. I'm going to do some more shopping now.
Are you going
Shop
shopping?
Yes, I'm going to shop till I don't drop, the man drops. Little Amazon man comes and brings it.
I like shopping
Isn't
on
it
Amazon as
lovely
well.
to have that?
Shop till they
What?
drop.
Yeah, I shop till and they drop. Lovely. I love
Oh,
it.
was it? I know the song now. But some on the moon, something on the moon. I feel
Walking on the moon.
Rising, from clear water. What do you call it? What's that band called?
Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Yeah. Moon Rising, is it?
Walking on the moon.
I feel
Walking
my
on the moonlight, everybody.
rising. Yeah, do you remember it?
Well, I wasn't alive, but I know the song.
I disagree with this comment. If children are evil towards their parents, it's either because they had bad DNA, which they got from their parents, or it's because their parents didn't raise them properly. Either way, it's the parents' fault. The child had no control in this situation.
We don't have any control of our own DNA, do we? So it's all an accident.
But you chose to impose your DNA onto your children, so it's still your fault.
That's the way it works. That's the way nature fucking works, man.
How do you raise a child to be perfect?
Life is life.
How do you raise a child to be perfect?
Life is what it is.
But you can't blame the child for it, though, under any circumstance.
LA, how do you raise a child to be perfect?
You don't raise the child at all because the child would not exist. You took that gamble when you decided to procreate. You knew you were creating an imperfect child, so you assumed the risk that come with it.
That wasn't
too late. Here we all are. Too late.
You've got to accept that people do it out of ignorance, though, especially in their 20s.
I see a bad moon rising.
Right. They do it out of ignorance, and then they want to blame the child. It's not the child's fault. The child did not ask to come here.
Yeah.
Love is blind.
People do it because it feels good.
Yeah.
Then take responsibility for it. Don't become estranged and don't disinherit your children. You have a moral obligation because you created them.
Someone is accusing you of not taking accountability for anything, LA. I think it's Skyworks who says nothing is life abolitionist's fault.
The only thing I blame people for is procreation and for supporting democracy. Other than that, I don't blame people for anything.
Trying to take your life.
Spoiled kids are the most annoying and entitled. I'm not sure why they said that. Are they saying that LA was spoiled? I don't think that's fair.
Yeah. Who are they referring to?
Talking about me. They're trying to blame to say that kids are spoiled by being estranged from their parents.
Maybe they're responding to the question of how do you raise a perfect child? Because you think, oh, maybe you give them everything. But actually,
not to spoil them. Spoiling them is like spoiling with gifts and presents and.
I don't think it's all down. A kid can be with the parent, stay with the parent, be estranged from the parent. A kid can grow up planned or unplanned. It's all. A lot of it is out of the parent's hands. I mean, it's a lot of luck and a lot of how the child functions in society and how society treats the child. Is not just about the parents. LA. Takes a whole village to raise a child, they say.
The child is interested in their DNA. They either raised or did not raise their children. They credit all.
You know, LA. You seem to forget. You seem to forget, right? There is a societal obligation, whether we admit it or not. We as humans should be helping each other with the raising of children. It's not all the parents' job. It's not all the parents' job. You seem to blame. Sometimes it's also society's fault. Society.
But that's how a society.
I disagree. Because when you're a child, you have to obey your parents like a slave. Do whatever they say. Don't question. Don't talk back.
Sometimes the school failed the child.
Then you
sometimes
obey your parents.
Sometimes the local healthcare failed the child. Sometimes
you obey your parents like a slave and do everything they tell you to do. And then when there are consequences, they don't want to take any responsibility.
Other parents failed the child because they didn't teach their kids to be nice to said child. It's
but
not
they
all the parents.
They created their children knowing they would have to go in public school. They knew all these conditions, and they They set all this in motion.
Often in ignorance, though.
Yeah, but again, it's not all their fault.
It is their fault.
I in general I hate kids nowadays. I can't stand the little brats. I can't stand I can't fucking stand the little fuck. They're horrible, little, smart. They know more than me now, actually, you know. I'm walking about with their iPhones and Googling this and Googling that, and I can't stand the little fuckers.
The parent relationship is a sacred bond. It's different from any type of other relationship. It's not the same as a relationship between the state or the public school. The parent-child relationship is sacrosanct. It is the parent's responsibility, not society.
So, LA, you have to have a bit of, you have to chip away at the coldness at the core of your heart. And that is not everybody, okay, was afforded an opportunity to think about things as deeply as you seem to have thought about them. They went along. They were swept up in the conditioning of their culture, and they went along with everybody else because that's what humans do. Humans mimic others. We are animals who try to fit in, and maybe they just didn't think about it, and that's not their fault.
The problem is that they seem to have it all together. They think they know what's right. They want to tell everybody to be heterosexual. They want to curtail other people's rights.
Again, you're projecting here. Not all parents are homophobic. Not all parents.
I'm talking about democracy. They know everything. They think they want to play God and use the state to impose its will through violence, and then they don't think they can be held accountable for anything.
Well, for a moment ago, you said society isn't accountable for anything. It's all the parents, and now you're saying they should be accountable. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about. See, you didn't read my book. That's why, because it's two different. It's two different standards. The parent is responsible for imposing life, and the state is responsible for forcing you to continue to exist.
What's your book called?
Oh, here we go down this road again.
Whose life is it? The moral debt for life enslavement. So, and then to quickly, we can change the subject, because yesterday you were saying I'm just trying to push that as the only option. I also push socialism, that if you're going to force people to exist, you have a duty to provide for their involuntary existence.
Fair enough.
What about if the parents were brought up on Facebook or Twitter or TikTok, which the parents are now? Don't forget, Facebook's 20, 30 years old. I don't know how old it is.
Yeah, it's been out since about 2006, isn't it?
Anti-nalists are on Facebook, but you chose to go to the anti-nalist page.
You're right. I never thought of that. It's crazy to think there's parents who grew up with Facebook and social media.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's unbelievable that you skip right past the anti-nalist page on Facebook.
Yeah, but
the thing is, they might not even see it. I agree. I'm an AN, but I didn't even ask the question of whether you should have a child until I was even 30. But I agree with you. But I also have.
And I was trying to say that to LA. Like he said, he already admitted he was happy about existence in his 20s. And I asked him what age were his parents when they had him, and he said his mum was 20 and his dad was roughly the same age. That to me shows that he should accept that they weren't aware like he is now. They were young.
That's not true, though.
They were happy, and he can't accept that people do things when they're happy because they don't think about the suffering, because they're not there. They're not in that position.
I was trying to stick to your topic and not say anything negative, but I also told you previously that I didn't want to exist at the age of 8. I've had this ideation since the age of 8, and I have not wavered from it.
That may be the case, but you were happy at 20.
I was trying to be you can't even be positive, because you basically need to be as pessimistic as possible, because you give them an inch, they will say, see, you were actually happy. No, I was trying to stick to your topic and try to give you a little bit of leverage or whatever And it's like, no, I was not actually happy. I wasn't miserable like I am now. It's not the same thing.
Okay. Well, sorry. Okay, you're allowed to take back what you said, but from what I gathered, you said you had 8 years of happiness.
Relative happiness.
You said high school was. You said high school was happy. Your early adult years were happy when you joined the military. It was a happy time.
If you were heterosexual during that time, do you not think you possibly may have had a child if the opportunity arose without thinking about it too much?
Bingo.
Well, that's the other piece to it. Okay. Let me stop because I'm going to offend everybody here.
I mean, we're beyond offense at this stage.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on a second. Let me...
heterosexuality outside of marriage. I don't think if you're heterosexual, I don't think you should just be having recreational sex unprotected.
Well, loads of people do. I did.
I was not one of them. I didn't even have sex till I was almost 25 years old. So these people who were having sex in high school, I was not one of them. I actually had to use some type of restraint, and so I guess that's straight privilege.
What, they tied you down? Restrained.
Restraint, meaning they get to go have sex willy-nilly. They get to go to the grocery store and pick up a girl and bring her home. I didn't have that luxury. I was just military.
You don't pick up a girl in the grocery store, do you?
You can go anywhere. You can go to the park. You can go to the gas station.
There's no parks around, all I can say.
We're relegated to going to the gay club.
A nice pair of melons. Take
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Pick them up at the grocery store. Okay.
Where's your romance? LA, where's your romance? I mean, surely,
That's a really easy women about.
I don't think I'm exaggerating at all. Like when I look at all the straight men in my family, they can go anywhere.
LA thinks all heterosexual people fill their bags and then empty their bags immediately. It is what it is.
You have easy access to go anywhere.
Men, that is.
Okay.
And women. Gay men do not have that same privilege.
I'm going shopping.
At school,
gay men, look, depending on where they are, gay men have it much easier in terms of sex.
Now we do because we have Grindr, but back in the day we didn't have Grindr.
Didn't they have public toilets?
I would say LA. Now men have always
they had
gay
and
men
they had seminaries where they could become priests, make a living out of it.
That is still confined and restricted. That is
I'm
not
joking. That was a joke, LA. Sorry, that wasn't meant to. I know it was much harder back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Times were harder.
Times were hard, all right.
I mean, because we think about it, we think, like you don't want to catch something, but straight people have that privilege where they get to be so reckless and have unprotected sex, and there's no stigma put on them. We get all this stigma put on the gay community, but there's no stigma put on straight people.
You'd be surprised. A lot of women don't like a man who is overtly a dog shagging around, and it depends. It depends on the woman. It depends on the man. A lot of men don't like a woman who's been around the block too much. It's a matter of personal taste.
Yeah, preferentially, I would like them not to have had many partners. Definitely.
Yeah, and a lot of women are like that too. A lot of women don't want a man who's had too many women. Too many, like they don't mind if he's tried and tested a few, but if he's been out there with thousands or hundreds, they might be like, "Oh, can I trust him?"
My wife loves it.
There you go. He knows what he's doing. he's immune to hepatitis B. He's immune to all these different things because he's already caught them. They're gone. It's gone through the system.
Only fucking thing I got was crabs.
Oh yeah, I had that too. I did. That is, I had that when I was about. I had that when I was about 20. It was horrible.
I would freak.
Bitch, man.
I remember I had a lighter trying to set my pubes on fire, trying to kill the bastards because I couldn't get rid of them.
Oh god!
I was hairy. I was a hairy guy.
I had head like I was like 20, and that was
crabs.
Oh, horrible! Yeah. You dig into your skin.
Can you see them? Yeah.
You can. You lie in bed. You lie in bed at night and you feel them biting it, and then you can.
Oh my god!
You pick them out and you can look at them, and they actually do look like little crabs.
I would need one of LA's booths if that happened to me.
So I got the old. I shaved myself, but then when you shave yourself, it actually what it does is it cuts the crabs, and they end up like it makes you a bit like it gives you little kind of where the crab was biting into. You shave that off, so it leaves a bit of them in you. You know what I mean? So that's not a good thing to do. So they say I use the ointment. I buttered myself up in this fucking ointment. And then I had to like wash all my sheets at like 60 degrees.
My God.
Yeah, it was a fucking nightmare because I was hairy back then, you know. Well, I still am, but like I was still had hair. Like they crawl up into your fucking eyebrow and everything, you know.
Yeah, eyebrows under the armpits. I remember.
Yeah, because if you're a man, you got stubble and shit, so that's ideal for them. So you got to be careful.
Fucking hell, man.
Mate,
nasty.
I gave up. My mother's a nurse. I said, "Mommy," I said,
what about waxing?
My mother.
You see, nowadays they're not as much of a problem because a lot of women and a lot of blokes shave down there, you know. So it's not as much of a problem.
They're not around anymore. They disappeared.
Yeah, that's why though, because women are like shaving. You know, women still had a bit of a bush in the early 2000s, depending on where you went, you know?
Yeah, they did.
Now they're all vajazzled and fucking, you know, they got sequins and fucking tattoos and fucking
landing strips with fucking arrows.
Yeah.
Anything's better than crabs. God.
Anything's better than crabs.
Fucking horrible.
Ew, why are we talking about crabs?
Well, we're just talking about what's out there, man.
I know, yeah. Like the body of
apparently you can there's also something called body lice, which are probably like crabs' cousins.
They are, yeah, they're closely related.
You can catch them on like public transport if you're not careful.
Ew! Oh God, no! Please don't.
Yeah.
Don't say that, TW.
Yeah, no, it's horrible. It's horrible. Like I don't know if you've ever worn like say a basketball vest or something like that and went on public transport like I did, and then you sit back on the chair and you realize you're touching the fabric that other cunts have been touching off. And, yeah. So then it makes you think, oh fuck, is there going to be lice or something in that? Yeah.
Try bed bugs. Try bed bugs, man.
Oh,
no,
yeah, bed bugs are another one. There was an epidemic of bed bugs recently in New York and in France, I believe. Like
truth be told,
bed bugs.
I actually was bitten by all of them in one time, and like I was sleeping on a used bed that was rented to us because we like moved into like a new apartment, right? And I was so itchy. Oh my God, I was so scared because I didn't know what happened. And oh my God, I lifted up like the sheets and I saw like black things like crawling all over. And those were those. Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. Bed bugs are not black; they're white.
Well, maybe when they're full of blood, they're dark.
Yeah, no. All of these guys were like a fat. You know, they were like a chunky. They were like balls.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Apparently, I've read about them. Apparently, they come out in the dark. Like they literally just come out.
Oh,
They're horrible. They can sense you.
Sorry, say that again, PGA.
They can sense an increased amount of carbon dioxide, so they know
Of
when
heat.
you're asleep.
Yeah. Of heat, yes, of heat.
They are literally the worst things ever. I've never had them, but I've read about them, and I've got the most.
Yeah, I've read about them as well.
Highly
It's really horrible. They
intelligent.
hide in little crevices. They can hide in your fucking floorboards, and they can.
Yes.
As you say, they fucking. They sense the change in CO2, and then they come out at nighttime looking for you to bite.
Yeah.
They are high IQ beings.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Like.
I remember one time I was helping out at the shelter, and I saw it walk on. It was walking on this one guy's face, man.
Oh God.
It came from around his head to his face, and I was like, dude, bro, you got to take a shower, man. Well, you know, I mean, he wasn't taking a shower, right? But that's the thing. When you go dumpster diving and stuff, that's how you get them. That's how you get them.
No, no.
Yeah, that's they can survive for like 9 months.
Say that again. Say that again. Sorry, Seeker. Say that. What? How'd you get them?
If you go dumpster diving, if you jump inside a garbage dumpster to get stuff out of there, that's how you find them. That's how they get on you.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You mean bed bugs and stuff?
Bed bugs, yeah.
Yeah, bed bugs. Yeah,
I've heard secondhand furniture is notorious for it. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes, they were. Yes, that's why I got them because we fucking had to use like a bed that was a mattress.
Oh, you didn't.
But again, it's not just beds. It could be a set of drawers or a fucking shelving unit because they hide in the crevices and they come out.
Yeah.
It could be, yeah.
You gotta figure also like
an
Airbnb
old rug or an old carpet as well, something like that.
But even like figure like an Airbnb, like you know how many people stay in an Airbnb, and
a lot.
All the owners do is literally vacuum the place, maybe wipe it down. Like they're not
you have to do more than that.
Bugs. No, but I'm saying that's all. But I'm saying that's all they're doing. Like they're not inspecting for bed bugs. So it's like you could catch it there. You could catch bed bugs.
Yeah, but that's why you have to make sure your Airbnb is clean because like if the guy doing it is not clean, you might as well just say no because in order to like get rid of them, you have to do like a steam vacuum cleaner like that's like from like the factories, yeah.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Who's got the time to do that after every guest is gone, right? After every guest is gone. Yeah.
This reminds me, kind of related, another little bug. I mean, they kind of look like bed bugs, but they're much, much smaller. Scabies. Scabies are really doing the rounds.
Scabies.
And there's like super scabies or something. It's really, really infectious. And it's going around. Yeah. When I say super scabies, it's for some reason it's much more easier to get for some reason.
Oh, that's great news.
I read an article in on the news. So yeah, scabies. You get like itchy palms and itchy between your fingers at night.
Oh God, no! I hate that feeling.
So basically, that's another thing. They go on your skin.
What's that thing we all had as kids? The knits and the knits in their hair.
Yes.
And if you didn't have knits, it's like
No, we always got knits. Knits actually prefer.
If a child, I don't know, probably not in the USA.
Knits, yeah.
If you didn't have knits, every child got knits at one stage in their life. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's because we as kids we played together, and there was other kids who didn't, had them, and then
I got them a few years ago. I don't even know
how. Got it once.
They
never came back.
Or whatever.
Please.
I think I got it once. I definitely got it once.
All kids have had it.
But they also prefer cleaner hair. Yeah, of course, because your kids playing in school together. But they prefer cleaner hair as well. So if you have really clean hair, it's easier for them to get around.
Now, some of you have like pets. I used to have a dog. Have any of you like your guys' pets had fleas? Because I did once, and it was a nightmare too. Like, it was horrible.
I have been inundated with them. Inundated.
Oh,
luckily, he hasn't had worms. But that's another thing. Children get worms.
Ringworm. Ringworm. Yes, ringworm.
Yeah, ringworm. But also worms. worms in their backside because they play with like dog poo or something. I don't know.
Ew.
It does happen.
I have a shit,
Yeah.
and you can see the worms crawling in the shit alive.
Yeah, but
that is
no,
true.
honestly, it
Little
is a
white
thing.
worms.
Little kids get itchy backsides because they get worms. It does happen.
Oh God.
Yeah, I remember my cousin.
Especially, and you know, if you come from different parts of the world, it's common for adults to have them as well.
Yeah.
Worms
Oh man.
crawling out of your fucking, and if
Yeah,
you take a
literally
wormer,
bum
the worms will literally crawl out of your ass. I
Oh,
watched a
you
I watched a
do.
video. I watched a video of a woman with some kind of worm in her digestive system. Right? It was absolutely huge.
Be a
I
tapeworm.
can't remember what type of worm it was, or if it was a tapeworm or what it was. But it actually it crawled out of her fucking mouth.
Oh God.
When they put the wormer in her, it came out her mouth.
That's a tapeworm.
That can't be true. Can
That's
it? What
not
the
true.
That's not no D&W. Please
No, it's a tapeworm.
Come on, man. You put another one. It didn't crawl over her mouth. I mean, you crawl all the way back.
It's a horror story anyway. A worm fucking coming up your esophagus. And
It's a tapeworm, and women use them to lose weight with.
Yeah, but
And
why?
in the 60s,
That's a
50s,
bad idea. That's
in the 50s and 60s, and I
Is
knew
it-
about it. Women used to ingest tapeworms in order to lose weight.
I know it's but like why though? Like you can
Lose
die
weight.
from
common
that.
myth. They're not capable. Yeah, I mean the digestive. I don't know. I'm going to look
No,
up.
they
Can
use-
any crawl out your mouth?
What the fuck
You
are we
took
talking
a
about?
baby worm, ingested it, and it would help you lose weight, and then you'd have to force it out of the mouth by starving yourself.
By starving you. Wow.
Yeah,
that's
that's how you
fucked
get rid of them.
Wow.
I have a friend
It
from
used to be very
Yeah,
common.
you probably sell that as a product nowadays.
What?
No, pack some worms in and sell it to women to lose weight. Eat these and you'll lose weight within, I don't know, 2 weeks. You'll be
2
skinny
weeks.
as fuck, like.
Look what they're doing now. Those
No, you can't get
injections.
worms crawling out your mouth. I'm just looking it up now, but there
It's
are.
a tapeworm.
You can get oral myiasis or something. It's called that myiasis, which is the condition involves larvae of dipterous flies, such as the screwworm fly, which can infest open wounds, severe annual gum
Yeah.
disease, or tissue in your esophagus, and the larvae are visible and can cause painful ulcerated tissue
Yeah, that's
in
true.
your mouth. And there are also things called dental worms,
Oh.
and these are
fuck.
microscopic parasites that can reside in the mouth, and they cause various dental problems. But
Sweet dreams, guys. Sweet dreams.
God, man, I swear to God, like there's
dental
small
worms,
things.
yeah.
There's small things that can ruin the body, the big human
See
body.
your GP if you find a large worm, a piece of a worm, or worm eggs in your poo. If you have red, itchy, worm-shaped rashes or rash on your skin. If you have sickness, diarrhea, or stomach ache for longer than 2 weeks. If you're losing weight for no reason. These could be symptoms of something like roundworm, hookworm, or tapeworm. There you go.
Oh man.
Yeah, my friend
Well,
in
thanks for
Mauritius
the
has a
information.
tapeworm.
That's really cheered us up.
like you can only get these things if you travel or go on vacation in other areas of the world, and then I can see you obtaining those parasites if you're not careful with the food that's being handled, right? That happens a lot. I won't name countries, but people who go to in certain parts of Asia, right? They do get a tapeworm or ringworm or yeah.
Okay. I did watch. This is true. There was a man up in Scotland, and I watched a video. He had he felt the back of his fucking neck moving.
What?
And there was maggot. There was maggots. There was maggots under his skin for some reason. And they he had to get. Yeah.
Sometimes it can happen in in here too. Yeah. Flies have a reputation for landing on open wounds, and they just lay their eggs inside, and the maggots just eat it. It's fucking disgusting.
I've heard of a woman having one in her eye before as well.
Oh God.
I don't know how that got.
How? You can
You're very
see it.
depressed tonight. You're very
Maggots in eyes occur when fly larvae infest the eye. Symptoms include pain, blurry vision, and inflammation.
Pain,
so
yeah.
They can get in behind your eyeball, basically.
Oh.
Can we talk about Chickpea's cats? Where's she gone?
I'm back. My cats get worms as well. Yes.
Speaking of worms,
cats get worms. Yes, every.
Yeah.
You calling me a worm?
Joking, Julie.
Would you love me if I was still a worm? Is that from the Bible?
Yeah,
Would
I
you
don't.
love? Yeah.
The worms, insects don't bother me. I do get rid of my cat's worms, obviously, because it's not nice for a cat to have worms. But worms don't bother me now. But DW, I googled the tapeworm, and it said that when there's medical intervention, they come out via the mouth.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh dear Lord. Dear Lord.
Yes.
This is so bad.
What?
This is so bad. Like, just like our lives that we live in, we have to deal with like these things. We have to be careful, extra careful now,
Horrible. Yeah, be careful where you go, especially public transport. And another place you have to be careful is shopping trolleys, shopping thingies, and the traffic lights things you press. Apparently, they are infested.
Railings, fucking. Oh.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I won't use a shopping trolley.
But sometimes
paranoid. You end up walking about with a mask on and gloves on all your life.
But no, I don't walk around in a mask. I carry my own shopping trolley. I have my own, and I shop with that.
that's good. That's always ideal, yeah. But sometimes people get the parasites for doing really stupid shit, like eating raw meat. Like, yes, there's some people who do eat raw meat. I'm like, what is wrong with you? But guys, like, why are you eating raw meat and raw eggs? Like, you guys are gonna get salmonella.
I think the craziest kind of story about another life form entering a human being and causing problems, I believe, in the Amazon, if you pee in certain parts of it in the river.
Oh, yes.
There's a little fish that will swim up your pee stream, up your dick.
Yes.
Up your dick, and like bite into you inside. I mean, that is apparently a thing. I mean, how a fucking fish is able to swim against it, it's quite amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry?
It's because D&W. It's because that fish, its body has evolved for like millions of years to fucking do exactly that. It freaking does that to all animals, to like bears, jaguars, and now humans. Now, yep. So it has evolved itself to crush the stream wave.
So it literally goes up there and it clamps in. It starts eating away, does it? And then
oh yes, it does. Oh man, ow, yeah.
What the fuck?
Anyway.
So you have like you got a little fish tank in your bladder when you're walking around.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Splash.
And in the Amazon they have like what else do they have there? Piranhas.
Thanks very much for having me on.
Disobey, do come back. It's the Finding Gnosis channel on YouTube.
Finding Gnosis show, yeah.
Yeah, but put it in the chat, please, and I'll pick it up. Thanks, folks. Take it easy, and tomorrow's another day. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Take care, buddy. There's not much we can change, unfortunately.
He's worth more grumpy than me.
He was.
I'm a lot worse than the start.
How dare him, Chickpea? How dare him steal your spot?
I've shared it in the chat.
Yeah, all the best this way. All the best, mate.
Yeah, take it easy, folks.
Good night,
Take it
man.
easy, man.
Take it easy, man. May God be with you. Alhamdulillah.
Same as you, brother. Bye, folks.
Bye.
Yes,
Yes, bye.
yes, my friend.
Alhamdulillah, yes.
Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
Yeah, fucking parasites, animals trying to fucking eat us.
Parasites, they're everywhere. There's all these parasites. These money-hungry parasites.
Worms up your jacksie, and fucking carnivorous fish up your jack's eye.
Oh
Yeah, of
factual
course. Yeah,
facts.
and also not to
And what's the
mention.
deal?
I'm
And what's
sorry.
the deal with these gas prices, huh?
Oh my! I was about to like go into like that. Besides the gas prices, like we're also even like destroying the environment. Like
Yep.
America bombed like a lot of like oil refineries now, like across
Mm.
Iran, and like if you see like some of like the capitals or like some of the towns now, like it's literally
Disgusting.
it's literally raining oil right now in fucking
Mm.
Iran right now, and like it's so bad. It's like what's that
Yeah.
thing called again? The acid rain. The acid rain is literally like
I wonder what their
burning.
agenda is with all this.
Oh,
What
to
is their
fucking
agenda exactly? Because
it.
America imports all its oil from these people.
Oh, it's to make them more like submissive. Like
I said,
that's what
yes, I think you're
happened.
probably right. Yes.
That's what happened in Iraq with like Saddam and like Gaddafi and like Libya. That's exactly what happened. It's the same thing now here.
Yeah.
Maybe Israel wants the temple. Who knows?
Yeah,
Thanks,
no,
William.
that's true.
Take care, William.
Yeah, but like I've seen like the clips and like the footage from like Iran. I see like all of like the oil up in the sky, and it's like raining
That
down
was
oil and acid rain, and like it's so bad. Like
yeah.
the people there can't really go outside unless they want like
Yeah.
their skin burned off, right? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're breathing it all in. I reckon there'll be a cancer epidemic in the next 2 or 3 decades from people just
Yeah,
breathing it
Oh
in
my
as well.
God.
and also all of these like oil clouds, they're all traveling in now and now
Yes,
towards
I
like
know.
Central Asia and
Europe.
China. Yeah,
Yeah,
so like
Europe.
it's in Europe too. So you guys are about to feel something next.
Yes, I know. I felt it yesterday. I tell you, there was something weird in the air yesterday because I really felt it.
Yeah,
Because yeah,
yeah.
there's something not right. I mean, there's something not right anyway, but I
No,
really felt
never.
it today.
Yeah, I mean, London's air is already terrible, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's shocking. Yeah, it's
But this
getting
kind
worse.
of happened already with like the Gulf War, whenever like a Saddam blew up all of like the Kuwaiti oil fields, and like that caused like another like epidemic over there. I don't think that was like well documented, but like it traveled like all over like i- southern Europe, like the oil cloud that like he blew up like the Kuwaiti oil field. So yeah,
Yeah, a lovely world we live in. Lovely
yeah.
world. I guess we're the real parasites.
Of course, yeah.
I just ride a bicycle.
Well, oh, you ride a bicycle? I thought you said you destroyed a bicycle for a second. I was like, what?
I like bikes. They're cool. I like bikes. They're more like cheaper than cars.
I like bikes, not cyclists. That's the issue.
Oh yeah, sometimes we could be pretty bad and annoying. Like we do hog like the road, don't we? Now, or like we feel we own the road, right? Yeah, it's horrible.
You guys are too slow, man. You guys are too slow.
Yeah, not me. Like I stay on the sidewalk, but like the other guys, if they go, yeah, no, fuck you too. Like what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you going so slow, man? Why are you going so slow in like a car lane? Makes no sense. You're a biker, you know.
What's going on around here?
Hmm?
No, I said you want to say what's going on around here.
Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like why
Who
you?
likes electric bikes?
I had remember the other day it was funny. There's this one little street. It's such a narrow street. Like you could fit
Yeah.
like you got the parked cars on the one side of the road, and then the other. It literally fits like 1.5 lanes. Like you can't really
Wow.
have cars going south and north at the same time because it's so narrow. So normally what the cars going north will do is they'll go in between the empty parking spot and maneuver that way to kind of keep going north. But you seen a kid the other day, and kid as a university kid, but he was trying to do a 3-point turn to quickly get one of the parking spots because they go up quick, and the guy behind him is impatient and he's honking and going nuts, and it's like, why can't we just be civil, man? Why can't we just kind of be like, hey, somebody's trying to get in, let him in? But it's just me. It's a me world.
Yes.
That's
We've got. It is time to end the show. Live stream. You guys can stay backstage if you want and chat. No problem. But the live will end. So, LA,
Me and
do you want to
Chick
give your
are
closing
staying.
remarks? LA, do you want to give your closing remarks for today?
Yeah, I was trying to be positive earlier. I don't want anybody to think that I actually had 8 years of happiness. It's just relative to my current predicament.
Well, I hope that you have many happy years ahead. Ricardo, would you like to give your closing remarks for tonight?
Yeah, sure. Basically, life is an opportunity or a series of opportunities, and we should make the most of it.
Thank you. Richard Alvis, man, you've been quiet. Would you like to give your closing remarks for today?
Yep, very good show, and I enjoyed it. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Richard Alvis, man. Chickpea, would you like to give your closing remarks for today?
Thank you for a nice evening.
You're welcome, Chickpea. Escape the Matrix, would you like to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, great show. Great to talk to you all. Have a good night, everyone.
Okay, and finally, Fantasy PGA Tour. Do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, thanks for hosting DNW. Thanks for the chat, everyone. I love you all. Hope you all have a great day tomorrow.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you. Okay, everybody, next time.